I stole your headphones. Can you talk?
I can talk. I'm talking right now.
Okay, cool. I stole your headphones. That
Nice.
way I didn't have big over the ear ones because I keep looking at my hair and going, oh, I need to fix it here so it blah blah blah. So
We are live.
okay. Or are we unplug Shrouder?
Dang. I got rolled. Yo, what up? Hello, hello, hello. What is up, everybody? We're ready for some peak universes? Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be dope. I think that I am ready. I think I actually need to bring this here. Do this. Right? Can be playing any of the pirates for Fab. I want a I want to play Gravy Bones. I think that character looks super sick. Chief, how many gift subs for a TC hat? My dad's actually making an embroidered one that if people actually like enough, I will sell. If people want to get an embroidered TC hat. I'm also thinking of that and potentially hoodies. Genuinely. Yeah. With that, are you ready?
1 second.
Okay. Quick fast story. Over the weekend, I bought one pack from the shop, pulled a Gravy Bones legendary chest, then opened my case and pulled it as a full art gold foil. Holy cow!
Lucky.
Colrex, did you get rid of the chess piece? Question mark for inquiring minds asked. I have both, but they're in Oz. And that's where they'll stay. And that's where they'll stay. Have you been watching any of U.S. Nationals? It's going on right now. And I stayed up way too late last night watching. This, I am not a fan of low health Fab. So your blitzes, your sealed, your draft. I think that High Seas is the best draft they've ever done. The inclusion of Treasure Island makes it so good. It's actually really awesome, and more importantly, really fun to watch. It's really fun to watch. that the stakes get higher and higher and higher because of Treasure Island. It's really, really well designed. I watched a 6-card pitch deck because they went hunting with gold. Yeah, that's sick. That's so cool. But no, Corax, I want to play Gravy Bones. I think that character looks super sick. I still only have Dorinthia, which I'm missing. I'm officially missing one piece for Dorinthia being everything I could possibly want her to be. There's like there's a new helmet that I didn't realize came out that it's like $20 or whatever. It's the one that came out in Dynasty, I think. That after you block a weapon, they can't play their weapons anymore, or play the weapons for that turn, which I think would be relevant. But what game is this? The game that we're talking about is Flesh and Blood. It's essentially a variation of like it's very similar in the card game archetype to Universes. If you have not tried Flesh and Blood, I highly recommend people try Flesh and Blood if you're a fan of Universes. It is like Universes, but with less onboard pieces to track. But it has like the same card pool. They call it the combat chain. It's a draw X game, not a draw 1 game. It is super rad. Also wish they made a full health Scurv. Yeah, I don't actually know how I feel about it. I do like the novelty of that he's hiding away in packs. I think that's so clever. May I put you on screen now? Are you ready? Oh, okay. All right, I'll put you on screen. Boop. Do you want a space between the I and the L in your name?
No, that's okay.
Okay. What up? Hello. How's it going, everybody? I've got Rebby with me.
Hello. I have my oversized energy drink as well.
And I have a coffee that my absolutely wonderful partner got for me. I'm excited. Gonna watch some fun games.
I'm very excited. Seeing like what's here today, I'm kind of excited for these one-ofs that and like how they are in the new meta of Attack on Titan 3.
One-ofs.
There's a lot of them. Like
Oh,
one
the
of
breakdown?
characters. Yeah.
Yeah, let me get that saved and I can pull it up on the screen. Maybe I can. I don't have a 3-person showcase.
Oh no.
It's because this is the podcast screen. I just haven't made, or I guess I do have it. If I do, it just might look a little jank. Let me do this, and then do this, because I don't need a 3-person. I don't know what I'm thinking. I do this, and then make this big, and then pull this up here. Okay.
Brody, no spoilers? That's crazy to spoil the...
Where's the coffee from? It's called 7 Brew, Disaster Dan. It is pretty good. It's not what I wanted.
It is like Dutch Bros, but not Dutch Bros. Dutch Bros is massively better.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Do this, do this. Okay, you want to talk breakdown?
Yeah, I'd love to.
If I do, I'll just transition it. I'll just do it. Okay. I'm here, and then I can make this full screen. Okay. We've got it on screen. Starting at the top. Take it away.
Oh, yeah, we have 3 Peaks, 2 Ghidorahs, Annie 2, Armin 4, Bert 1, which is surprising to see a little bit. Byakuya, of course, Chu, Deku 6, Hanji 1, Anasa, Jean 1. I'm excited about Kenny. Very, very, very excited about Kenny. Mirko 2, Porco, Reiner 1, Rodan, Scanlan, Smiling Titan, Bash, and Zeke 3. who are you excited to like watch out of these?
So it's interesting. I think there's a lot of really good characters here, right? Like the obvious people, the thing that the room says was going to be the most represented, being Peak, obviously is. And so the fact that it's there is not surprising. Ghidorah having won the last regional, that makes sense to me. From there, all the other one-ofs, I think 90% of them make sense. I've personally seen Porco be successful. I've personally seen, we've got Rodan. Smiling got some new tricks. I think Zeke 3 is messed up. The outliers are probably the Chew, although people have had some success, grinding that character. Kenny is an outlier.
Yeah.
I know Disaster Dan is not. I don't know if he's playing. But if my Anasa is the outlier, I know that he's been Anasa's champion, and so there's some interesting outlier player. You are the Anasa, okay. So that makes sense. A bit of a specialist there. But yeah, I think is there anybody on this that you think is missing from this list? Obviously, I think we've only got like 24 players, something along those lines. Anybody that you're like, whoa, that doesn't make sense?
I think it might just be from wariness of the meta. Not seeing Godzilla here is surprising because he did get quite a few new tricks, and from what I played against him, he is even more aggressive than he was previously. Looking at other characters though, I don't think there's maybe we're seeing the meta negative, like the errata negative of Nick getting hit. So now Nick's not showing up.
Yep.
Do you think that the hit was so drastic that he shouldn't be played anymore? Or do you think it's just people are like, oh, now I get to try a new trick because Nick is now a little weaker?
Everybody hates nerfs. If you nerf a character, people just shelve them. No matter how, if they are good or whatever. If you nerf a character, people don't want to play with it anymore. And I also think that all of Nick, the math that people have put months and months and months into, goes out the window when he gets hit with a twice per turn nerf. Holy cow! What was that?
Oh my Jesus! Oh God!
I couldn't see how many. How many was it?
50.
5-0?
5-0.
Holy cow! What the hell, man?
Man.
Thank you so much, Schwa. I appreciate it, man.
Schwa's a homie.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub, absolutely.
Please thank him.
Please,
oh my goodness.
Please hit chat. Pop off. That's it. That's insane. Thank you, man. That's so kind.
Oh my goodness.
I
Cam
have lost.
can eat tonight.
I am allowed to eat tonight. That's true. Yeah, I will put this right above my face so I don't miss it again. Holy cow. But I fully lost my train of thought. It was Nick Reagan. The math on Nick Reagan has fully changed, and I think that taking something that even you've crunched the numbers even a little bit more on is more important than is more appealing than trying to refix the numbers right now. No blocking. Thank you for the prime, buddy. I appreciate that. But yes, there is that.
I'm excited to know how this Kenny's playing, because I think Kenny's a really cool character anyway. So
my question for you was going to be, you're not allowed to pick Peak, you're not allowed to pick Ghidorah because those are the most represented characters. Who's your dark horse of these to go the furthest, right? To who of the one-ofs is going to win? Because Peak and Ghidorah have the numbers on their side to win. Who do you think could possibly push it up and through?
I think, taking a look at this and being completely unbiased to my Porco love, I think that Reiner 1 could possibly really get up there. But a real dark horse would definitely be Kenny. I think Kenny getting anywhere would be really cool. I think he's a character that's not showcased enough because I think he has really cool, neat tricks.
I am down for you to say Porco. I'm down for you to say Kenny. My answer was going to be Porco. I keep
Okay.
getting absolutely blasted on turn 2, turn 3 with this character. Porco versus 7-handers, you just melt them on turn 2. It's very silly.
Yeah.
And so like there is that. Although I would I agree with you. I want to know what Kenny has access to. I think the character that I'm most excited to see is people have constantly been talking about how nutso yielding destruction is, and we have not seen the power. I have not personally seen the power of unyielding destruction Reiner 1. I think unyielding destruction Reiner 1 is going to be
Yeah.
some of the most abysmal things to play against. Of I'm going to put you down to 4 foundations and then flip those 4 foundations and then ruin those 4 foundations and not care if this one hits or not. I think it is going to be. I think it's going to be really, really scary. I think it's going to be really, really scary. And if your stage is the way that you survive, I think a quality Reiner 1 is going to use David's own words, drag you out to the depths and drown you.
Yeah. I 100% agree. What do you think about Jean? Because he is VME slapped on a character. Do you think that he's going to benefit at all with all the air cards and zone manipulation, and he has easy momentum grab?
Yeah, I am a massive Jean fan. I was a big Jean fan back with VME existing, but now he just gets a massive spotlight now that VME is gone. And so when it comes to the potential Jean has, I'm a fan. But with that said, I think Jean's biggest issue is it's very easy to look at him and go, oh, this is VME on my character, and then fill your deck with a bunch of cool ways to get that momentum, but not have any ways to actually close out and win the game. I want to see Jean be able to have these defensive tricks with the on face VME, but if you have to be able to close the game out when you want to close the game out, in addition to it.
Yeah, and I've seen Jordan misplay. I've seen him play his Jean
Yeah, I've
deck
also seen Jordan misplay. I have. It happens pretty much every time that I watch him.
constantly. No, I've seen his Jean deck, and it is super defensive. I feel like it blocks everything, but from when I saw it, I didn't see like enough power. So I 100% agree with you.
One's in chat if you guys have also seen Jordan misplay. Here's the other thing. I think we are overlooking a pretty big elephant in the room.
Armin?
the biggest elephant. I was actually looking more at Midoriya 6.
I guess him too.
I think Midoriya 6 is when I look at this room, outside of, I mean, Ghidorah is obviously a hard matchup, but who in this roster is like really okay at dealing with the phantom threat, pump this thing to 45 and then kill you game plan, right? Like Reiner 1 is pretty good if he gets some momentum to like shut a thing down. I think Scanlan might be able to have some actions with things like Runaway. I am cheekily nervous about what Deku 6 is able to bring to the table. It is easily could do it. And everybody in chat is screaming, filled with doubt. Midoriya's allowed to play. Let me double check before I put my foot in my mouth. There are too many cards in our dumb game. Yes, under the air symbol, you're allowed to have stopping for breakfast, which is just a 3/5 cancel an action. So when you go to use your filled with doubt, he just cancels it and then continues on with his day. The air symbol, I believe, has enough cancels to continue to play the game. Tied across the two, yeah, the thing inside of his own kit, right? Like, as long as the Midoriya is packing answers to fight the things that exist inside of the meta, I think I think that it is so good.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, I was reading something and then I just like zoned out for a second. Yeah, I think Midoriya is going to be a nuisance and continue to keep building legs until he leaves the rotation, and he'll always be my villain. What do you call it when they're like that silver bullet? Silver bullet, not my villain.
Mm.
Yeah, I he always gets me anytime I play against him. So he's my silver bullet.
Besides that, we have a small hiccup with the UGN, and so what's happening is David is having to remake the entire event and then manually add everybody into the event. And so we're gonna sit here and we're gonna filibuster, and that is the reason that our tournament has not yet started. I believe we have a player announcement happening, but we gotta wait a bit. Can you see tables?
Yes, I can see
Okay.
everything. We're all good.
Lovely. Chat, do you guys have any questions for us to answer? Any thoughts? Can we get a feature match between Tam and Rebby?
I have my deck ready.
No. Oh, look, I do.
She wanted attention, so we must give it.
We're licking like crazy. Anywho, Tam's scared he's gonna get cooked by Rebby's bearded titan. I am technically 0-1 against bearded titans, so that is not an unfair statement.
I have a Hadaro Choco 4 list that he is sweated around, so
That's true. Let's get the ace maneuver scaling out of the way. Yeah, that's a good question, everybody. Is there a specific character that you guys want to see when it comes to round one? Is there anybody that you are pining to see? Also, you're cringe if you say yourself. I will just say that out loud. If you're just like me, I'm playing Byakko. Vasher Scanlon, me. Just play. I know you're not playing.
I can't time him out.
You offered to cast with me today, and I said no. I want to see what the Vash is brewing. Okay, I'm down.
No. I muted myself. Sorry, hold on. I can hear again. Yay.
Nope. You should unplug the headphones.
Yeah, because Kaiju was running around.
Makes sense. Wow, didn't have to expose my deny request like that. Shake my head. It's fine. It'll be fine. You'll be okay. Looks like the player meeting is over, so we're now just here waiting for
it to get started, yeah.
for us to get rocking. If you were playing today, who would you be playing?
Me, if I was playing today,
Yeah.
I would either be playing my Ochako 4 loop deck, or I think, honestly, I would have tried to put Mikasa 4 together, and I would have tried to see, like, just for fun, what I could have done with her. Because I am one of the 3 people that believes that she's pretty good, so...
I think she's good. And you and Chris Bromley agree, because that's Chris's main deck right now.
Oh,
But
okay.
Chris is doing some wild shit.
Mine is super badly drafted still, so I don't think I touched it since the last time I played it.
Yeah.
And I struggled. I think what she struggles a lot with, which any self-destruction deck does, is like having enough of a stage to play out what you're doing. That's where I struggled. I tried doing a really cool like combined firepower without being combined firepower kind of thing, where all my attacks milled, and then I did the gambling thing, but it didn't work out. And I kept playing the same attack over and over. It was always in my hand.
Yeah, it happens. If I was playing, it would be some sort of backup centric
It'd be Jester.
shenanigans. I made that Jester deck last night, and I was happy with it, like 90%, but I definitely still see the flaws in the deck. I don't know what that deck does against Unyielding. I just get shut back down to 4 foundations, and I go, well, shit. I guess I die. And so like I think Beast Titan has that problem. I think Jester has that problem. So it might be like a Zeke 3 angle, a Zeke War Chief, because that guy is allowed to like increase his checks enough to make it work.
Right. And I think what was really cool about your deck last night that I just was too upset to talk about, I think I was really, you hand trapped me. You said, I'm going to play Storm of Arrows 500 times. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, he's just going to keep looping the same thing. He's just waiting for me to like attack too much or build too much. And then he'll just loop me. And then you harness undeath me. And I had only highs in my hand. And I went, oh, I've been got.
Yeah. So I just made the revelation that in Jester, you're allowed to just like put the 4 arrows in. And if you see 3 visible arrows, you are allowed to play them infinitely. And with the Jaegerist, you're allowed to check the top card of your deck to see if they're going to pass or not. So like you'll just know if you're going to check 5s the whole way down, which is cool,
Crazy.
right? Like that's the idea.
No, I think she has something cool. I think you were working on it really well.
Yeah, I got the brainworms. Honestly, it's from Schwa. We were sitting down and we were making a deck together, and he starts doing stuff, and then like a light bulb clicked, and I went, now wait a minute, I don't have to play all these bad Titan backups. I get 10 of the Jaegerist backups. I'm so in. I'm so in. And she's got 3 attuned symbols, like 4, like to make the backup plan work. Like I can see her just like wax poetic about how I think that Jester is like so good. And most importantly, VME got banned. And so if you don't have 8 low blocks to deal with my 8 copies of Harness Undeath, I'm just going to nuke you.
I wonder if the reversal is going to boost our Choco 4 up. I'm kind of excited about the fake reversal in a Choco 4. I think it's a feel bad when it's in my hand and I don't have like many attacks in my hand. I think that's where I see the negative in it is it's a 6 difficulty. When if I play it on a block, it's a 4 difficulty. But
yeah. I
think she has enough going on right now that it's not groundbreaking for her to need it. Because she's trying to kill you on 2 or 3. And yeah, I saw the air reversal and went, oh, I need this for her. And then I looked and I went, I don't know if I need it.
I think it might be better not on the water symbol. Right?
Yeah,
I think
if
it
I
might be a
wasn't playing
thing
water.
that air and earth, it like will elevate their game plan, but water's just been the primary symbol. I think the more important thing for Ochako is just the use and reuse of the Chun-Li Foundation. If your thing gets minus damage, it doesn't, and you can't do it again.
Oh, that's such a cool foundation.
Yeah, that one's crazy. I wonder if we have the name of it on Ultra yet. No. The answer is no. But the air one, the Rising Uppercut, I'm absolutely playing that. Probably for the... it is a combination of 2 things I love. 1, I love reversals. Reversals are dope. And 2, Flame Aura is my favorite Universes card of all time, and this is Flame Aura shaped. It's just, this speed is 4. It's just all I want to do. It's all I want to do. So, like, I don't know how I'm not going to play an all-attuned character for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah, and I guess this is a question that kind of comes to mind. Do you think it adds more mental tax? I guess everyone says mental load to now have to predict on these symbols, like for new players, like are they gonna play an attack on my turn? And because it kind of like slightly introduces reversals in, right?
So the goal of reversals, right? Like here we get into the nuance of reversal.
Mm-hmm.
The point of reversals is to make you stop and hesitate just a little bit when it comes to am I allowed to just slam everything down on the table? Am
Right.
I allowed to poke and get this thing out of my hand? Like that's the goal of a reversal. The fact that these are on full block or on block or whatever, I commit a foundation or spend a momentum, which is a high cost on my rival's turn, and then replay it and then play this thing. I think that it is going to make some people trepidatious. I do not think that these on face are good enough to stop me from doing things. What it does say is that if you have a way to tactically make them better, like I'm seeing, man, if Kurama starts playing reversals, he can add them to your card pool on your turn, right? Anything that says your attack do a thing,
Yep.
just elevates these so incredibly much.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't think about it like that. Of like, oh, now these turn 2 aggros have to think a little harder before they make any decisions.
And that is the point, right? Of instead of see orange, play orange, it's now see orange, wait. What if can I survive if you just slam 4 to 10 damage down my throat on my turn?
Yeah.
What happens to my turn then? It does look like we have pairings.
We do have pairings.
Let me go jump into some tables and see what's up.
I think it should be good. I can see most of your playmat. It's like the small.
Looking through.
Is my lighting up?
I suck. I'm not playing anything
Brother, come on now.
crazy.
Yo, what up?
Yo, I'm just looking. You playing Armin?
I'm playing Armin. I think TC is on Burt 1 if I had to guess, but I'm not
Okay.
sure. I'm playing TC.
You might be where we're at. It depends on if he shows up. I think.
Oh, is he not here for the player meeting?
Well, he's not currently in this room, so.
Oh, okay, fair.
that's more what I care about. All right, I might be back.
It's like 23 players, and then it slowly died. So it was nice when it started.
Yeah, dude, I got into the game and it was like.
Okay. You want to do a 2d6 high roll?
Yes, please.
And then we'll both roll, and then whoever gets the high?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're gonna go to table 5.
Okay, and just okay.
We're gonna go to table 5, and just rock it.
Okay, that sounds good.
What up, fellas? You guys are gonna be on stream today. Me and my co-caster are gonna be flies on the wall. We will not be correcting any play or whatnot. If you have any infractions, you got to talk to the TO. You'll go on the official timer, not my timer. You guys are free to start as soon as you are legally allowed to.
That
Okay.
is right now. All right, cool. Draw my 7.
Okay.
I'll keep.
From here, I don't want to show non-video participants.
3,
I then come. Nope.
4,
I then come
and
to
then I will
here.
put that on the bottom and shuffle.
Love that. I've
Good
got
if I start.
you on
you're good.
commentary.
I'll go massive size
Discord
on the 3.
screen,
Checks.
we're there.
Big appetite on a 3.
Discord
checks.
screen, we're
Father
here.
Sin on a 3.
Remy, if you want to get a
Checks.
gamble
I'll
going, that would be so
respond.
sick. Or misplay, actually, if you're still
1,
here, that would be cool
2,
too.
3, 4. It's
Um,
got 2 attacks. So
Characters.
I'll
We've got
Yep.
Biako
I'll try
versus
hybrid on a
Porco.
5.
This is gonna be fun.
Byaco versus Porco. What are your thoughts here?
I think this is two really aggressive decks that are gonna slam their heads into each other and see who can kill each other the fastest. I am really excited to see what Gavin has going on. Gavin's playing Porco, right?
Correct. Gavin is playing
Yeah.
Porco.
I'm really excited to see what Gavin has going on with Porco because he does create some really cool aggressive decks. But also, Byaco is a monster as always. He's terrifying.
Yeah. If you had to give the 51% advantage to a character in this matchup, who would you give it to?
I think I would have to be Byaco just because I think it's there's so much more time and practice that we've had with Byaco and understanding his character and really like finding the holes and everything. And Porco's brand new, but that doesn't mean he's not as good, right? But I do think it leans a little bit more towards Byaco. What do you think?
I agree. I think that 38 is a big number.
38 is huge.
I think
That's another
38's
point. You're right.
a very, very big number, and I think for that reason alone, I would give it to the big cat. I need to put this over here. If I do that, does this? It does not. I want to. It's gonna ping everybody, and I apologize. And then. I'm gonna. If I do this, I should be able to add a browser setting. Yeah, it looks like on turn 2, B summon has touched the table.
Yep.
Which means that looks like we do have a gamble up. So thank you so much. Whatever mod it was. One of my favorite cards in Byaco. I'm glad people are finally playing it.
I do see that we blocked and we did check a Lust for Battle, so there is -1. But we're building, so it does not really matter.
Does make sense. New airship coming up. Oh, I am on the wrong thing. I'm on the wrong thing. I don't want this. Trying to get cards on the table, or cards on the screen. Which means I want it to be window capture at source.
I've got 1 in hand, so I'll draw 1, 2, 3. Got 4, 5, 6,
Card
7.
showcase. Okay, and then I want it to be this one here. Nice, we're doing it. And then, oh, it's just not gonna let me. That's lame. If I do this, and then do this, will it yell at me?
Looks like Porco is building again. Just didn't have enough gas in our hand because Porco does take 4 attacks in order to go off. Do you think? I guess a question for you. I know that you're busy doing your thing.
You're okay.
How impactful do you believe Mighty Blitz is in Porco and getting his combo off early?
It is so important because it takes and it does 2 things. Either you get to take and double up the stats with something along the lines of a Titan's armbar, or you get to shove the piece that you want to pick up and then put back down with the Mighty Blitz because of how Porco works.
Right.
So I think it's really, really important. I know this is not the card that we're supposed to be showing, but I got 1,000 things.
Have you guys seen Crouching Medium Kick?
Crouching
before?
Medium Kick is where it's at. It is Electric Moth time. I think that looks okay. I think it's a little blurry, but I think it's because of how I have to do it.
I think it looks fine.
Time for some P Porcoing Apprentice. That means you're not in your match. What happened? He just didn't show up? Oh no, poor TC. Yeah. TC's sleeping in. Yeah, who needs a round 1 win, you know?
Just win it off the rest of it.
Yeah, simple. Okay, so from here, Battle Lore release coming in.
Mhm.
There's so many cards with the word battle in them. Battle Lore release coming in. Massive for Byakko because of his once per turn stack a card on top of your deck. And then you can flip a foundation and then draw basically whatever you want out of your discard pile. Really good. It gives itself a bunch of stats based on the number of face downs. Then you get a bunch of stats based on the highest difficulty card inside your stage. Currently, Byakko's got a 5 difficulty. So if this is unanswered, this is going to be an absolutely massive move. And Porco's already down to 12. Basically, every move that Byakko plays for the rest of the game is going to be for lethal. You have to perfect block everything or else you're just going to explode. And Byakko's still at 38, which is a massive, massive life total.
Huge. And I saw he does have a sacrifice for cause on the table too. So on top of already what he's giving, if he knows that he could just slam lethal for half, he has that on top just to discard a card out and get more damage going.
Yeah. And on the turn that we want to pop off and go in, we've got that military airship to
pick it back
increase
up.
your hand size. Like this is more and more and more looks like it's going to be in Byakko's favor, but Barrier Shield and some on block tricks could be the thing to stave off and stop this turn. Looks like it was just a block though, as we play and pass, grabbing a second momentum over on Byakko's side, sending it back to Porco. Good stuff.
That was a really good play, yeah. Let's see if Porco gets it. I hope that we get a little something because it seems like it is going to be hard to find 38, right? Unless we find the teamings and are able to just play on easy progressive. But so there is worry there.
Start with first form, Marley's Warrior.
If he goes in, can he survive another turn? Or I guess that's like my question, right? Is how is he gonna deal with it?
Yeah, I mean that's the real question here is 38's a massive number to find, but as Porco, we've got the stage to cover it, right?
Right.
We've got a ton. Although checking this 3 on this Jaw Titan's Bite, being able to go and pick cards up
Yeah.
out of the attacks specifically up out of the discard pile, giving stats to all the other one. If Byakko does not have a good enough defensive hand, this could be a big deal. But Byakko's health is very deceptive. Airship to re-grab blocks. We've also got, I believe, the card is called Vast Strength. I'll look up Strength. No, it's not Vast Strength. It's
I was like, that is
no.
not the card.
It's the it's Evil Void, Dangerous Hybrid. You know,
There we
I
go.
was thinking Vast Hybrid and then Dangerous or whatever strength that is combined. Dangerous Hybrid. Spin momentum, -2 damage. And so right now Byakko actually has effectively 42 health. Not to mention any other tricks that we have like Referee Jury or
Yeah.
whatever to like take the, hey, this one is for 10 to kill you and Referee Jury it back down. So there's certainly some there, some play there. But second Jaw Titan Bite, this one I can't have on those symbols. This one being the Pearl coming down.
The pearl's so pretty in person. Sorry, I just wanted to comment on that.
It's super good. It's super
It's
good.
very, very pretty.
The pearls were so close to being just immaculate. I think it is just literally the legibility of them. Because like even on camera, like that art looks so good. Like
Yeah.
from far away, being able to actually see the entire thing through the text box is really cool. It's really, really cool. But man, I wish I could read the cards.
There is a card I saw. I have to figure out what its name is. Hold on.
What's it do?
It is on Byakko's. It's the Fat Gum card. I was curious.
Oh,
one that was.
it says flip draw a card if your rival, if
If your hand size is
if
less
your
than your
hand size
rival,
is less than your
discard.
rival, you don't have to discard.
Oh,
So it's
good.
just a 2/5 flip draw card,
Okay.
which is incredible to Biako, right? Because he stacks his
Yeah.
deck.
And now it's sealed, so he does not get to draw.
Correct. Dropping down to a very hardy 32 health, 32 to 12, and we have so much more
Mighty
to play to
Blitz
happen.
in to start. Yep. There we go.
This is a 5 mid for 3. Comes in with 2 extra damage.
And he has teamings in his discard pile, so he
Any responses?
can definitely start getting off to the races if he really wanted to. And I think he has to, right? I mean, I don't know if there's a world where we can pass it back.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, this is just like the best idea that Porco could possibly have, right? This is now a 5 mid for 8 because of the added stats off of Mighty Blitz itself, plus the stats that we got off of the Jaw Titan's bite. We get Porco to start lifting and then playing it down. That is the big question here.
Yeah. And he did do the Warriors to give +1 to his checks earlier that I noticed.
Okay, perfect. I mean, that just says that there's so much more to be played here, and we've only played 3 cards out of our hand, right? It's just
Yeah.
these 3 attacks. It looks like we're adding in a Titan armbar, exactly what we want. This is now a 6 mid for 13, which is going to demand an answer in the form of referee jury.
Yep.
From Bianco's side, putting this attack's damage all the way back down to 4 and punishing Porco for playing more enhances by forcing you to commit foundations.
Well, he has Dark Ward, so he's not going to get... I mean, he loses his Dark Ward, but he's not going to get punished, right?
Correct.
He can cancel that and make Biako commit for him, yeah.
Yeah, Biako would commit one, and then you would just respond with a Dark Ward. Yeah, good heads up play. But it looks like we're getting a little desperate. We can see, we've got that yellow warning flash of, these are a little too big. Let's use that dangerous hybrid for -2 damage. Make this down to 2 redraw, 30 health still to get through here.
Yeah, and he has Blimp, so if he really wants to use it now, if he thinks he's not going to live another turn, he could pick that jury right back up.
Yes.
So.
Man, how crazy. And Blimp even lets you pick up face downs, right? This is such sick technology on the defensive capabilities of Biako, of like, you imagine your 5-hander, I don't want to play these extra non-foundation cards. But we see almost the full suite of card types. We've got assets, we've got actions, we've got it all. The only thing we're missing is a 9 Titans backup for -4 damage, Like that's all we're missing to have the full suite. But just being able to turn this attack Titan, Team of the Attack Titan, into 4 damage again is like so potent.
Yeah, and now Biako has -1 to his check. We did discard a Lust for Battle when we milled with Porco.
And it looks like +2 damage to
+2 damage
to the
to
next
the
one.
next, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it just asks the question, hey, do I use this referee jury on this attack, or I know the next one's going to get +2 as well? And it looks like the answer is we're Mighty Blitzing on Porco's side to add in a barrier shield. So we actually lost a singular piece of progressive here.
Yeah, so it's a 6 for 10 right now?
Correct. Yeah, we can see over on the phone there, 6 mid, 10, and then, or it might not be mid. We're unsure what the zone is. I think it is mid.
Fair. That's fair.
But from here, questions have been asked by Porco, and answers are being demanded by Biako.
I was gonna say, it almost seems like this is going to be really hard to block because -2 already off the bat. Oh, we have another jury in hand. That's fine.
Whoa!
Check. Ooh.
So we checked the 2 there because of the -1, right? Which
Yep.
is dope. But this is dropping this down to 4. And man, we're gonna have to, as Porco, deal with a 3rd jury if we want, which is so crazy. With that said, it's not dangerous combat. It is these 3. Destroy foundation for +1 stun.
Oh, I can't remember the name of it, but
We're looking.
it's the Yu Yu Hakusho.
Frightening Calm. Frightening Calm. Yeah, I knew it by looking at it. Frightening Calm destroying a face down Lust for Battle, so -1 to their next check. Stun 1. We are effectively committing out Byaku's entire board here. Feels very good. Porco added the shield, not Blitz, right? We
Correct.
added Blitz back to our hand and then put shield into the card pool.
And it looks like Byako tried using his referee juries, but we canceled both of them.
100%. But I mean, use them now, get them out of the way.
Yeah.
You had to fight through them, so it does make sense. The question is, how much more can Porco swing? And the answer is, we've got a Mighty Blitz. We've got way more. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 checks of 5, 6. Sending me to commit 2 foundations for 7, 8 because of the +1 to our check for the rest of the turn. 5 mid for 3 comes in with an extra 4 damage. So Mighty Blitz, its entire goal, its entire idea is to be nice, and it's a small move, but it's gonna get absolutely
It's mighty.
yoked because of the card pool that we currently have.
Yeah, and looking at the board state, honestly, it feels like Porco's done a lot, but Byako still has another jury that he has in his card pool to pick up, and we still have 26 more damage to get through.
Yeah.
And I just, like, I'm curious if it's going to be enough or if we're going to get punished.
So that is the question, right? I think our goal here might be that we are I believe that we just hit another Lust for Battle.
Yes, so -1 to
So
Byako's
-2 to the
again.
check? That means that this jury is failable. Unless we stack a 6.
We're gonna stack a 6, of course.
Hey, okay. Hey, good heads up play from Byako. The patience is so important here.
Yeah.
Man, I think that stacking the 6 actually says this line is no longer lethal. I think we need double teaming with the Attack Titan.
I agree. Oh, there's Blip.
And pick up this face down.
A mysterious face down.
I don't know what card he picked up. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, who
2
knows?
seconds.
Pass. I will blow a whistle.
Yeah, use the referee jury. It does check the 4s, so we're good there. This will drop down to 4 damage. We're now going to drop down to 22. Again, I think that, like, using Porco here is going to be good, but I mean, we're going to pick up the teaming, put something in our card pool, but the question is what could it possibly be? Oh, pick up armbar, add armbar. Interesting. Okay, so now 5 for 6, and it gets the 1/1 from Porco itself. It's 5 for 7, -2 down to 5. So from here we've got 22 to get through, or 21 to get through. We can do, let's see, if it's teaming, it's 5. It then gets 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. From there, 12 from Porco, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm not seeing how we
Find
get
21.
21 is too much.
21's really hard. That's what I just started thinking. I was like, how much are we going to get through? Check a 3 feels bad, too.
Although I will say, if we are here, we are allowed to pick up this teaming, right?
Get
And
plus-
so then it would be on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Checks a 5, 6, 7. 3, 5, 6, 7. I think actually be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it would be. I think it's actually unfailable. I think this is checkmate.
Okay.
I think we found the 38.
I'd love to see it.
This is insane. This is actually crazy. I think you have to, from here. Oh, we can't. We can't flip the jury anymore.
No.
We don't have the foundations to pay.
We
They
do
changed. They changed the rules. They changed the rules.
on
I can't commit Byako to stop this. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Holy cow. What an insane hand. See, these are the hands that I lose to as against Porco. Except it happens to be on turn 2. So the fact that it was turn 5, I guess we should feel lucky. We should feel blessed even.
Very, very.
And the last card in our hand was a Seething Anger, saying that it doesn't count, which is going to make the check even easier to play. 1, 2, 3. We had another jury? Holy cow!
That's
We had them
crazy.
all. Wait, did jury save us? I don't think so. He said it's enough. You can't fail it. We'll go to the next game. We were sitting here saying, "Hey, 38 is too much. 38 through triple jury and -4 damage." Porco says, "Short work, don't care, didn't listen." Insane.
That's what I get for doubting my boy. That's what I get.
Insane. Wowzers. Okay, so if you were in Biako's shoes,
Yeah.
what is the adjustment that you make? What happens here?
Honestly, I think I'm just trying to think of what I would do, because you're gonna have to have something that can stop what's happening, right? Gonna have to make it so either. I'm just trying to think of what's on the Earth symbol. I'm so sorry. What
You're
we could
okay.
actually do, because we have juries, and we obviously were running through our deck enough that we could stack them, and we had enough in hand. But I don't know if it's just we should have kept going. I don't know if we had enough attacks in our hand to keep going, but
So we saw an extra battle or release in hand, and we also decided to use that airship defensively.
correct.
Right? And so that airship easily could have been, let's pick back up the Moth, let's pick back up the Battle Aura, and then keep playing attack cards out that way and see how we do. If there's a 3 on top of our deck, we're going to lose anyways because of how much. But man, if I'm in Biako's shoes, I don't know that I wouldn't have made the same line. 38 through triple jury because of the chip plus 4 extra health. Like that's not supposed to happen. That's I don't know. I'm not sure there's a single character in the entire game that can deal with what the amount of damage that Porco can have. So it might just be, hey, you're the big cat. You put plus 5 damage on everything. Just race him. He's only got 24 health. Just race him.
Just race him. Yeah. No, that was a really cool match, and I think it's really cool that what seemed like, this isn't going to be it, just transformed to, oh god, this is it.
Chat, what are you guys all thinking? Are you happy with the match? Are you excited? Because that was a very flashy hell of a kill. It was very, very cool.
Every other card was Pearl. Very flashy.
Crossfade, this is Universes. It's like the Funko Pop of card games. Two of your favorite characters from like your favorite IPs. Right now we've got Porco from Attack on Titan versus Biako from Yu Yu Hakusho. They like battle it out. And the really cool thing, as opposed to like a game like White Schwartz, where it's like IP agnostic or segregated, we actually get to mix our IPs in the decks that we play. It's very cool.
And also we're getting turtles soon.
We're getting turtles soon. White Schwartz is a bad card game. I don't think so. I think any card game that you're allowed to climax is a good card game.
Anyways,
Beast Summon
we
coming
started
in.
with Beast Summoning again. Oh, Dragon Strikes are good. didn't even think about Dragon Strikes.
Dragon Strike is super good.
I think
5
that's
mid for
really
5.
good, yeah.
Selectively flip their
Flip.
piece. Byakko flips another one. You can even do it on block. A lot of cool things. Looks like Seething Anger block coming in. Checking just pour enough on it to commit an extra one. The question is will Byakko press their luck and get some momentum? Plus 5 damage is a big swath of damage. It looks like the answer is yes. Checking bad again, though.
Yeah.
I will say, I think that this is just the correct thing to do. I think
so
that we are supposed to swing nice and heavy. I have no idea the name of this one. I will go find
it's
it.
like Entangled Snare.
Hmm.
Something like that. It's snare.
Ensnaring Roots.
I
Very
just
close.
had where it
Very
goes.
close. Hey, I'll count it. That counts. 3 mid for 5 makes you flip an additional one. This could be 15 damage if we want. If we think that this move can't be blocked, 5 damage from Byakko, 5 damage from Massive Size. I mean, this is slam 15. Here's half your life total. I think that is the game plan that we have to implore as Byakko. I think that because you saw how many foundations it took for Byakko to go down, right?
Yeah.
How many attacks it took Porco. I think from here, you just slam another move if you've got it. I don't know. I build and play literally every card in my hand. There's no way that Porco attacks on turn 2. I think you just disrespect the hell out of this guy.
Especially because most of his board is face down too. Now he
Correct.
lost these really cool pieces that he just built in. And now it becomes if I build, no, Byakko's going to keep flipping my stuff. And now I'm not going to get my cool techniques like Marley Warriors. And we're going to go in. That is exciting.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this must be that, like, the hand is just being aggressive. I'm sure that
I think so too.
What Porco wants to do here is just play attack cards. Or, sorry, is to just build foundations. So playing the Jaw Titan's Bite is just a 4, maybe 5 damage move with Porco. Put some more pieces inside of my discard pile, and then honestly just get this 2 mid block out of my hand and set up to string out cards later. But we'll just have to see. Maybe there is some amount of moves to be had as Unabashed Manner comes in, being discarded for the Jaw Titan's Bite's Blitz ability to go pick another one up. Okay, just kidding. We might stumble into a win here.
Minus one of the check. Okay.
Oh man, crazy. I'm sure that at this point Porco was like, "Why didn't I use the Marley and Warriors to get plus one of my checks?"
Wait a minute.
That was the goal. So there it is, dropping down to 33. Man, it's crazy that Byakko starts at almost twice the health that Porco does. It's so funny.
Yeah. Okay, we're building.
I dig it. I dig it.
The poke is cool.
Yeah, I like the poke there specifically for the idea that we telegraphed.
He's setting up for next turn too. If he makes it through next turn, now he has another Jaw Titan's Bite in his hand.
Yes.
And
yeah.
now he has something started.
I totally agree. Yeah, he's got the bite in hand so that the next turn could look exactly like it, except for the fact that we put it in momentum. But we did mill a second one, so we should still be okay. I wonder what momentum pieces we have inside of the Porco list. I guess it's powerful off of Mighty Blitz.
Yep, that's a big one. I think it's a really unexpected one too, because most of this you're like, oh, well, you know what's coming in, then you're like, oh, this is powerful 4, because that's how it was with Ochako. As I was like, I picked up this momentum, I don't know why, and then I was 4 off, and I look and I go, 4 damage right here, and I was able to just swing it through.
Kaboom! The mightiest of blitzes.
Mighty Blitz.
man.
Starting battle aura.
I am nervous that Porco's stage is too big and our stage's Byakko is too small.
Why do you say that?
I say that because I think 2 solid blocks. What do we think? How much damage output will the third attack do? Is our big question, right? We know that one of these cards in hand is a 2 mid block. Do we have 2 or 3 cards in hand?
We have 2, I thought.
I thought it was also 2, but it looks like taking 10 down to 14 and airship coming down.
So a little peek of the hand. Excited.
So airship plus jury.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a way to draw additional cards on Byako's side.
Not that I'm seeing. I do see toughest punk, is that what it is? So that's
Yes.
more minus damage. And then we have the the hood card. And we have a momentum, so that's another -2.
Yeah, but activation of Marleyan Warriors says that this attack is about to be volatile. We're going to be counting to 33 best we can, and Gavin has got the stage to do it. Starting off with a very cool piece that I haven't seen.
That's a cool momentum use.
Yeah, inside of Porco yet. Blue Flame Torment. Tell me about this one.
Yeah, so this one, make your rival check a 6. They fail it. +1 damage, +1 to your next check, and then do it again. You get to do it twice. And I think the really cool part about this is in the card pool, this is going to sit, and Porco picked up this momentum. So if he tries to check a jury, if he tries to block, we're going to say, actually, -2 to your check. I hope you have enough resources to pass the check, or else you are going to die if this is a drastic measure. Because I think it's really cool that it's going to sit in here, and we're going to get through. And then now this Byako has to sit here and think about his checks a little harder.
Yeah, this is a really cool piece of technology, and not applicable in this situation, but just like looking at the deck in full. Even if this is just a one-of, right? I can Mighty Blitz this card in when my rival's health is low enough, where I don't need the +2 damage from extra attacks. This is such a cool piece of technology. I really like the inclusion of Blue Flame Torment. I'm probably going to include it as a one-of in all of my Porco lists from now on. This
I
is
think
neat.
Blue Flame is always an addictive card. I loved playing it. I played it in Godzilla, and it just felt so fun to be like, okay, I hope you didn't stack anything on your deck. Start checking. Okay, well, you failed them. Oh, now I have +1 million in my check.
Yeah. No, I love it. I absolutely dig it. And we're doing these bite strings, right?
Yeah.
And we know that the momentum is a bite. So all it's gonna take is for us to after they make the check, we just like put that bite back in the discard pile and make it there's so many cool lines to be had, interactive pieces of the kind of the puzzle, the trap that Porco has set up already.
Yeah, and I agree. And he has the added benefit that he has a latent skill on board. So if we don't have attacks, we'll just if we have those Bing Bong cards, we can add more in if that's what the plan is. Or if we don't have enough attacks, we can just draw more.
Yeah. I dig it. Absolutely dig it. But the fact that the latent skill hasn't been fired off yet is a big deal, I think. If I was sitting in Byako's shoes, I would actually be a little nervous as the Jaw Titan's bite connects, and we have that Mighty Blitz coming down.
Mighty Blitz starting it all off again. Mighty Blitz is such a cool card regardless. I really enjoy that card.
Yeah, it's super, super neat. Putting in the 4th card inside the card pool, so now Porco's allowed to do their thing. Mill the 3, 1/1 on the Mighty Blitz. Pick up this Attack Titans, Team of the Attack Titan, and then continue on from there.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 massive hits.
Yeah.
If you were to seal a thing on the board, I mean, the answer is just
nothing.
I guess none of it does matter. I guess you're totally right.
None of it matters.
Yeah.
But we'll seal the 1 just in case. I think that's a good move.
Yeah, what happens if they
seal the
snap
dangerous
momentum on
hybrid.
defense?
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen.
It could happen. The -1 to Byako's check makes playing that jury even scarier.
And we added in another Attack Titans bite.
Check a 2. Okay.
Checks a 2. We could make it a little worse if we really wanted to.
Oh!
But, whoa! Action cancel coming down on Porco's side. a card that I did not think was going to be seeing a ton of
I
play.
didn't-
Resolute End. 2/5 response remove, sack a foundation. We've got so many committed foundations that we feel great. After your rival plays an ability on an action card, cancel it.
Wow.
This 9 damage move
was-
will stay exactly where we want it to be.
I think that was a really cool move from Porco, and I don't think I saw that in his deck first game. So, unless you did, but I think that was a really neat ad because that definitely handles those juries.
100%
well.
that it 100% think that it came out of the sideboard. I love the play, right? Like there's so many high impact actions as we're seeing this referee jury being looped over and over and over again. It feels really good, and I think the important thing here is because we shut down the first jury, half of jury's ability inside of Byakko is the fact that we can stack our deck with Byakko and then draw a second jury. This stopped not just a two jury turn, but now a 3 jury turn, and because of the shutdown, it's now a 1 jury turn. Crazy.
Feels very good. We do have another jury in hand.
Do we?
Yes, we
This
do.
is gonna be a 4 jury turn.
It's gonna be a million jury turns.
The refs got to get out of here, man. Let me play the game. All right? It's
Too
feeling like I'm
much
playing soccer.
interference.
Knock it off and let me kick the damn ball.
I think Porco's saying I'm gonna kick it anyway. And
Yes.
we obviously don't get to use the effect on the first jury because there is a dark ward on board. So we're just gonna hurt ourselves by committing. We're gonna attempt it.
I think this makes sense if we have the second jury in hand. I think that is a big deal. Of I will commit my one now to potentially try and commit the last one later, and that is us interacting and canceling, you could say, with the biggest air quotes of all time, the +1 that we got from the Marleyan Warriors, right?
I think it's really cool too if you think about it because if he cancels this one, then when we play the next one, we don't have to worry about, and then we can pick up the face down, and then we can just start studying out his board. So we can try and make it so he can't play out this string that he's desperately trying to get out.
I'm confused why the jury got unflipped.
I think.
We're still resolving Porco. I think that is the answer.
Okay.
Is we are
Now
still
we're
resolving
doing it.
Porco.
Okay.
I will now enhance flip and have you commit 1. The answer is no, thank you.
No, thank you. I think that's a good play from Byakko. I really do. I think it's a head. I like
ahead.
it. No, you're good. I think it's heads up. It is going to try and make it so he can't continue this string because now he has that jury in hand. He can pick up the face down. So that's 2 more juries minimum.
How do we pick up
And-
the face down? I'm confused.
There's never mind. Blimp is committed.
We snap pipped up the blimp as soon as the
The-
first one got canceled.
The
So,
girl covered it.
Yes. Yes.
Never mind.
It looks like we're taking 8 damage even through a referee jury. Was this one refereed or the last one? This must have been the last one. It must have been the last one.
Yeah.
Because this one got the
Siege.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Checks a 5, 6. Committing 1 for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's at an 8. Excuse me. All these very white cards. I miscounted.
Math hard.
Yeah, math is hard. 3 mid for 4 comes with an extra +2. This is gonna be for 7, and we get to pick up the teaming up afterwards.
Yep.
I think you hold on to the referee jury for as long as absolutely possible. Well, maybe not now. I think maybe we might toss this off. It's for 9. What could the next one be? Right? If I played, and we're flipping. I absolutely rock it.
Yep.
Hey, this is gonna go down to 4. But is it? So it goes to 4, goes to 9. I think with the +2/+2, this might just still be checkmate. Because I put this to 4. I take the 4, go to 9. When I play the teaming, it comes in with 5, 6, 7 from Porco, 8, 9 from the bites. You have to deal with this thing twice.
Yeah, and another, again, talking about the Blue Flame Torment here, there's -2 to this jury's check if he wants it, if he checks a 3.
Checks the 3 responses.
Well, if we check the 3...
We can make it a 1.
We can make it a 1. We would commit the extra resources, but it actually puts -1 attacks in the card pool. I'm not sure that messes with the teaming math at this point. I think we have enough attacks that it's fine.
Yeah, it does not anymore. It does not mess with the math anymore.
Wait, but because we had the second jury, we didn't use the stack on Byaku. I think we get out of this alive.
Oh.
We stack with
I didn't
Byaku.
see that.
We're gonna take the 4 damage, and then redraw. I think we're getting out of this. I think we're gonna live at 5.
We said that last time.
We did say it last. Hey, double teaming would be nutso here. Double teaming is crazy.
Yes.
I'll put the besiege on the screen just long enough in between, so then I can go back to the team of the attack titan.
Good.
Last card in hand. We know it's a 1 low. He only has 1. He only has 1, and we know there's a referee jury in hand. I think we have to give up the ghost. I think Byaku stole it. I think Byaku stole it because of the defense. Again, this could have been so many juries. So many juries.
I think that in Byaku's shoes, this is really hard to deal with because I think Byaku's really only defense is jury, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have enough big enough hand size. We're going for it to deal with this and to be able to block and everything. So I think it feels like really exhausting in Byaku's shoes to be like, I have to sit here and let all of this hit me, and I have to be really meticulous with how I play these juries. And obviously it has worked out so far.
I think our goal here as Porco is Byaku's a big dumb 5-hander. He's gonna miss. I think that's the only way that we have a prayer. But literally, it is find a 5 damage move, a printed 5 damage move, and it's over.
Yeah.
I've got +5 from Byaku. I've got +5 from massive size. The review here will be very telling. We did not review.
I don't think I saw an attack unless I'm correct.
And we didn't review?
No.
What? Did we count our discard pile? No, we had two attacks there. Oh, and there it is. Okay. I was like, what is happening? We didn't review? Okay, so this move does make it game over. This is representing 15 damage all by its lonesome.
Yes. We have no cards in hand, no way to draw cards.
Oh, we're at 14. It could have been any move. Literally a 4 damage move, and we end up getting there.
Correct.
Yeah, +5 damage from Byaku, +5 damage from massive size. And then there it is.
There
5
it is.
mid, 4,
15.
2, 1D.
Oh,
5 mid for
20.
15, sorry. 5 mid for,
I was like,
for 15.
20.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
I was so close to checking. the
Chat
board.
chat said the word 30, and I went, what?
20.
I said, what? But there it is, 1-1 now for the big cat coming back. And the answer was, he had the answer the whole time. And it was, how much can I get the ref involved? Like a dirty boxer over here hugging and just making the ref do all the work. Split them up, get them back to your corners.
Teacher's pet.
Yeah, that big cheating cat. I love it. I love it.
I think that was really good play from both of them. Yeah, I was very happy to see that Byaku could come out of a turn with Porco being so aggressive.
Yeah. I will say, I think that there was a misplay at the very, very end. One of them big Jordan Lemon moments where if you would have just held on to the low block and just partial the Dragon Strike, we lived, right?
Yes, and unless, no, we would have lived because we had no draw.
We had no draw, but we had the resources to block a 6-speed move, right? Like even check a 3.
Correct, yeah.
I had the resources available. I think what you had to do is you had to put Byaku on multiple attacks or a high attack that got to 14, which they all did in the situation. But like we could have found not the 5 later, right? Because it would have been it would have been 9. It was at 9 or something like that.
Mhm.
But we would have found it later. We're Porco. We were just gonna find it.
Right, and I wonder if thinking about Byaku's deck is if he didn't have the attacks, but he had like 2 Father Sins. Was he gonna, if he didn't draw an attack off the first one, was he gonna play a second one?
I mean, you would have had
And
to,
try
right?
he would have cycled his deck, but he would have had to. That was a cool way to try and find an attack, being a 5-hander.
Yeah. I dig it. Yeah, puts early game puts more cards in the discard pile. Late game tries to dig for an attack card.
Anders
Love the
needs so
technology.
bad.
Certainly do. But I believe for the first time this entire match, Porco will be going first. Very scary if you're playing as the 5-hander in this
I'm
situation.
terrified. I'm terrified as a usual 5-hand player.
And here it is, probably the MVP
Got him
Foundation
Warriors off top.
inside of the
Feels
deck.
good.
Yeah, Marlene Warriors, followed by the thing that is stopping the committing on the. What an insane opening hand! A second one?
That's a crazy.
Wow. One copy of that
Four.
card, you can call it Frightening Calm. Second copy of that card, it's Frightening Panic for sure. I'm freaking out if all your moves.
Anxiety.
Yeah, all your moves have stun too if you want.
We did not hit for an attack. To
Rough.
Draw.
Rough. Is this a build to pass?
And now I call the judge.
There
Oh,
it
he
is.
wanted-
Hey, good call.
He wanted the
Good.
prettier one.
He does want the retro one. That makes sense. That does make sense.
Great Buckler, really good ad.
Whoa, I love that play. Let's go look up Great Buckler. Huge play last season when all those ponies were running around. Those yucky pony players.
Ew.
How dare they?
I want every pony player to hear this. Ew.
Heard loud and clear. Tell me about Great Buckler and why it's so good in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, it turns Porco's coolest cards off. So whenever he plays a teaming, you know what? It's going to stay in the card pool. And now you have this stuck in there. And now your cool pickup go is no longer as efficiently operable, right? And Porco's never going to have the momentum to cancel this. Unless he does. And he surprises me, which he has all game.
Fair. Yeah, it is. We did into the last game with the momentum, but if we spin that momentum, that means we don't have the minus to the check. We don't have the extra powerful. Like there's a ton to be said about this. But I think the most important thing about this turn, Rebby, is we activated Marley and Warriors on 4 foundations.
We did.
Our hand is straight gas. We wanted the insurance of +1 on my check for the rest of it. I would be very, very nervous. I don't think this is going to be 38. I think 38's a tall order. I think we easily get him down to 10, 15 health, which is much more manageable for Porco to deal with.
Yeah. We blocked! Yay! We blocked all game.
We blocked, but with an important one,
Yeah.
a battle releases a ton of our
I
damage
think-
represented.
I think this mattered. I think it does matter to not take 8 and to say, okay, find 38 now. Now that it's going to be, yeah.
Yeah. Huge. Second Mighty Blitz, though, I could totally understand why we activated the Marley and Warriors. This is one of the best turn 2s that this deck can ask for. Mighty Blitz, stuff 1. Mighty Blitz, stuff another. But we're opting not to utilize the card pool stuff here. But we are saying +2 to the next one. But notably, we didn't use the Lust for Battle. Does this signal the fact that we might be done attacking after this?
Well, also, Byaku doesn't have cards in hand, so I am wondering if he's thinking there's no way for him to draw, so there's no point in doing it. I don't think Byaku's close to 30, so I don't know if that's a concern for Porco at this moment.
I think that is the piece of information that I missed. I missed that we did not have cards in hand, so yeah,
We're
no reason for the
fine-hander, Cameron.
minus stats. I was over here looking at Porco do kickflips. I'm sorry. I'm not over here looking at that big cat's hand.
Check a 3 on a 5, okay. So it's a 4, 5, perfect. Now this is the one that we're gonna want to keep in this card pool, correct? We're gonna want to keep this team again.
I think that makes sense to me, and at the moment, it certainly is a use it before you lose it kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Of we have 2 committed foundations. We've got double frightening anxiety, as it will be named now. It's possible that the stun 2 could come in, but it is very telegraphed, right? It does take 4 full enhances to commit down this Great Buckler.
Yes.
Looks like we're picking up a Mighty Blitz, though.
Putting down an
Adding in-
armbar, adding more damage.
Wowzers.
I think we have to go for it. I think Byaku's has to use that.
Please stop hitting me. Please knock it off.
Think you check anymore.
If Byaku gets turn 2'd here, it would be so crazy. 38 is so much through a block. So much through a block. And
Yeah.
I will say, let's pretend that it misses, right?
Right.
Byaku is not actually set up to throw some massive haymakers back at Porco. 24 is actually a lot for Byaku to deal with because we haven't found that massive size or that dangerous hybrid. We only have +3 damage on all of our moves, which, I mean, Porco's got +3 damage on all his moves. He has to work a little harder for it, but this is the same damage output that we have.
Actually, it's +5 if you count Porco.
I guess it is. I guess it is even more. So, man, the question is does Gavin keep going knowing
I
we
was gonna say
can't pick up the teaming?
It would depend on if he had more teamings in hand, but from the way it's looking, I'm not entirely convinced. We know for sure there's a Mighty Blitz in hand. Thinking 7-hander wise though, I'm just concerned that he doesn't have everything he needs to keep going now that teaming is stuck.
Now, the hesitation is certainly there, signaling that this could be the end of this turn, breathing a sigh of relief over on Byaku's side. And again, the healthier that Byaku is, we see a B-sum in the discard pile here. It could be that much more. Looks like not quite it, and probably not the amount of damage that if you're the Porco player that you were looking to leave the turn off with, especially with our foundation base is really, really low. A big aggressive string like that might not be happening on the next turn, but it looks like build to pass from Byaku's side as we send it back to Porco.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, and we built a really good card in. Can't remember the name of it, but
The
I played it.
toughest punk in junior high.
No.
Or do you mean split body?
Split body. I think split body is really important here. No, it says if they block your attack, doesn't it?
Yes.
Never mind. We're building anyway. I was thinking as you were talking earlier,
Go ahead.
and I just started feeling so Blue Flame Torment build about the momentum he had. I went, ooh, what if he has one in hand? And he's like, now you can't pass your attacks. That's a really cool defensive tactic from Porco. Is if you're gonna start slamming a bunch of damage at me, I'm gonna make you not pass your checks.
Yeah, I dig it. I really, really dig it. But Porco building back out 4 fresh foundations,
I
doubling
think this
up
was the
our
right
stage.
choice.
Yeah, stage is way more healthy, and asking for a ton of answers to be had. Double overhead hammer fist. Type in
Double fist hammerhead.
Double fist hammerhead, like a shark. Double hammerhead shark coming down. 0 high for 5. Not a very high impact move for Byaku, but one that represents checkmate a ton. As in order to block this move at all, as an additional cost, you have to flip a bonus foundation. So this combined with Byaku's flipping, combined with that split body. The entire board is about to be face down over on Porco's side, which is going to make that Thunderous Roar incredibly impactful, right?
Yes.
0 high for 8, and then we can give plus, 2, 4, 6, 8 speed on basically whatever move that we want. With 24 health, though, speed is cool. We kind of want to end the game, you know?
No, 100%. Yeah, I think this is Byaku needs to have. Was that a block or a?
It was a block, but in order to
Okay.
play the block, we had to flip an additional
A jury in the
foundation.
discard pile.
Yeah, I think that is huge, especially if we have a bonus.
Grabbed an
jury
electric
in our
moth
hand.
off of. That's a really good grab off of that.
Ensnaring Roots, Great Buckler, Battle Aura. I'll go Moth on a 6.
We drew into the electric moth thanks to the Father Sin. Father Sin seems so cool for Bianco, and
Yeah.
let me attempt to solve your 5 hand size problem. And let me get you to 30 way quicker than you were going to by yourself.
Yeah.
I think we just, yeah.
I think this was such a huge pickup. I think this is so important. I think this is gonna put a second jury in our hand.
Yes, it is. And we just sealed, is it Thunderous Roar?
Thunderous Roar, yeah.
Yes, we just sealed that, so now we do not have that speed.
So from here, we do get to now pick up whatever card we want.
Is there a world where when they blocked with Barrier Shield, we should have responded with Split Body and flipped their Dark Ward? Or their capture the target.
I think either of those would have been choices. It is interesting to have left the Split Body up, because I'm not exactly sure when we would have a better opportunity to play out some moves.
I filled with dope.
Yeah, I have found that card's not very good against Porco. He kind of,
No.
I play it and then he just kills me, and I go, "What happened?"
He
That's
just picks it up anyway. He's
What-
like,
what do you- what
actually, it has
happens?"
text again.
Yeah. But it looks like that's going to be the end of the turn. I think we
Yep.
got out of that turn what we wanted, right?
Yes. We wanted to build enough of a stage for defense, and we have 2 juries in hand. So we are in the beginnings of being able to defend against what this Porco is going to try and do.
Yeah, evened up our life totals here, and then proceeding to play out some moves. But if we want to, on Porco's side, we can absolutely Frightening Calm our entire staging area away to stun down
Stun
the
out
rest of
that
this
board.
board.
We do have Toughest Punk, so we do have some minus damage on board. Hopefully we'll see if that doesn't get sealed.
Yeah.
That was good pick. Good grab. Is there anything Bianco can do in this situation? He's not starting out like every other aggro turn at 38. Do you think that this is scarier for him?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 38 is a way harder number to hit. 17, not so much, right? To the point where I'm not even sure that I would have used the referee jury on this one. I might have just taken the lick. This does showcase that also we just like don't have a 3 mid block. I don't know. It is a tough spot to.
Okay, putting a filled wood out. We're
Yeah.
gonna draw that. Interesting.
Yeah, this is.
We have 2 cards, 3 cards in hand.
I think that it is 2 cards. I think we have another referee. Oh, 3 cards. Yeah.
3 cards. So wait, there's a jury. There's a filled wood out. There's something else.
Yeah. We'll have to.
A
We'll have
block?
to see. Well, we're hoping it's a block, right?
Yeah. Okay. Get
This
that
is
armbar out of here.
Absolutely the card that we have to turn off.
Yeah.
This is for sure our fulfilled without target.
Yes, I 100% agree with this choice.
If
Unless we pull out that action to cancel it.
yeah, if we had let this one through, I think that it would have been abysmal to play against. This turns every attack or every card in Porco's hand into an attack card, and they all get that scaling damage. You get to reset and reloop them with Porco. This would have been game over. Very heads up play for Bianco to pick this one up. I don't think that I would have made that choice. I'm sitting over here lamenting about how bad this card is in the matchup, and he just found it at the perfect moment.
He
very
said,
very cool.
I feel like Tamron Cardwell was talking bad about me. Let me prove him wrong.
Let me prove it wrong. He's
I
got
want
the
to make
stream
that guy
up.
look like a fool.
He's got the stream up. I appreciate it. Hey, while you're here, drop us up for sure. Use that Twitch Prime. 3 clicks.
Please let his children eat. By children, I mean cats. Okay.
3, 4, 5. We are committing a ton of our board here, but Second Besiege coming down. If we didn't have the block for the first one, we probably don't have the block for the second one.
No, and this is interesting. This is a lot slower than we've seen Porco play, because usually by now he's putting Mighty Blitz on and he's going, all right, the combo starts now. But now we have to wait one more attack before he can really start. He can either transform or he can start looping.
Yeah, this is I mean, this all comes back to the decision in that last turn. We opted to play that Mighty Blitz very late in our string to try and eke out a little bit more
Does this punish us?
leverage. And I think that you're right. I think this is slowing our turns down pretty significantly.
Tried to commit, got that Dark Ward off the board. That feels pretty good as Bianco. Now, when you play the other jury you have in hand, you can start committing down his board.
I don't know that we play the jury here. I mean, we're gonna be.
We did.
I'm saying I'm not sure that we
you're not
should.
sure if it's the right mood. Okay.
I'm not sure that it's the correct thing to do in this situation.
That makes sense. Sorry, I thought you were just like.
No, I don't think we did.
I don't think we did play it. I'm like,
nah, that doesn't make any
just saw
sense to
him
me.
make the check. I mean, he has frightening anxiety on the board, right? Like,
Yeah.
he obviously the rest of Bianco stage could easily be committed. We can easily make him not be able to check because, yeah, we just blow up and we just start breaking that board apart.
Chat has said time.
Well, that's not our worry, so we have a judge.
I will refresh this. Can I see the time? Oh, it is time. It is time. They're 2 minutes in overtime. So I guess the judge will come in and chat with them eventually.
I do not have a timer. Sad. I'm not logged in, though. I don't think David added me.
To the event itself?
Yeah.
I might be able to add you, but we'll do it in between rounds. I
that's fine.
just do it right now. It's just a dumb team into the attack titan. The game might be over right now.
He has 17 health. What do you mean? And Bianco went second. Bianco gets another turn if he doesn't handle this.
Bianco has 7 health.
Oh, I read that backwards.
Yeah, this movie is lethal.
No, it's lethal. It's lethal if he can't block.
If we can't interact with it.
Okay, yeah. I just don't think there's anything we can do. It's not for lethal, though. It's only for 5.
Should be for 6 with
nope,
the jaw.
because that's sealed.
It is. Of course, we found the +2 damage. Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to yell. that's my bad.
Just start going
Oops.
angry. Yeah. I think. Oh, we did not check it.
Did we fail the jury?
We failed the jury.
Oh, we had all the answers, but our checks failed us. Oh man,
Rough.
But congratulations to Porco
Yeah, good job.
taking it down. Very cool. Congrats to Gavin Kale. Shout outs to Joseph Z on the other side, showcasing Bianco in an incredible fashion.
I think both players
Joseph
did
did
amazing.
a great job with that. Very, very good. Because of overtime, we are not going to go jump into another match. In fact, we're just going to hang out with you guys. Boop. Oh.
I left. Sorry.
Whoop. Hey, there you are.
Okay. Oh.
I got a hair in my mouth. That sucks. There was a hair in my absolutely delicious coffee. I'm sure that's not true.
Sounds like your fault.
Okay, victim blaming. I love that. Let's go here. Yeah, and then I can take this off the screen. And then if I do this, we'll be able to look at our standings.
Yeah.
And see who all of our 1-0s are currently. We've got Benjamin H. I'm gonna take chat and bring you down here so you look a little cleaner on the screen.
Goodbye, chat.
If I do this, okay, let's go back to chat. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. So Ben H, Jet K, Barlow G, really earned that one. Andrew P, Gavin, which we just watched, Chris N, Chad R from Stark Dark. Hey, big shout outs to Chad hosting the Stark Dark event. 2.5K happening in Florida here in the next couple of days. It's literally
It's not in the next couple days. It's in 2 weeks, chat. Don't.
it's in
don't
like
let him
it's
talk
in
to
like 3 days time, I think.
It
If you're
is
not in
not
Florida in
3
3
days.
days, then I think you're gonna be missing out on this event.
I do think that everyone should be going to this event if you can financially afford this. I think this is such a cool community event, and I'm so excited that we get big retro, big standard. So, and I've heard that the store, the counterspell is very nice. So,
Yeah, and especially like.
Or don't bother coming because I'm taking all of your money. I mean, it's your call. It's your call, but I'm just gonna win the whole thing. So I don't know if you want to waste your weekend or whatever.
oh, I think I have to like break your heart.
What?
I think I read. I think I read that Top Cuts are on Sunday for standard.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you're so right.
Also, we should have waited to buy your plane ticket.
Yeah, I feel like I like Porco because he's just like.
I just checked how much it would cost to go from Des Moines to Jacksonville, and it is $84.
Oh.
Oh.
And I'm sure we didn't get the insurance to cancel and then rebook a ticket. I mean, there's just no shot, right?
That's crazy. You think I think that far ahead?
And it's also Rampage. Like.
Chad,
Whoops.
W casting couple today. Thank you.
Whoops. Anywho.
Oh, he just can't make Top Cuts.
No, I
all.
will. I'm going to gatekeep somebody out of Top Cuts.
And then you're gonna.
I'm gonna demand that I'm gonna get on a plane and fucking leave. It's gonna be so sick.
So the plan is that they start at 8 a.m. so that way we can do Top Cuts. So that way you can leave by 10:30
Thoughts?
to go.
So I can leave by 10:30 to go back to the airport.
Actually, we start Top Cuts at 6 a.m.
That's sick.
Actually, we do Top Cuts at midnight. It's the next day.
So I've got this. How much time is left on the run? We got 2 minutes as you look at pairings. So many ties.
No.
What happened? You're telling me that the Chew versus Scaling game went to time and tied? That
No.
just doesn't make any sense.
I don't think that's true.
That just doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Can I have for my production, David, are you still here? Not Chu and Mirko tied? What? How many players did we end up with? Interesting.
They let me at him, but I don't think that means he's here.
Yeah, that is fine. I'll do
He's
this.
not in chat.
And then I'll do this. I think I need to come back here. Because my question is who were these players playing? Or what
That's
characters
what-
are these players playing?
That's also what I'm curious about. Oh.
Here is I won with Gene. Well, you're not up here. Oh, you are. There you are. So we got a Gene in second. Whatever. I'm Jet. I played New Annie versus Ghidorah.
Oh.
Jet, were you Annie or Ghidorah? Dalek TARDIS. I'm on Rodan. I don't think Dalek TARDIS that is your Christian name. Are you did you come first or did Doctor Who come first? That's the question. That's the question.
It was him.
Okay. So Ben H is on is on Rodan. So Rodan, Jean, Jet K is on Jet's on Annie. Barlow is on Armin, who I very much want to get on stream next. Andrew Porat, my best friend, is on a deck that's actually trying to kill people. It's so sick. I'm so happy for this guy. He's actually trying to kill people. It's so cool. This guy's on peak. We just watched Gavin on Porco. Chris In. What is Chris In on? If I can ask. And then Chad. What is Chad on? As always, Chris In was playing Vasha Stampede. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. And then Chad. While you talk to Chad, I have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
You want me to talk to Chad?
Yeah, you're
or
on stream by
Chad?
yourself. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
By myself is so spooky. Okay, chat. I am about to be invaded by a man. I'm so scared. Oh. Talk to us. Okay, Miss Play, what do you want me to talk to you about? You want me to talk to you about my favorite deck in the room, Ochako 4, that's not being played today? Ochako 4 does the Tasty Rift loop so well. I'm the host. No, I'm the co-host, which means I'm not supposed to be the charming, entertaining one. I'm just supposed to be support. Explain the Tasty Rift loop. Yeah, so you play Tasty Rift, and then, okay, well, first of all, you need to have an airship on board. So you play Tasty Rift, you build, have fun, you make sure it hits because you're Ochako, you give it +3 speed, and who cares about taking 3 damage? So then you get your counters, you draw more cards because Ochako loves drawing cards, and then you play another Tasty Rift because obviously you have another one in your hand. And same thing, but this time you pick up the first Tasty Rift. I can't talk. I was explaining it, Disaster Dan, in my Rebby-esque way. The very long, dramatic way. You care about 3 damage misplay? Yeah, because you play characters with like 10 health. Yeah, it's like most of your health. Is the round up? I can't do anything to like show the table, but I could sure look at things. I think it's really cool for Ochako. I think Ochako plays it so well. There's definitely things that I need to get fixed in it, but so far with what I've done, feels pretty good. It feels like really, really good. I built a Mikasa 1. I built a Mikasa 1 Storma Blades deck, and it looks really funny. And I was gonna try it at locals, but alas, I cannot get into this event anymore. One moment, chat. I apologize. There it is. Okay. I just had the wrong thing up. When they started giving 7-handers more health than AOT1, no one was happier than me. Especially the ones on the life symbol. Okay, round 2 is up. I think from what Tamron said is we are gonna go ahead and go look at Barlow, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me see. Who are you rooting for, chat? Who is the character that you want to see prove that they deserve to be at the top tables?
Yeah, your deck is annoying, dude.
I want to see how Reiner's doing, honestly. You want Bird? Ghidorah? Okay, well, we know that, Daniel. We know you love Ghidorah.
Was it? No, I said I misdamaged by 1. I was so mad.
Oh, did you not win?
No, we drew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kirishima 3. I haven't looked at that character actually in forever. I'm gonna look at him.
Look at that little top 16 map.
Yeah, dude. You like blue or pink?
Oh, he's fun.
Oh, pink.
He's
Let's
cool.
go pink.
You want to see Chew?
Oh man,
Just eat. Then you get to see your
Just
mouth chew.
popular so far.
I'm rocking the Gen Con today.
I'm so sorry.
Hell yeah, we both got it. Yeah.
Round is up. I didn't know who you
4,
wanted
5,
to play.
6.
Not that I can
We might
change
be
the
on
stream or anything,
stream, so let's give it a second.
Table 1 is who I'd like to go and watch.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't like, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice looking hand I've got there.
What up, fellas? You guys are gonna be on stream. Me and Rebby, we're gonna be flies on the walls, just watching your game. So you'll be taking all game actions in according to the regular timer, as well as we are not judges, we are commentators. So if you have a judge infraction, please make sure you at the judge, not us. We will not be answering anything. So good luck, have fun. You may begin when you're legally allowed to. Okay.
Bash versus Armin.
Good, okay. All right, good to go, so I'll start. Two.
All right. So from here, Vash versus Armin. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Two, I'll say it, weirdos.
Two very, very weirdos. From what I've seen so far, this does look like it's, I mean, Vash isn't a very aggressive deck in its own, but just from what I've seen in checks and just its board so far, this does look like it's going to be a very aggressive Vash. I do think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I'm really excited. I've never seen Armin play. I've heard he does really cool things. So I'm really excited to see how it plays out, especially with a good player, like a good, what's the word?
Pilot.
Pilot. There we go. A good pilot like Barlow.
Carlos, okay.
I'm sorry you round 3 have
Yes.
issues with him, but
It's whatever.
your poor round 3s.
It's whatever.
Funny enough, chat. So Tamron and Barlow always meet in round 3. And if both of them would have went far enough day 2 at Worlds, they would have been each other's round 3, day 2 Worlds opponents.
Like every time.
It's fate. It's actually just fate.
Is it crazy? It's crazy. But anyway, it looks like turn 2 for Vash coming out. Love the Stampede mat, followed by the Altar Vash, followed by the Wanted Poster sleeves.
This guy's just ready.
He's Vashed out to the 9s. And it looks like classic weapon Vash coming through. I believe this is Coordinated Strike.
Coordinated strike. Yep. Mill 3. This attack gets +1 damage for each weapon attack in your discard pile. This lets us start milling to get some of the bing bong going off as well. What are your thoughts on Vash as a character? Do you think he gained anything extra with Attack on Titan 3, or do you think he just has the same good tricks?
I am a big fan of Vash as a character in the game. I'm trying to figure out if there's a good place for me to put player names. And I think that I could do it here, but I don't love it. I'm gonna leave it off for now.
You're right. Every deck that has life should be playing the Tasty Rift loop. I don't care. If it
Right.
doesn't work for your deck, play it. Play Tasty Rift. Play the bird.
But I think that Chris has been all over the idea of playing like the milling weapons and all of this jazz, and the fact that he is a death life character, he gets a ton of access to a lot of really potent cards. As you see that frantic rescue inside of the discard pile.
Yep.
He's a ton of speed on things, like +2 speed on literally every single move is very, very good, especially with things like this Coordinated Strike. Becomes a 7 mid for big, very fast. And obviously as we take this damage, dropping down to what looks like 26 over on Armin's side. I mean, this move, it hit just hard enough to matter.
Yeah. And I see we're building a teleportation stone, which is something that I don't see a lot in play. Really good remove after you block an attack. Your rival has to play a non-attack or pass. Very, very good, especially if your opponent draws a handful of attacks, or if you know they have only attacks in their hand. You can say, all right, next, let me get him.
It looks like Barlow totally respecting that, reviewing the vial seizing here, saying, "Hey, there's too many attack cards in my hand. I gotta be able to filter and get rid of these so I can play out the most effective game that I can." Although I will say, Armin does get around that pretty easily because he takes any card in his hand and turns it face down as a non-attack card. So they're just like they're all like so. You know, maybe the review wasn't good enough. He's saying, "Hey, the high block one breaker wasn't good enough." Yeah, that card's not too great versus Armin, but a
Cool
ton of
strategy
surprises.
nonetheless, but
A ton of surprises over here on Barlow's stage. Airship, 3 face downs into a Botan's coaching.
yeah.
What could those be?
I'm hoping they're outwit cards. I want to see some outwit on the board.
That is what I'm
Or-
also hoping.
Or, I mean, they could just be cards that we don't want our opponent knowing that we have, right?
True.
Like, these are cards I want kept safe, use for later, keep them here for now.
Yeah, very high difficulty foundations that we can take and use Armin's ability. First enhance, flip a foundation. If this move hits, unflip a foundation.
Put another airship face down, so when we use the first one, we just unflip the other one, break it up.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's actually kind of a cool play.
Yeah, double-bladed spin coming in, though, on Vash's side. 3 mid for 4, very slow. Vash making it nice and quick. Mill 3 extra cards. Grab ourselves a weapon attack and a weapon foundation milled this way to our hand.
Filled with doubt, though. We are not going to get to mill.
Yes, and that filled with that, I believe, came right off the top of the deck from a Yelena's Machinations. 3 difficulty outwit card says response outwit, so you unflip then commit it. Draw a card. This attack gets -2 speed, so we drew the filled with doubt and instantly slammed it down and said, hey, you don't get to add extra cards up to your hand. Sorry, Vash, if you want those cards, you're going to have to discard attacks the old-fashioned way.
I think that's a really good play against Vash, especially with everything that Vash is wanting to do. Just saying, no, you don't get guaranteed attacks in your hand. Now you're going to have to commit your character earlier than you wanted in order to grab what you should have grabbed in the first place.
100%. And it looks like Bleak Commentary is coming out. One of the strongest outwit cards they've ever printed in the game. 2/5, 3 mid block. Response outwit. After your rival draws 1 or more cards during the combat phase, they discard a card.
That's
so we
very
just
good.
discarded a card with Vash, redrew 2 cards, and then we just Bleak Commentary to make them discard another card. This is the power of Order Armin, is just these 2 cards with Yelena's face on them. It's so incredibly nasty because we outwitted, and now with Armin, we're gonna get to do it again as we pick back up this outwit. This filled with doubt. This turn is looking like it is all breaks, speed bump after speed bump for Chris's Vash deck.
Yeah, 100%. And, I mean, if we had Armin ready, we could easily just flip one of those back over. And that way, on our next turn, we could just use it again.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool that Armin allows us to replay these outwits, and they don't feel as desperate measured as they typically would.
Looks like, although we stopped the card draw, the flow in its tracks, a second unblocked attack over here for Vash's side. Armin dropping down to 20 health. And a quick foundation count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 foundations on Armin's side. I believe this means that we are ready to transform at the end of our next turn.
Correct.
Which is +5 damage to literally every move we decide to play by
And getting to
destroying
survey
face downs.
and surveil your deck, right? You just flip one of your outwit cards and go, okay, let me look. I'll either discard a card and pick this cool card up, which gives us more opportunity as well.
Mm-hmm. Nah, totally agree. Totally agree. Review of the Radiant Visage saying, you've hit me twice, but I don't care if you have the momentum or not. Does not bother me at all. And then we'll see what kind of onslaught does our Armin protagonist have against the Vash protagonist.
Yeah.
I think in universe, I think Armin and Vash would have been buddies.
I don't know who Vash is, besides that he's on this card game and he has a TV show. But I'm sure he's the cool guy. Is it because they have the same hair color that you think they'd be buddies?
Yes, and I think everybody who has the same hair color is friends with everybody else. As we have a violent animus shot coming in. Tell me about this one. One of the best secret rares out of the Critical Role set.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Yeah, I think this card is very sweet. Its biggest thing right now that we get to use is after this attack deals damage, your rival removes a random card from their hand. And I
So
think he
good.
only has one card in his hand, so it's either you block this, have nothing in your hand. Oh, he has 2 cards. Never mind, my statement is retracted. I'm gonna go back. But it's really cool because if he doesn't block it, he's gonna lose the card. But if he blocks it, he loses the card. So now, Bash has to outweigh the pros and cons in this. We're gonna draw a card. So now we have 3 cards. But
Yeah, I think drawing the card matters now because we've got that bleak commentary that could come in and ruin our hand afterwards. But I think we still have to respect this violent animus shot. No matter the card draw that we put in our hand, because of this 4 high for 5, 4 high for 7 with Armin. It says if it does connect, if we don't care about it, you could randomly lose a card that you've been sculpting with for the past couple of turns.
yeah, and I think another thing too is we want to very meticulous. Oh, we're gonna flip the asset. My point being is we have to be really careful about when we use this teleportation stone, and we want to make sure we use it correctly because we don't want to do it too early in the string because then Armin can just keep going. But if we start losing cards out of our hand, we're not going to be able to block.
Yeah, I believe that we are choosing not to flip the stone.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that Chris reached for it and was like, yeah, man, I will flip it. And I think Barlow said, it's a May, and I'd like for you to have it face up. I think that we just don't want to give him extra foundations.
I think that's smart.
I think that makes sense to me. Yelena's Machinations coming in as an enhance flip. Look at the top card of your deck. I believe you may discard it if you'd like.
Yes.
Part of the reason this card is such a good outwit card is because it on its front side answers the puzzle of how do I get this thing face down, and it's just flip to cheat at the card game. Did you know that you can get a game loss if you just look at the top card of your deck? And this card just says to do it.
No, Attack on Titan doesn't follow the rules. So I don't think anything in this game has followed the usual UES rules that I've known since I started playing, except for MHA.
That's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. But it looks like
We are
blocking
breaking.
with the Botan's coaching, building it in with a desperate plea, and now saying, hey, you have to play a non-attack card as your next one. The partial comes in, and the respondent, we're going to still rip a card out of that hand.
That's rough. That means we most likely did not have a full block, which is good information for Bartlow, right? For Armin.
What card are we losing?
That's a good one.
It is a good one. Destroy X Foundations plus 2 damage for each one. What's the name of it? Who knows? We'll never know.
I previewed this one. I should really know this one.
That's okay. Hey, there's 100 million cards in our game, so.
It is, I have it. Lethal Rending. It is sacrifice up to 3, and then you get +2.
Okay. And I will say, just so everybody at home, that card is supposed to be removed, not discarded, but we'll get there, you know?
I'm not a judge.
I'm not a
Dick.
judge. I'm just here to watch. Yeah, trying to figure out what is the goal here. How much am I allowed to build? Because there is a world where, as the Colossus Titan, his flip ability is very potent. Of flip, discard a card, redraw a card, or draw a card, discard a card. It's some sort of looting idea. Or look at the top card of your deck. You may discard a card, redraw if you'd like.
Yeah, and this
Go ahead.
weapons deck has a lot of deadlock in it. So we have to be
Yes.
careful because if he pulls up that weapon SR, that's deadlock stun 4.
Yeah. Very, very scary stuff. But we have Armin transforming. The nuclear blast has come through. A big kaboom as he is now the colossal titan.
And
Scary,
now we
scary
get to
stuff.
now we just get to look at our deck.
Yeah, for every face up that we have, we then get to take and look at it. But I will say the unflipping no longer can happen outside of the outwit mechanic itself. So the number of face ups that we have, those are the ones that we're gonna get to keep. If we decided to start flipping and popping things over and over
Yep.
and over again.
Correct. I guess this turns into the question: how in do we go in as Vash? Is this time to make him push? Do we make Armin push all his buttons, and make him go face down on his turn? So I guess that wouldn't be good for him to go face down on our turn because then if he lives, then he'll just break his board and kill us because everything will have +5.
Correct. But Inevitable Clash coming down, the staple card from Vash.
Filled with
5
doubt.
high for 7. But we did check an Inevitable Clash on this, committing 3 foundations to pass it. Add insult to injury, like you said, filled with doubt coming in. The blankest 7 high, 7/6 diff I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah.
Rough.
So it just sucks, yeah. Taking a look. I'm just taking a look over at Vash's side, seeing what he has on board. If there's anything monumental that could change this turn. We have 2 Botons. There's a moment of normalcy that I'm seeing underneath the Desperate Struggle. And I think
Yeah.
that's going to come into play very well later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of defensive pieces that we have access to. But Botan's coaching now coming in. Discard a card, redraw a card. But we've got that bleak commentary. If we want over on Barlow's side, after my rival draws a card, I will outwit and then make them discard a card. So that is just a -1 hand size. We've got triple bleak. That
That's-
Botan is. You pay for it. Discard 3, punk. Wowzers.
That's rough. I guess. Oh, that's rough.
That is an insane get, dropping all the way down to 2 cards. Luckily, we haven't used Vash yet to discard and then redraw 2 to try and fix his hand, but I don't know how much more we're allowed to attack because, Armin's
Now we don't have a hand.
Armin's at 20. Do I have 20? And the answer is we're going to go utilize our wing and go pick something up. Man, very, very scary. And here's the thing. Because of how the Colossus Titan works, we get to now take in, on our turn, rebuild back in these bleak commentaries. And if we try to draw defensively using Vasher or something, another discard 3. Every turn of the game now, as long as we can figure out a way to get these commentaries flipped, Vash is a -3 hand size. He's a 6 hand size character. Or sorry, a 3 hand size character. They don't print those. They're not good.
Adding another filled with doubt. I think that is the right choice here. Vash, thankfully, is still having his face to draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
So that way we can recover slightly.
But it does, we lose an attack card for the offensive idea.
Correct.
Filtering just a wee bit more.
We have another Botons if we need to continue to filter.
I don't know. I would probably just use it now because
Now.
because it's like I'm just not allowed to do it. I'm not allowed to do it on the next turn. And here's the thing about bleak commentary that is so crazy. It does just say after my rival draws a card. It does not say due to their own ability, which is like an important distinction. So
you could Botons.
when Barlow has triple Botons on the board, this is 9 bonus cards that we're just going to rip out of the hand.
Oh.
Very, very truly upsetting about how much hand disruption that the order symbol has access to it, specifically in this character.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. And I do think with the order symbols, its tactic, right, is disrupting your opponent's game plan, either by stun or now we have the opportunity to start saying you don't get a hand anymore.
Yep.
And I think it's really neat for the order symbol to have more than just stun, because you can play around stun. But what are you going to do when you can't draw cards? And so many characters rely on drawing cards. Let's say me, Ochako, when I play Ochako, I need my tasty rifts to hit.
Yeah.
So I can draw. I don't have enough filter on board in order for me to have enough of a string unless I just draw 6 off the top. And this punishes you for having anything additional than your hand size.
Yeah, 100%. This is a very scary position for Chris as Vash to be in.
Right. And we do have defensive pieces on board. So
Yes.
it's not like we're going to be devastated by this attack turn that's coming in.
From here, one of the
Hanji's last stand.
saddest scenes in the manga, we've got Hanji's last stand.
I think it was a good scene, though.
I'm sad. I'm tearing up now of their infatuations with the Titans. Like, this scene is just so cool. It's just like, wow, they're so awesome, and then goes out in a blaze of glory, literally.
She gets to be the leader that she was. She was the leader of the Survey Corps, and she went out with a bam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blaze of glory. Sorry, let me correct that.
Yeah, 3 for 6. Stun 1 is potent at cracking this board.
Builds down at the end of the turn.
Correct.
So when we break our board, we are recovering.
Yeah. And also, if you have 10 or less health, it does get minus a significant amount of damage. Not applicable right now, but could be
Minus
relevant.
3 difficulty, correct. So it's a 2 diff instead.
Yes. I think I said damage there. Not
You
difficulty.
did. That's why I corrected you.
Yeah. But damage is going to be coming in. Every single one of these is going to have an extra +5 damage on top of it. So now 3 mid for 11. That's essentially half of Vash's remaining health. And if we want to, we do have our airship was frozen last turn, active this turn. We could be seeing not this be the final stand, but the second to last stand.
The last stand's very funny.
But
this is the pre-game.
Yeah, this is a full block coming in with the sweeping daggers, checking the sweeping daggers, and from here, Chris has got to figure out this is an 11 damage move. Probably one of the best blocks I'm going to have access to, but what foundations am I down to commit in order to survive the onslaught of the Colossus walking through their board to ruin my life total?
I think we have to commit Botan's coaching. He has them. He's already flipping stuff back down. We have to commit the Botan's coaching. I think it's really important. I don't know what draw your swords really benefits us on your opponent's turn, because I believe that one gives you stun 1, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's +1 damage, stun 1, which
+1, yeah.
Yeah, which can be impactful on our own turn if we get back to our turn for committing down these face down outwit cards to then activate our cool draw abilities. But I think it's going to be just a little bit late here.
Another last stand coming in.
So now it would be the third to last stand.
Okay.
If we decide to use the airship.
I feel like saying last stand is a bit dramatic here. We maybe have a couple more we need to go through. But we can pick up another one.
Yeah, this is a real Final Fantasy 14 moment, right? You can't really have the 14th final of a thing, you know?
Right. This is also coming in for 11, picking up the other last stand as we predicted.
Yeah.
Chris has to figure out, how do I deal with this?
Yeah, the answer, moment of normalcy. We've got the desperate struggle still active. We have a
always cool.
We've got the always cool available to us. I will say though, Botan's, like you said, not online even a little bit. I think that this
you cannot play that card.
It just says
unless
that
you hate cards.
Blocking is illegal, but at the same time, if we as Barlow wanted to, we could just activate our own. As soon as we have 2 inside of the discard pile, it is time to discard. And now from here, love this play of the Fierce Wings, enhance, go find myself a 3 difficulty. Normally this is for utility pieces like foundations or actions, but you know, Attack on Titan has printed some pretty potent 3 difficulty moves. So we just added Besiege up to our hand, and then now I think the rumbling is happening as the Bleak Commentary comes in, discarding our last 2 cards. From here, incredible play. Oh, I love the counterplay. We had to keep the Botons because we knew that Barlow was going to Botons our cards out of our hand. We knew the Bleak Commentary was going to happen. Now Botan says discard a card, redraw a card. We've got one last chance to fight at least this last stand. And we find the mid block. Crazy.
Oh. Whew.
But checking another 3, really, really rough. If we want to
3,
block
4,
this
5,
11
6,
damage
we gotta
move...
Commit 3?
It's a 1 mid block, thank goodness. So
Okay,
it
so
is
2.
only 2. But which 2 are we down to commit?
You have... I think, honestly... I think maybe... That's hard. I think... Man... I don't know.
I think that all 3 of them do the same idea, and 2 of them are permanents that are allowed to stay on the board, and 1 of them is not.
Correct.
And so
Keep our board healthy.
I think keep the board healthy is the right thing to do. And here we have another last stand.
All right, I think we should just say Hanji stand at this point.
Yes, yeah. Hanji's
standing up.
perpetual stand. Again, another 3 mid for 11, but with 2 abilities to reset this damage back down. Only going to be representing 6, I would assume. Which is asking Barlow to play many more attacks afterwards. Love this. Love the moment of normalcy play coming in.
Yes, I 100% agree. We have to keep this lethal. I am confused.
On what? Talk to me.
Why did we do it then instead of waiting until he blew up for +5?
I think, how did it get the damage pump?
That's what I don't know.
I think we did wait. Am I crazy?
I
think we're down to, we lost 6 there? Question mark? I'm unsure.
Correct. Yes, but we committed moment of normalcy, and then Barlow blew up for +5. So then we had to respond.
Interesting.
Stun. Okay, stun makes sense. You're right. It does have stun 1.
It does
We
have
did
stun 1.
2
Hey,
answers.
reading is hard. Reading's hard.
Thunder Spear Barrage coming in. This is a really cool attack. Tell me about this one.
This is checkmate. This is a 3 difficulty, 5 high for 2, very unassuming on its face, but it does have this absolutely killer blitz of you can lose speed to gain damage. Very, very high impact whenever you have this discard package. Telling my rival that they don't have any cards in their hand, combining that with the +5 damage from the Colossal Titan, and the fact that the best keyword of the game, Echo, exists on it. I mean, this is a what? Another 11 damage move, but it's a 3 difficulty 11 damage move that also has Echo, that also can be picked up with Fierce Swings. If this card is not on your radar for the competitive season this season, you need to go get prescription glasses and go reevaluate what is happening in the game. This card is going to be all over in Top Cuts. All over.
I 100% agree. I'm kind of excited for the order symbol to be kind of making a comeback. We had Krista with the order symbol correct, but what other than that has really been representing?
Do you count Ryan Levine and Hawks? Because if you count a singular instance of that guy is married to the order symbol, and when Hawks rotates, he's selling his entire collection.
Well, Hawks rotates in January, so
if you guys are looking to pick up a collection, I would message Ryan, because he's for sure out of it. He's out of it.
You're right, Order Mitch. That is correct. There is another character.
Oh,
Order
you're so right.
Mitch.
You're so right.
I just kept thinking yeah, okay. So there has been quite a bit of representation. So my bad, but
yeah, 2 whole characters, just like that pesky
3.
death symbol.
That also the chaos symbol, man.
Well, did I mispronounce his name? I said it right? It's Ryan Levine. Am I crazy?
Levini.
There's no way it's Lavini.
E.
If its name's Ryan Lavini, I'm making fun of him the next time that I see him.
It's Levine. There's no way it's Lavini.
If it's Lavini, I'm calling him Ryan Lawini forever.
Luigi.
Funny.
So how does Vash recover here?
Nah, you're fine. Okay.
What
Nervous.
does Vash now have to do to adjust and be flexible in order to take over this Armin?
Do you want the lame answer?
Whatever you think is correct.
All right, the
man.
lame
It's your
answer
channel.
is cross your fingers and hope that Armin does not find triple bleak commentary, because I think that we had actual stake in the game when
Yes.
we were still an 8-hand size character doing the thing that our deck wants to do, discarding the attacks to draw more. Like we had gameplay. As soon as it was I use my character ability, I lose 3 cards. The game was just over on the spot.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a tough position to be in, and we might just have to be even more aggressive than normal to try and get through what this character is trying to stop us from doing as Vash. Like, I have to be even more aggressive. The thing that the pacifist character Vash does not want to do. I want to build up and I want to mill my cards and do my thing. I have to be aggressive so that I can make you try and block with those cards potentially rather than play them. But it is a tough spot to be in for sure.
No, I 100% agree. Taking a look, this is an okay build. We got, is that a draw your swords?
I cannot see.
Very bright
It is
and shiny.
It's one of those. I'm pretty sure whatever it is, it's a pearl because of how white it is, and it's hard to see on commentary.
I didn't know they made. Oh, they do make profit. I'm gonna retract my statement now.
Go no, finish your thought. I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, more Yelena. No.
Holy cow! This might be pound for pound the strongest backup from the new set. I mean, outside of Nine Titans, right? One of the rare backups. Yelena says enhance, commit, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may build one face down ready and then mill the rest.
Yeah.
Very, very crazy card.
I agree. Oh, that is a traverse to water, I believe. Averse to water.
Adverse to water?
It's
the not card, enhance, commit, -2 speed.
Yeah.
If water or life, another -1 damage.
I think so. Unless I just am really blind. I just can't see the card, which
That's
doesn't
okay.
help.
Hey, you know what?
That's the undisclosed card.
If Armin has these outwit trap cards, Vash will
Can't
as
pass.
well with what that particular foundation is and does. But it looks like Deception Dagger coming in. The secret rare that at one point was like $5. Nobody liked this card even a little bit.
Especially you, because I remember I'd
Especially
be like,
me.
we should pick this up, and you'd be
Nah,
like, that card actually just sucks.
that
and I was
card's
like,
bad.
okay. And then it continued to beat you
Over and over and over again.
over and over.
I got so
Jeez.
mad when I was playing my cool combo decks to get things out of the discard pile, and I was like, actually, that one gets to leave. Like, well,
She just
sick.
stabbed you with her dagger 1,000,000 times.
Makes sense to me. But from here, I think that the answer actually has to be the 3 difficulty attack. I think that you have to get rid of that one because we saw the Fierce Wings pickup of the Besiege, and I love the play here. Incredible vision from Chris, showcasing his potency as a player, saying, hey, this tantalizing +4 mid block is not actually the thing that is going to save me from the game. It is you not picking up this 11 damage 3 difficulty echo move. That is the thing that is going to kill me, not some random hacker in your discard pile. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I love that I have third-party anxiety about drawing cards for Bash because he's like, I'm gonna draw, and then I watch Barlow slightly pick up his face down.
Just look at his face down and your heart skips a beat. I love that. I love that. That's so funny.
Another Deception Dagger coming in.
This one going at face, we didn't get to hear it, but it actually, if you notice, Yelena's off the board. We targeted the backup, which I think is so smart. Get that thing off the board. It is going to accrue so much advantage.
Yes, and that's pretty heads up because as a player, it is really easy to forget that these backups aren't infinitely on the board. We can get rid of these.
Yeah.
You can attack them. Well, it's going to take longer to kill your opponent, but you're giving yourself advantage by getting these really troublesome board pieces out of the way.
Which is why backups are the best card type that is in the game. Because of how much interaction there is. Welcome to my Tan Talk. I will be now talking for the next hour about how sick the pink cards are.
I'll talk to you guys about the game. While
Anyway, who cares about the game anymore? I just want to talk about backups because backups are so sick. Backups are as sick as Deception Dagger isn't. There it is. There's your calendar quote for the month.
Getting Keiko's on the board feels pretty good. Another desperate struggle coming on.
I have no idea what that one diff is.
I
have no idea. It's some alt art.
It's a solo leveling card, yeah.
Yeah, I would have no idea. We are gonna find out.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I have no clue. Some one diff. It might be the commit for -2 speed or commit if you block breaker card.
Advance or jump shit. I will find this card.
Yeah, I believe. As Armin taking another turn off again to build. Again, his entire game plan is disruption to put your opponent into a checkmated position. Our goal here is we are trying to accrue advantage, find our pieces that are so impactful to just win the game on the spot, rather than some sort of rush down mentality of that a lot of Universes decks have of I'm going to play as many attacks as I can, and that's how I'm going to win the game.
Yes, and I did find that card. It is Fateful Decision, so it's a very good card to put in this deck. It tells Barlow, hey, breaker 1 if I play a block, and -2 speed, of course, like you said.
Hell yeah. I thought it was the only one that like made sense to potentially want to put in, but I looking at the art, I do not remember that art even a little bit.
I saw it was like new card on release.
Double Blade Splint coming in this time. The question is are we going to be activating our
this is such a shiny
Filled with
deck.
Doubt? And the answer is no. Oh yeah. Chris absolutely loves this deck, loves this character, if you could not tell, and wanted to max rarity it the best that he could. So, huge fan of it.
That.
So from here, Double Blade Spin. I missed what the Double Blade Spin picked up. Chad, if you could help me, that would be dope. Or Rebby, if you saw it, I'm unsure.
I did not see. I don't. It may be an attack. I was too busy talking about shiny cards.
Yeah. But from here, drawn a ton of bonus cards, which tells us that we are in the clear for that oblique commentary.
Yeah, and now it just becomes how much I guess the question I have is how much can Barlow let these attacks hit him before he has to start dealing with it?
I think the answer is 25 damage worth.
You think 1 health left?
Yeah, 1 health left. There's no incidental burn to be had over Lavash's side, and so I think as long as we can deal with the last point of damage, I think that Barlow is probably sitting pretty, being totally okay just to sculpt and cultivate his game plan the way that he wants to. Slow and steady wins this colossal race, because we saw how potent his attacking turns were, because of the checkmate that he's gonna showcase of, hey, I'm gonna make you have no cards in your hand, I'm gonna get +5 damage to all of my moves and kill you that way, even through your defensive pieces like the Desperate Struggles and then Moment of Normalcies and so on and so forth. Keiko's Aid, not useful if you don't have cards in your hand to block with.
Yeah, and taking a look, I do see a lot. I mean, we have a lot of draw filter with 3 Bone Tones on the field for Armin, along with we have defensive pieces. Like he does have a moment of normalcy on board. So if Chris gets crazy and throws something huge, we do have ways to respond and deal with that.
Yeah, that combined with the Yelena's machinations to getting to look at the top card of the deck to guarantee what blocks are happening. This is a very fast move, right? 5 mid, 4. I believe we've triggered now 2 copies of I'm With You, but the runaway coming in saying, I don't care how fast it is. I don't care how much damage it is. It's for 4, and you're going to
Stuff your
stuff
card
that
pool.
card pool. What a crazy pickup for a character like this.
Yeah, I forgot Armin gets this card.
Got the order symbol. It's got the order symbol, not the water
no.
symbol. One of the only Moneta cards with Monetta's face on it, not underwater. And I will say, one of the biggest downsides, negative sides to Runaway is sometimes, you know, you have double Runaway in your hand and you feel obligated to hold them or not review them, to not give away the secret. Armin on his front side has this added bonus of, if I'm clogged with these action cards, I could just slam them into my stage's face downs and they commit just like every other foundation. I think that this character is so unexplored and is one of the reasons that I'm happy to have Barlow on the screen. We got to see an Armin be played over in the OCE regional, and the fact that we get to see this Armin here, I think Armin is one of the biggest sleeper hit characters that we have in our game right now. So I'm really, really happy to be showcasing so many different ideas and strategies and tactics with this character.
Yes, agreed. And it gives us more perspective that this new meta isn't just turn to Unga Boonga all the time. That these characters that take time and plan are super meticulous really do perform well. And they're just very unexplored when most of the front-facing media that we see is all aggressive.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah.
From here, we've got Barlow on the play, 6 cards in hand, and in the tank. I mean, this is
gotta deal with the teleportation stone.
We got the stone. We've got a very healthy board over on Vash's side, and I think that we've crossed our fingers for Chris and was like, hey, I really hope that you know, Armin does not find this triple bleak commentary, and I think the answer is we just didn't. They just don't exist. We would have used them on the last turn to try and stop this defensive or this offensive
Correct.
push. And so I think that we're going to be playing some attacks here, but this is not the game plan, especially checking that bleak commentary as we play the Besiege out. A little difficult to interact with, but certainly not the heaviest hitting move since we're not quite on the back side. 6 damage Besiege, I sleep. 9 damage Besiege,
I panic.
I panic.
Yeah, and Chris staying right out of deadlock, smart decision. That way this doesn't get even more. Because imagine
Right.
+4 on top of everything, it would just be hard. And a lot of when you build your deck and you keep the cards in your hand, you want to keep these low blocks in your these low difficulty blocks in your hand. And this card definitely punishes you for doing that.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. If again, another one of those pieces we talked about, the barrage from last game. If you are not deck building with Besiege in mind even a little bit, it is one of those cards that can catch you by surprise, especially in a character like Armin that is allowed to stack a bunch of damage on it. As we see the attack going through 22-22, evening up the game. The question we have as Barlow is, was that because Chris didn't want to block? Or is it because Chris could not block? Right? But from here, yes, we do need to resolve the Armin ability. +2 damage. If it hits, I am forced to unflip a card as we have a Violent Animus Shot coming down. Checking another 3 for the game.
Rough.
Hanji's Last Stand, our check. Not in love with it, but 4 high for 7, excuse me. If hit, my rival randomly removes a card out of their hand.
Man, I wish we had that Yelena now.
Certainly do. Yeah, this would have been a
Could have been a flash.
way cooler card to be. Oh, wait, you're right. We could have blown up our own Yelena to flash this, draw a bonus card. That's heads up. That's heads up. The Anna Ripley, Dr. Anna Ripley. She didn't go to medical school for me not to call her doctor. Is indiscriminate which backup she wants to shoot. She's down to reach back and fire the gun at her allies.
Yeah, and now we're asking Chris to interact with us. We're saying you can't sit here and do nothing, or I'm gonna start making this be a negative experience for you if you do not block this.
Yeah, let's rip bonus cards out of our hand. But it looks like, I think this, I mean, this is another very cool alternate art Vash the Stampede card whose name I have literally no idea. I ain't got a
That's
clue.
the card where he's upside down.
That's the
card.
one. That is the one. But it looks like life total didn't change, so it looks like
No.
a high block.
And we did break teleportation stone, said do something else. Armin being on his front side, this is not the worst thing to happen to him. He could just start building. He can build face down one if he only has attacks in hand.
Yeah, but if we only have attacks in hand, our goal here might have been just to, I want to play as many attacks as I possibly can.
We have to learn to adapt. We have to learn to change.
Yeah, and it looks like he
We're
says, I'm
gonna
going to give him the
pass.
ghost. You know what? I don't want to. I'm going to cross my arms and be mad about it. I won't play a foundation. How about I do pass, huh?
Find it now, or next turn's devastating.
Yeah. Oh, Tinker Shut's not the card we're looking at. But from here, the Colossus Titan has joined the battle once again. We have flipped on over. The kaboom has happened. We get to destroy one of my rivals' cool foundations, and the answer is Desperate Struggle, setting ourselves up
Very
for
good
success
choice.
on the next turn. Makes total sense.
We have a lot of stun on Chris's side. Both Deception Daggers having stun 2 respectively on their own. This says that it is going to be a lot harder for Armin to be able to get through this without taking some amount of damage.
Especially when that damage is from Coordinated Strike.
Yes, 2 attacks more in the discard pile.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really big, I think.
I was trying to count with him, but then I turned away for 2 seconds, and now I cannot count with him.
I think it was 9 or 10.
A lot.
Yeah, this is like an 11 damage
9,
move off
this
the
is- yes.
bat. It's a 5 mid for 1. Very weenie card. Ew, yuck, how bad. But now that it's going to be a 7 mid for 10 with stun 4, possibly stun 5, if we decide to use the we've got the, am I crazy? We've got the draw your swords, or was that the last game?
That was the last game. It does not matter. It looks like Armin did go ahead and use Moment of Normalcy here, so this was put back to printed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 1 damage move, very scary. But at least, I mean, if our goal was to get it off the table and get it extra stunned, that we stunned ourselves in order to make some plays happen. But love the adaptation here. After our board gets stunned, I'm going to use the Fierce Wings and go build myself a piece in, and that piece is going to be elasticity, saying when you stun again, I will now
Cancel that.
I will now cancel that. Love that heads up play. Oh wait, does this have deadlock stun? Were we in deadlock? Am I crazy?
We were
1, 2,
not
3,
in
4,
deadlock
5.
at the moment.
Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we're in deadlock now.
Yes, now we are in deadlock. So what we could have done is we could have edged out. It becomes hard for Bash, right? What is he going to cancel? Is he going to cancel my deadlock stun 4? Is he going to cancel the deadlock? Is he going to cancel my stun 2 off of the Deception Dagger?
Who cares? We have a second coordinated strike touching the table, and
Now
this
we
is gonna
have plus million damage.
get even bigger. And we've used that moment of normalcy. Again, we just did not care about the first one. It did its job of committing a ton of resources on the board.
Looks like this is at 12 damage.
Ugh, so big, so massive.
Looking like this is a 5 for 12. That's pretty big. This is where Bash has to start trying to stun this board down. But we're not. We're gonna block.
Yeah, I think the answer is we might have done a count at the very beginning, and we didn't realize that we added a card into our stage.
4, 5, 6, 7. We need one more for 8. That's a hard choice. That's
What is the block on?
+3.
It's a +3, and this had 7 speed.
No, I had 5. Another one?
What? This is the most coordinated I've ever seen a deck ever. And we're checking 5s the whole way down. This is an insanely sculpted
It does
move.
come in with -3 damage. We do need to remember that. So it is at -2 at the moment. But we are going to add way more damage on that by discarding another attack. And
Absolutely massive. And this is shields down over here for the Colossus Titan. If you are an Armin fan here, then this is not the position that you want to be in, as we have completely stunned out the board with still 5 foundations ready. We haven't even used an enhance on Vash to discard an attack, redraw some extra ones. He's saying the pacifist no longer. I want these attack cards. I'm trying to close out and finish the game right here. From here, with it committed, every foundation being committed, we are down to discard and then redraw.
we are searching for an attack, it
We're-
almost feels like.
Yeah, digging a little bit harder. But again, I think 20 is going to be a lot to deal with over on Vash's side.
Yes. And thinking ahead, I just don't think that Vash has another attack in hand. Unless he's holding on to it for dear life because he doesn't think he has more attacks in his deck, right?
Barlow's so excited, totally down for either side to work. Am I going to go in? Am I going to die and see the sickest coordinated strike string of all time? Or am I going to live to fight another turn? From here, we've got Chris in the tank asking about the discard pile. What could possibly be coming if I decided to ease up on the gas?
Taking a look at our face-up foundations right now, nothing that can really impact the play. All defensive pieces. So it really is, can I live through this armored?
And it looks like a Thunder Spear coming in. I'm going to type in the word Hanji and
Just search
see what
thunder.
happens.
If you have 10 or less health, this attack gets -1 difficulty. We're at 11. No, we're not 11.
We're
We're at
22.
22. If the foundation's been destroyed this turn, this attack gets +2 speed, +1 damage.
I don't
4
know.
low, 4.
I don't know if we
but
have destroyed one this turn.
Has Armin.
I think the more impactful thing is this card has powerful 3, so he did just spend 2 momentum,
No, I forget that's there too.
and it is now a 10 damage move. We need to find 1 more damage somewhere. And I just don't think we have it. I think we're going to be
No.
leaving Barlow at 1, unless some horrific block comes in. I mean, there's no way, right? We're not with the +2 speed. Down
Checking
to 1
an 8
on a 4,
5,
5, 6, 7,
7,
8.
8.
But
We're
we
scooping.
don't have the needle, but this is a 7-speed move because Vash is playable while committed. It starts as a 5 mid with the sweeping daggers coming in. Man, what an
Nice
insane,
comeback.
an insane string here. 7 mid for 4 with the powerful, and imagine, Rebby, we even put ourselves in a hard mode because we didn't realize that Barlow went to deadlock. We could have had 8 more foundations committed. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really good attack string from Bash. I mean, it's crazy. Telling you, I told Armin, I'm gonna stun you, and you have to deal with these huge attacks. And now I'm gonna make you interact with me because if they were only for 2 or 3, who cares? But now, interact with me.
I wonder how much of that was sculpted versus
I think he
I
sculpted
ripped it off the
a
top.
bit. I think he sculpted quite a bit. I think it's very cool. He knew there was a 5 because he'd played that so much earlier. Because he had played the avoided the conflict earlier in the game, so he knew the last card in his deck was a 5 check. I think both decks are doing a great job at showcasing their talents and really showing their strengths against something that could feel either easily overcomable or something that feels impossible. Tam will join us in a minute.
Sorry, I got hit with a crazy. I think it's a spam ad.
What is it?
on my phone. They're saying that I have a toll.
Oh,
and then
it's a scam.
And then I can go pay it. Everybody at home, you can go pay it to nebraska.gov-tollbidfo. And here's the weird part: .asia/pay, which I am I'm unsure about the .asia/pay for my Midwest Nebraska.gov.
You can tell by the phone number. Is the phone number crazy insane?
Chat,
Or did it come from an email?
I do need a couple of subs to help me pay for this poll that
That's
I
why
had.
Schwa donated subs. He knew you were getting told.
If anybody's trying to drop a prime, did we? I'm sorry. What is Barlow built 2 passed? Built 2 failed a third one, I would assume, because I just
check
probably
the 3. If
Ugh.
you take a look.
Ugh.
Yeah, I was trying to compliment their strengths, but you were too busy talking about your debt.
Sorry, but for real though, guys, my license could be suspended starting tomorrow, so I need some.
You do drive a
subs
lot.
If we could, I do drive a ton. Okay, sorry.
Very scary beginning turn for. Okay. Very different build from Armin, only building 2. It gives Vash more opportunity to grow and flourish in this. Building another strategic meeting.
Yeah, TG Meeting says form flip like we saw at the very beginning. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's got a bunch of keywords, you can add it to your hand. From there, you may instead, if not, put it in your momentum.
Building a lot of face down cards. Building out our hand.
The whole hand? Whoa.
He said fine 28.
He said
fine 31. Fine
31. I've got no tricks showing, but maybe I built in a face down outwit card. Who knows?
If you draw a card.
Who
Don't
knows?
draw. Coming in with that 6 diff I don't know the name of.
Inevitable Clash, I believe
Inevitable
is the name of it. From here, looks like, Yelena's Machinations coming in. Response after my rival plays an attack. -2 speed, draw a card. Where we thought we were fine, we now have the 1 card in hand. But 7 high for 7, I think, is going to be a big deal here.
Yes.
For making this block happen. It just might not. And the answer, what an incredible rip off the top. Wowzers.
Wow.
Absorbed Spirit Energy Strike, Absorbed Energy Spirit Strike, Absorbed Strike Energy Spirit, Energy Absorbed Strike Spirit.
Are you having a stroke?
Yes.
That's what it sounded like.
I have
I
no
was
idea
like,
that.
do I need to go check the
I
other
know
room?
that I know it's those 4 words, but
Absorbed energy strike.
after you play it, after you block with it, steal a momentum off the top of your deck, and then flip the blocking card.
So crazy, damn.
Very cool piece inside the meta. I just didn't remember the order of those 4 words. I just couldn't remember.
Strike energy. Who?
Strike energy. Spirit absorbed. But from here, a good build out from Chris as Vash once again, and then we are.
We are building a wall and saying you cannot deal with us.
This isn't an official stream. I'm allowed to curse. I almost said we're Barlow's back on his bullshit, building face down foundations.
I think someone should just flip Barlow's back on his bullshit with no
Wowzers.
context involved.
Wowzers.
Leaving 1 card in hand, 50,000 in stage.
Yeah.
We are not scared of stun. We have elasticity in our stage. We will cancel the deadlock stun for.
Yeah, this is looking dire, right? Like part of the benefit of losing game 2 is getting to go first in this game 3 here. And the fact that Barlow has so many face downs, so many face ups, if he does decide to go in, they're all going to get some massive stats. They're all going to be passable, almost guaranteed, because of that free peek that we got with the Colossus. And I will say, this is a very fast transformation, so much so that I forgot to shift Armin back to his front side on my overlay, but it doesn't matter because he's just already back here.
He's a big man already.
He's a big man. You think a big man? Blowing up my stage? Giving all your moves 5 damage?
Coming in with the sweeping daggers, we are gonna get to go ahead and selectively remove a card from Barlow's discard pile, getting the abilities on that card. Of course, picking Thunder Spear Barrage, very good card to pick. Keeps that away from Barlow later in the game. Do you think sweeping daggers is as annoying as people have continued to make it out to be?
I think it's one of those, I would call it feast or famine without the famine. It's like feast or mid. I've never had a sweeping daggers ever be bad, but sometimes sweeping daggers is one of the best cards to fight my deck of all time. As a fan of harnessing death or harness on death, like getting those stolen from sweeping daggers and saying, hey, you have to block the sweeping daggers or I'm gonna burn you for every backup in your discard pile. It's so high impact, right? Sweeping daggers stealing these massive 4-check attacks is like so crazy. But sometimes sweeping daggers honestly is like really middling. Hey, I will get rid of this Thunder Spear Barrage and like not actually care about it. I didn't use the blitz on it. This is just to stop you from having it rather than me utilizing your cool cards instead.
Yeah. So, Barlow with the runaway. Stuffing the card pool, asking him to end his turn politely. Chris doing so. Looks like we are building up a lot of defense. We are taking back the Keikos. Just kidding. We built one defensive piece.
I will say, Teleportation Stone, significantly more impactful on the backside of Armin as his Colossus form, because he is not allowed to build those cards out of his hand face down.
Correct.
On his rival's turn to interrupt that. But there is a hacker here with a bonus with 2 momentum to make short work of that asset if we don't want to deal with nor interact with it. We're allowed to. But that is that's less echoes that we're allowed to play on our turn. So there is a push-pull here of what is the right idea.
Correct. And I don't think Barlow is too concerned with that teleportation stone. He has definitely kind of like juggled hacker in Vash's face and said, ooh, oh, ooh, 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 and really hasn't pushed the button.
Fair. From here, I believe these players are in overtime. So this might be the last turn of... No, wait. Barlow went first?
Barlow went first, so there's another turn to be had.
There is one more turn. So batten down the hatches. Either we need Barlow to end the game this turn or survive Nick's turn.
This is what we've built up for. This is why we have 1,000,000 foundations on our stage. We're playing Hanji's Last Stand 400 times.
This is the last stand for sure.
I think Barlow had a plan here, and I think he really needed his stage to be healthy in order to deal with all the defense that he knew Vash could put up.
Yeah, but here, Vash, 5 cards in hand. 5.
Very healthy hand.
Saying, hey, your moves might be big, but they're not very fast. My stage is healthy enough to block, build, and deal with this. Not to mention the Keiko's aid and the... I've got minus speed with the cool 1-diff Mikasa guard. That's just flip minus 2 speed. I don't remember the name of that one. But it's fine. I'm not going to go look it up.
It's the guard. It's like, I think it's the Last Stand or something like that.
There's no way we've got the Last Stand in Hanji's Last Stand.
Let me check.
There's no shot.
There's no stand. I'm gonna search stand.
But it looks like full block coming in, and we are activating Keiko's combined with the teleportation stone, saying, "Hey, I need you to play a non-attack card or end your turn, and after you're done, plus difficulty to your next attack card."
Tense standoff.
Tense standoff. It is quite tense.
It is quite tense.
Machinations requiring our fulfillment for our teleportation stone, but what attack are we going to give the plus 2 damage to? It looks like Thunder Spear Barrage, turning this measly 3 difficulty into the probably rightfully deserved 5 difficulty.
We have enough to echo it. Oh, we're so in.
We certainly do, and they're going to be absolutely massive. But if we want to give them the 11 damage that they could possibly have, they're going to be very slow. And again, Vash's stage is incredibly healthy. He's got a ton of cards in his hand. It's possible we see a double full block happen if we do decide to go for this echo.
And we have a lot of defense on Chris's side. We have a moment of normalcy ready to go, along with a desperate struggle. So this isn't gonna be for 20 damage.
Yeah, we could easily
Ways
just
to
make
deal
it
with
4 if we just like don't want to deal with any of that. You're totally right.
Correct.
Yeah, from here, I mean, it's just this attack is here to kind of chump check. Hey, I need you to figure out your life. What are we going to be doing? But it looks like just the block coming through. Checking a 3 is pretty rough here. Any amount of stun could be devastating over on Barlow's side.
Checking another 3.
Excuse me, on Chris's side. Yeah, man. As Barlow, I'm sure we would have loved to use the Colossus to look at the top and then get rid of it. The note, sorry, Zach the man. Think of the 5 gifted, my guy. Gonna help out with that. With that Asian toll ticket that I had. I do greatly appreciate it.
Best scenario right now would be if Barlow had a Fierce Wings in his hand. I think that's what it's called, and picks up that other Thunder Spear Barrage from the discard pile.
Yeah, that's representing 2 more attacks on very low progressive difficulty, plus a ton of extra damage, because we had that bonus momentum that we got to steal at the start of the turn. Very, very cool. I just like the game. Zach, I appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you.
Thank you for paying so he can continue to stream, or he'd be bankrupt. That Chinese toll booth is gonna kill you.
That's how it works.
Trying to figure out what we do. We're deciding to play another one. We have to do something. We are in overtime.
Whoa, love this. This is one of Barlow's favorite moves. It is.
It's an order attack.
Bar...
I'll find it.
Bar something?
What's on the picture? I will find it.
It is Levi hopping over the thing to go pick something up.
It's a high?
I don't know if it's a high or not. I think it's a mid. Order attack. I'll just scroll. I'll scroll till I find it.
That's what I'm doing. Tavern Landing.
Tavern Landing.
After you play this card, add 1 card from your stage to your hand. He has so many attacks that are face down in his stage.
Yeah, they certainly can be, right? If we had barrages that we didn't necessarily care about earlier, we could just go and pick them up and then play them nice and late. 4 high for 4 high for 9 inside of Colossus if we so choose.
This is really hard progressive for Vash to deal with. Now it's a 4 high. Now it's 7. Putting it back down to printed.
This makes total sense to me. I think from here, like if we had a Fierce Wings and we dropped it into our stage, that would probably be the best scenario. But it looks like we are flipping, revealing the top card of our deck. Do we want to discard or redraw? And the answer looks like no. Let's just hit for 4, down to 24. How much more can we find? First attack that's really landed this turn. And it looks like here is the Thunder Spear. But I will say, even at full capacity, let's pretend the moment of normalcy does not exist. This is only representing 22 damage.
It's not
so
enough.
Full shields down, it is going to take at least 1 more move if we full send on minus speed plus damage and then destroy with the Colossus Titan.
I do see another attack in Barlow's hand, but progressive is a little crazy right now to play it. I do see Aminus Shot in hand.
If there's an Animus Shot, the foundation that we have face up on Barlow's board does say flip ready to face downs if you've dealt damage this turn, which we have with our landing shot. So our stage can be healthy again if we so choose. Or, I mean, we're the Colossus Titan. I get to go look and guarantee that there's going to be a 5 on top if I want.
Correct. This is really a do or die moment for the Colossus Titan, because after this turn, he could easily get overwhelmed with how much he's paid. We are readying.
100% makes sense to me. I think flipping to relook is not the right play because of the fact that we are gonna have to echo this Thunder Spear Barrage.
Correct. We have to pass this check.
Yeah, we have to pass this one and then the next one, and then potentially still have to give a bunch of extra bonus stats. I think leaving the Colossus not up is going to be a big deal. And somehow we got to get that moment of normalcy committed. And it's probably just the best one to do it on.
Yeah, Chris has 3 cards in hand. He has 2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand still, right?
So he can only deal with 2 more interactions. So if Barlow does have that extra attack and he magically checks beautiful on this, then this could be checkmate. But it's a tall order, especially having to echo this once again.
Yeah, it certainly is. Looks like we're not going to be destroying with the extras. And then from here, the partial block coming through. This was only for 6, I believe. And so
3.
taking 3, dropping down to... Oh, it must have been... We must have destroyed for all of it, but we knew that the partial was going to come in. So down to 19.
Looks like overtime is over. This is the final.
This is the
attack.
final attack. And it looks
They are
like
scooping and
it's
just taking a
not
draw.
enough. The draw here for our players. Man, what an exciting game though.
That
Huge.
was a really
Back and forth.
It was a vial.
A vial season coming in, which could have
you're dead.
been what, 6, 10 damage by itself. But I
Yeah.
still think the moment of normalcy just saved our bacon.
We had to check poorly on that block with the coordinated strike. That was
Yeah.
the only way Barlow was going to get through.
100%.
Good game from both of them. I think they both really showcased their decks and how they are great at both offense and defense, and really showed a slower pace of game does make a difference.
So from here, it looks like we only have 4 undefeateds inside of our Swiss rounds now. I'll just go and highlight
Whoa.
them. We've got Andrew Porat on our
Peak.
On Peak. We've got Gavin Kill on Porco, which we saw round 1. We've got Jet K, I believe, on
We have a list now.
Annie.
Jet is on Annie.
I remembered
And
a thing,
then-
and then Elijah on Jean.
Yes. Very, very exciting.
From here, I get to do manage predictions, and it looks like it is a push. I will be deleting this and returning the points as it was a tie. Nobody won.
No points for anybody but Tamarin.
I wish I could take the points if it was a tie.
Just num 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 num.
Yeah, I wish there was a third option.
Option 3.
Option 3, take them.
Impossible to select.
Take them out of the economy.
How have the games felt so far? Now that we're obviously the OCE was our first show of the AOT3 meta. How does it feel like it's faring so far?
I personally feel like there's been a lot of interaction points with a lot of these decks. Genuinely. I think there's a lot of play pushing forwards and backwards we saw a pretty aggressive Vash deck, constantly pressing buttons, drawing to draw cards and sling attacks. We saw a bit of a control combo oriented deck of I'm gonna control your hand size and make sure that my life stays up nice and high, so that whenever I flip over, I discard your hand, every move becomes 5 damage. And like that, there's a lot of counterplay back and forth, and even in the Porco versus Biako match that we saw in round 1, there was a ton of I'm gonna put a ton of stats on stuff. Well, I'm gonna take those stats away, and you gotta find more, which is very, very cool. I am a big fan of the interaction that we are seeing currently inside of the game.
Yeah, I'm 100% enjoying it more than I thought. A lot of bad stigma does come with Attack on Titan, and wondering, is the meta gonna feel more toxic? Is it gonna feel worse over and over and over again? And this is really showcasing to me that there's still so much cool, unique things that really keep the game shaken up and alive, and the thrill of why I love this game so much. Round 3 is up, so we do need to see who we're gonna watch in on. Any particular characters that you're curious to see?
I think the answer might just be to go watch Andrew on Peak and Jet on Annie. I'd love to see what this Annie list looks like. Annie being one of my favorite characters outside of to be showcased inside of the event. Because besides that, I think the next table that we would be allowed to go and watch is table 6 with Chad R.
And Blame Siren.
Yeah, who I believe is 1-1, and then Blamed is also 1-1. Also, Peak
Playing...
and what is Chad on? Chad is on Reiner Braun. So Reiner
Okay.
1 versus Peak. Yeah, I think I'm more interested in the
Annie
matchup.
I agree. Let's go stalk them.
So let's go do it. I'm here, and then we are at table 2.
No. What's up?
Hello, what's up, guys? You guys are gonna be on stream, just so you know. We are flies on the wall. We will not be interacting with your game at all. You're allowed to start whenever you're legally allowed to start. If you have any judge calls or interactions, don't ask us. We'll have you muted. You'll have to call the official judge. Please keep track of the timer yourselves, and good luck. Have fun. Kill each other.
I promise only to try. Half cut's good.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Two very aggressive decks. Are we gonna see more of a taco truck game here?
I think that is the idea. Did we check an unyielding as our first card? As I get the thing
correct.
set up.
We did go ahead and the first attack checked was an unyielding from Annie.
Yeah.
Peak is
we are
building in
here.
2 latents, pushing the limits, photons, and the Elder Tagora 1 difficulty foundation. I felt so confident, and then I forgot what that card's name is, and I got real awkward.
As a cat, I don't remember either.
I do because it's in my Mikasa 4 list. It is Arrogant Fighter. It is Enhanced Mill 1. After this foundation is destroyed, we're gonna seal a rival's foundation. Selective seal feels really good when all you're doing is blowing up foundations. Starting off with a card I can't read. I think this is
support.
I think this is support from the female Titan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Chat, I did my little cheeky thing of anytime that Armin would transform, I would switch the graphic on screen. I'm not doing that with Peak. I'll do it with Annie. I'm not doing it with Peak. There's too many times we transform. So, there's that.
He'll be too obsessed with
100%.
flipping back and forth, and then it would become Rebby's solo commentary.
Yes.
And I don't know if we want that.
Yes. Well, I want that. Makes my job way easier.
Hey.
From here, support of the
Throwing
female
down a
Titan.
showdown.
Yeah, perfect block. Go for the stop you from grabbing the bonus momentum, as well as proceeding to commit those foundations, making building just a wee bit harder. But I will say, Annie's got this added bonus of whenever I destroy, if I were to pass a check, I can now commit backups once per card, and so showdown a little less impactful against this character, but. Very neat. Almost had our full 3 momentum that we wanted on turn 2.
Yeah, that feels really good. Talk about Annie and why she's so unique from things like Godzilla when she has a very similar game plan.
I think the big thing that Annie has access to, we already have a prediction up. How sick. A big thing that Annie has going for her is her ability to steal momentum on her face, and then not only is she plus a +2 to that bonus check, she gets a +3 that Godzilla gets. But if you are willing to take and play the backups, like it looks like Jet is willing to do, we get access to +2 speed. Being a 7-hander, a lot of times the issue that Godzilla has is that losing consistency can be a big deal when it comes to what attacks do I draw over and over and over again. And I think the other big thing that Annie gets where Godzilla doesn't is just access to the death symbol and the death attuned cards. This is obviously a chaos list, but I know in an Annie deck that I was running, and I don't know if it's here in Jet's list, Jaw Titan's Bite was crazy, right? It's a 1 card that turns all of your cards into a bunch of your entire hand into a bunch of attacks, and they're allowed to play them super late because we just give +2 to our check on the rest of them. So you open, and then slam a bunch of Jaw Titans bites at the end of your string, or hell, start your string with them and then proceed to play your impactful ones later. There's a lot of play that this character is allowed to have.
Yeah, and I think another thing to mention is Godzilla is locked by this 5 difficulty or higher. Annie doesn't have that issue. She does have to spend momentum, which she easily generates, but she is a lot, you're right, she is allowed to play those low difficulty attacks, and it makes it way easier to string out.
But on the other side, we've got Peak doing her dance of destroying a bunch of foundations, getting +3/+3 on every single move, building in these resources. These characters are so incredibly similarly shaped. Of Peak is +3 speed, +3 damage, or minus speed, minus damage by sacrificing foundation resources, where Annie is sacrificing foundations to get momentum, spending that momentum for that same +2 to our check, making things easier for us to play or block, and / or +3 or -3 damage. They're so cool. One's a 6-hander, one's a 7-hander. Of the two, I think I prefer Annie's playstyle more, but that's only because they play pink cards, and
You're a pink card fan.
I'm a pink card lover. I'm a pink pony girl. Who you could say.
Annie already down to 10 health just with 1 attack. Putting in a sweeping daggers, picking up the abilities on Kraken feels really good. Committing that last foundation, you're not going to be able to block anything anymore. This is very scary for Annie.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be, especially because of these cards being committed and frozen. And I will say there is a bit of a world where, I mean, this might just be, is this lethal? No, it's not lethal. It is
not lethal. We do have -1 speed on board though with the Marleyan Warrior.
Yeah, opted to go for the full block here. We didn't pump anything inside of Peak, saying, I think showing that we are done attacking. But I think getting rid of resources on Annie's board is important, unless
still attacking.
unless I'm proven wrong. I think the answer is we just didn't want to pump because they were readied foundations. We just might have so much gas in our hand that we are down for you to block the sweeping daggers.
Yeah. Now we get to selectively pick another card that we do not want in Annie's discard pile. Something that could really ice the cake. Put the cherry on top of the sundae. I don't think they say cherry on top of the sundae. But very good place for Peak to be in. Transforming, getting that damage in. This is still looking very scary for Annie. We only have 1 more backup that we can commit with.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be if you're an Annie fan. From here, down to 5 foundations over on Peak's board, but we're going to get that +3/+3, do our little transforming dance, and extra bonus damage off of the artillery.
Putting us down to
combined
3.
with
+1
burn
from
1
artillery.
from the artillery, because Annie, no matter the side, all these Attack on Titan characters
unyielding
are where it's at.
as
and
a finisher.
Unyielding coming in. It looks like we don't have
More
the resource.
unyielding in hand.
Wowzers!
Wow, very
Wowzers.
fast turn too.
I, for one, am a fan of Andrew Porat playing a deck that is allowed to try and kill people. I'm here for it. This guy's trying to get the job done.
This guy's here to show us that he doesn't have to play a 5-hour match.
He doesn't have to.
He will play a 20-minute match.
And I love him for it.
We love this, Andrew. Thank you for the opportunity to watch you for only 20 minutes.
Did you see that little yellow slip of paper on top of his deck box?
No.
No? I'm gonna do this. Andrew, real fast, will you close your deck box for me? Thanks, buddy.
Does it say do better?
So this little slip of paper is a marker that TOs use whenever you top cut, because you have to turn in your deck and they write your name on your deck box. This is a slip of paper that many people don't even have access to, and Andrew is wearing it as a trophy of I earned this piece of paper. It will stay on my deck box.
This
And
guy
it is a flimsy piece of paper. It's just a sticky note. It easily could fall off at any moment.
Chat, I want everyone to know that Tamron Cardwell top cut once, and he kept this piece of paper on his deck box for probably as long until the tape fell off.
Why would I not? It's a badge of honor. It's so sick.
I think this man might have retaped it a couple times when I was not looking.
Why would you not? It's so sick. He gets
Okay.
decks checked more than anyone at an event. Snap. Agreed.
Okay, we're Annie. We went first, right?
Yeah.
How do we overcome? How do we deal with this? We went first, had the first aggro turn, and we still were overwhelmed by Peak. I think Peak is when your character gives 3/3 on everything, it's very hard to be able for your opponent to be able to overcome that unless they are specifically playing answers to those problems.
So I think our answer has to be, we are the 7 hand size character in this matchup. We get to go first, and we need to leverage our board to survive the storm and then backswing. Obviously, Peaks got a hell of a game plan. Not only do they destroy their board, but they rebuild it just as quickly. And so we need to be able to, again, leverage his hand size, take 2 turns and build, so that you don't just get chump checked for 10 on the first move and now everything is lethal. Get some
Correct.
more defensive blocking engaged. Don't sacrifice your own backups for the momentum. We will get the momentum eventually and then find that kill. But keeping our stage 9s and healthy to force them to have that unyielding destruction to bring us back down. But again, unyielding does not stop the backups. And so having our stage available to us to block and defend ourselves, I think is going to be the difference maker. I think Attack on 2 is just the wrong choice.
Yes, I 100% agree. Because we were definitely punished last turn for that because he did showdown block us.
Mm-hmm.
So now we had 2 less ready available resources that he got to selectively pick. And we really have to try and adjust and change to what Porrat's throwing at us.
Totally agree. And then from here, it looks like the decision is not very easy as we are trying to figure out which ones matter. Do I play the 1 difficulty? Do I not? Do I risk it on a 4? Do I continue as we... And this is what I'm talking about. A quality. 4 foundations, 1 backup in our stage over on Annie's side. What I want is genuinely review an attack card. Get it out of here. We will find other attacks. Let's build out 1 more time. Specifically backups. I would love to see 2, 3 backups hit our stage so that this unyielding feels worse to play, right? Like that is what I want. But love the technology of the Aaron's trial. Says response after it hits the discard pile. My rival commits, I believe, a face up foundation.
Face up foundation. You don't get to put your face downs committed. You're punished.
Yeah, a lot of the power of this character comes in from the rebuild aspect rather than the disruption aspect. I'm sure that, like, imagine this card was enormous X to try and have us continue to keep playing attack cards. I think that it is a flow card to continue. But Aaron's trial says, hey, I know my goal. It's just to push damage, and that's what I'm trying to do. But we have Chimera Kraken coming in. If there was an attack to play, Fast Cyber Chimera Kraken would be the one to.
Do we poke and run, or is there a world where we know that Pete can kill us with this many foundations? Are we supposed to push when applicable?
So I'm not sure. I do like the look at the top card of my deck, Steal a Momentum. This at minimum saves us and protects us from the showdown block because I'm allowed to destroy this backup, grab myself a momentum. That does not work that way. It was from a private zone. Sorry, it goes face down. Yeah, we've got Porrat looking. But it does say that it protects us with the it protects us from the showdown because we had the Incredibles play. I couldn't get my words out.
No, you're fine. You were too busy looking at the face-up vest hybrid. No, I lost my train of thought too. yeah, I think this is a really good piece. Getting that always cool. Can't build 2 in. Can't have a better turn next turn. Making him use.
I'm gonna push back to us while we get this judge call.
Yep, that's
Figure
great.
it out.
I
I don't want to talk about the game anymore. Hey, are you hungry?
I'm starving, and
Do you want to order
I've
food?
been thinking about the burgers that I made last night.
Yeah, they were some good.
And they were delectable, and I don't know why, because they were just. I put steak seasoning on them last night.
They were great. They were so
Yeah.
good. Do you want me to
They
order us
were-
food?
Oh, that sounds so good, but what?
I don't know.
Here's
So,
an ad
what
from
should we
some
get?
chicken.
Here's an ad.
That'd be the coolest way to show off that you had an ad.
I don't know. I don't know if Slims is the right call for me.
I don't want Slims. I was just trying to be funny
Oh,
and
okay.
make a fake ad joke.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think they have resolved the judge issue. We are blocking with a showdown, just like game 1. We are now going to be punished because we chose to poke the beast.
I love that. We chose to poke the beast.
Hey, I'm warming up. I feel way more warmed up than I did round 1. I feel like I'm on a flow.
I love it. Absolutely love it. But it looks like instantly spinning that momentum on the Incredibles play.
We
saying,
have
hey,
to cancel it. We have
moment
to
of normalcy was way too important. But I don't know. I just am not sure that the poke was
Worth
what
it?
was worth it, truthfully.
No, I don't think so either. But I do understand the anxiety of not letting him build up a crazy board. A Dark Ward coming in.
Ugh. One turn too late. Like having the Dark Ward in our hand just says that if we just have a little bit of patience, the showdown just is dead. It doesn't work anymore because it's an on response block.
Yes.
Block response.
I did see in the discard pile we did check a Harness Undeath in this deck. Very interesting.
I love that card. It's one of my favorite cards of all time.
You love it. No, yeah. Turning point back to Andrew. Depending on our hand, we could go in, or there is always the reserve of building out and saying you can't find this, which is what we're doing.
Love
We
it.
are building, which is a very good decision from him. Getting a devastating loss in there as well. Tell me the significance of the devastating loss in this format.
Yeah, devastating loss says enhance. So on either player's turn, selectively destroy a targeted backup or asset your rival has. Very good if we've got an impactful backup. I'm not sure it's going to be useful against these Jaegerists per se, but it is a very very good card. From here, Annie continuing the onslaught with support of the female Titan coming in. I'll go find that one. 5 high for 5. Sacking a backup to grab ourselves a momentum, resolving it. If I have the momentum, go grab an extra momentum, redraw a card. Very, very potent card inside of this list.
Yes, and honestly, the devastating loss does present an issue to Jet and says, we're going to break it. If he built more backups, it would make it scary because then if I built a good backup in after this, if this was another poke and pass, then we had the access to go ahead and selectively break the better one. But we did break the one on board, so there is no minus speed on board from those backups. We are blocking with a pushing the limits. We are adding momentum in. All right, playing unyielding, saying you do not have this, but Port has a cool board to interact.
Yeah. I mean, this is very good. Oh, we can't. Rebby, as you take a break, I'm on it. It's me. I'm all by myself. Oh no, I'm being left. That's okay. I think that we weren't allowed to kill the the Dark Ward. I think we were supposed to keep the Dark Ward for sure. But from here, our first transformation, we've got Annie awakened to now female Titan finale coming in. Has unlocked the +2 R's, +3 or -3 damage, and then extra bonus of +2 to our next check. That is to play an attack, that is to play a block, that is whatever we want. So this Unwielding is coming in as a 2 mid for, I believe, 4. Somehow we got -1 damage on it as we continue on. The question is how much gas are we down to push when it comes to what this character is doing? So from here, +3 damage, and then extra to the check. Looks like going in for the full block with Tri-Gravity Beam, nice and easy. But with the +2 to our check, more techs could be coming, or even better. Oh, love this. Love the follow-up.
More momentum.
More momentum. Yeah. We've got the Rapid Speed Slash, another one of those incredible old school retro reprints. Rapid Speed Slash coming in 4 low for 4. If I've got a momentum, I can either grab a momentum or I can redraw a card, my choice. 4 low for 7 feels very good. Potentially going to force Peak to destroy to keep our stage healthy. Or sorry, to keep our life total healthy. Scary stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, coughing.
Yo, Sickly, thank you for the prime. Free Bezos bucks, I appreciate it.
Checks a 3 on an 8. Ugh.
I believe we did get the +2, so it is a 5, but this is asking us to commit everything out.
Not worth it.
I don't hate it because it does ask us to freeze one of Peak's foundations. So commit and freeze the latent skill. Anonymous with the 4 gifted.
Whoa,
oh, 10?
10?
10 gifted? Insane. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I appreciate that. If you got a gifted sub from Anonymous, make sure that you thank them.
Anonymous,
Thank you,
you're the goat.
Anonymous.
It wasn't me today.
from here, it wasn't you, promise?
Yeah, I was talking about the game. Okay, well, we're going in with a SWAT. We have recovered the board that we have slightly recovered the board that we lost. Now we have a couple answers on Jet's side. We have a reset along with a cancel to any responses. We are now sealed. We have one thing we can do.
Yeah, the Arrogant Fighter coming in and statically sealing it, so we can't even have the option to respond to the incredible display. Kind of the power of this card. If this was the 2 difficulty card of when it hits the discard pile, remove it and do stuff, remove it to seal, it would have been a loss of consciousness, I believe. This card would not have worked because of the incredible, but the fact that it's a static, it does work. And man, if we would have looked back, I would have said that Peak was the one that used this unyielding destruction just and rebuilt, not based on our card pool though. Man, this is such a scary spot to be in.
That does peg the question. Was it wrong to keep going? Should we have built? Does Annie, I'm gonna read it before I go crazy. My next check gets +2, so there was opportunity to build. We could have built something just to have a more stable board, but instead we tried to push and we were punished.
If we even have the cards in hand, we're gonna see.
Yeah, unless we have 100,
like, right?
unless we have 500 attacks in hand, which is a possibility, correct?
And then from there, we use the Anti-Titan to commit down the last potential piece, the last piece with any text. We've got Sweeping Daggers coming in, and no momentum on the on Cart's side, but the extra burn, and I would be so afraid. I would be so afraid of this stealing the abilities on Harness on Death. I think Harness on Death is actually just lethal all by itself because of the amount of backups that are in Annie's discard pile.
Yeah, and we do have -3 damage left, along with +2 to a check. So if we really want to block the Sweeping Daggers, there is absolute opportunity for that.
I guess that's a fair reason to not make it the move because the block is available to us. and committing and freezing the moment of normalcy says that it's going to be locked down for the next turn, even after this. So
Yes.
I think this is a very successful turn, especially utilizing those fictitious foundations that were rebuilt.
We do live to see another turn. Now we have to figure out what do we do as Annie. We have almost a full hand already. We only have 2 ready foundations. Is there a world where we're just like Godzilla, that we don't care and we're not going to get punished for it?
I think the answer is we don't. With the support from the female Titan, as long as we keep this momentum, we're going to get a bonus one, which is a big deal. It says that later on our strings are going to matter, but it does say that the first, this check and then the next check is going to be very difficult to pass. I have to do them organically without the bonus.
We got the attack to hit. Feels really good. Now let's see how we push forward.
Looks like the answer
Building
is
and
Broken
being
Psyche.
Building and stabilizing is a good choice. Getting 2 backups back on the field, so Annie's backside does give static +2 speed, is really good. Getting Inspiring Song on, making my check or your check worse. My check better, your check worse.
But it looks
Both
like checking
of us
the
are having a bad time.
checking the unyielding on it says that I'm going to have to commit down the rest of my board. So
Correct.
coming in with 2 readied foundations, 2 readied backups.
It is smarter to keep Annie up.
Yeah, it is pretty good, but Sweeping Daggers coming in once again, ruining
He takes
ruining
hardest
the
and
time.
doesn't check.
I mean, look, it says
There's
that
a
you
lot-
have to
there's
interact
a
with
few-
it, right?
There's a few in there. Another Vast out of the way.
Yeah, Kraken, though, says that the defensive piece that you built with that Broken Psyche is just
It's
going to
gone.
get committed down. Committed and frozen, you don't get to interact with it at all. Very, very tough stuff.
Yeah, it feels very bad. We do have -1 speed on board. We have -1 to their check, along with -3 damage and +2 to my next check. So if we feel like is it almost opportune to play Inspiring Song sooner than later? Because there is fear it does get committed out.
I think it is. The question is how aggressive do we think that Andrew as Peak is going to be this turn?
Very.
Enough with the Sweeping Daggers. You were talking to me last game about, hey, how annoying is Sweeping Daggers? And the answer is, in this matchup, when your Sweeping
Very.
Daggers are stealing my Vast Chimeras, they're so annoying, dude. They're crazy annoying.
Crazy annoying.
Like this is that high impact Sweeping Daggers play that we were looking for, and being like, man, it's so tough.
Yeah.
Like imagine this copying a. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a backup, so we can't echo it. But like, so on the Harness of Death, imagine this copying a, support of the Female Titan. Support says if I have momentum, which I do, I get a bonus when I draw a free card. That's insane.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Very good.
But to go back to your original question, before I crash out about Sweeping Daggers, I think it is all dependent on, can I block this move? If I can't, I'll use it to not have it be active. Or, as here it is, the Aaron's Trial getting used. It's now been committed down. So
Now
I mean,
it's
good
gone.
call out on your end. I didn't even see that line of play. Was not even looking for it.
Yeah, now we're getting damage reduction in, making sure that we can at least block one of these. Whether it be this attack or later down the string, we can just start pushing for +2 our check. It looks like we are going to try and block this one, though, putting -1 speed on this.
Yeah, makes sense here. And then from here, I think the correct answer is you use the second Jaegers if you want to look at the top card of your deck to see if it's a 3 or a 5 to make sure that you are where it needs to be. Unless you think that if you're down to roll the dice, make sure hope that there's a 5 on top.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. Check a 3, we have to commit out. Is that the right choice to commit out? Oh, she's ready. Oh, she's back. Oh, she's dead. Oh, he showed his hand. I was like, what is happening?
Wowzers.
Crazy game. He continues to stay a menace.
Yeah. Well,
That's
now
the
hold on. Now
kindest
hold on.
way I could say
Now
it.
hold on. You're gonna talk about my best friend Andrew Porat that way. This guy's actively out here trying to kill people.
Andrew
You-
Porat is a very good
you
player.
can't. A menace. Hey, oh, I didn't get a chance to talk to him. Huge. I am such a fan of how Andrew navigated through that. And Jet, I liked Jet's deck. I thought the cards inside of his deck were very cool. I think that Jet just got so tunnel visioned on the what am I supposed to do with my deck rather than how am I supposed to have a conversation with my opponent. But from here, I'm gonna go find us another table. I think it might be that we're going to go jump into that table 6 that we were looking at of Blamed and Chad, unless we want to jump down to the bottom tables.
I don't know. Sorry, I only saw one card. I was, what is this?
They're in for some riveting game.
You guys are good. Just continue. We're flies on the walls, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go like have fun.
Thanks.
Zeke versus Ghidorah.
You're in hits.
Falling Titans on board right now. You love that card.
That card's so sick. Let me get our teams all set up. And because of us, this not being the second game, I think I'm going to be a little more lax, and I am going to talk to you about food because I do not know if I can continue the rest of the day without it. What are you thinking? I'm going to stop DMing you about it, and I'm going to ask.
All right, chat. We're
Damn.
going to be open and honest about what we've been hiding behind your back. We're starving.
We're starving. We're so hungry.
We're so hungry. I do not care. As long as it's like, yeah, like you said, finger food's great. So that way I'm not just going on
Yeah, I
stream.
think a burger is a little crazy. It's either that or like something with a fork is good. So like Chinese is okay. But like a burrito is probably not great, right?
Buy poncheros. Chat, you ever had poncheros? I know it's an Iowa thing, but it's so good.
Is it an Iowa thing?
I don't know how far poncheros expands. Where are their poncheros?
Is it a wings angle today? There's no shot that it's a wings angle today.
There are only 73 poncheros in the country.
Whoa.
We're gonna check and see how far out they go. All right, I'm gonna name the states.
Who won the last match? It was
We all did. We all did.
we all did because Andrew Porat was determined to kill a motherfucker, and I'm so claps in chat. Somebody gift that man a sub for ending the game not in 2 hours.
Proud of
That's
that man.
that's my back-to-back regional champion right there.
Connecticut, Florida, Iowa, Illinois, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri.
I'm a
North
new
Dakota,
man.
New Jersey, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and Wisconsin.
That's my best friend Andrew Porat. Ending games not in 2.5 hours, trapping me in hell.
I think it's
appreciate
crazy to call him your best friend, and he doesn't even have VIP.
That's my best friend, Andrew Porat.
No, Andrew didn't get it. He got it. I was gonna make a joke, and I got it. I gave up the ghost.
You jumped in so confidently,
I
and
gave up-
then
I lost the
crashed
joke.
and burned. That was so
I
sick.
lost the joke. Chad, what do we eat? That's not hot wings, like David said.
So are you shooting down my Chinese idea?
No, I am a Chinese whore. Let's take a look here.
That was buck wild to say.
Wait, no, it was not. I am a whore for Chinese is not a crazy thing to say.
I mean,
Okay, let me rephrase. I'm so sorry. I love Chinese food
it does
so
not-
so much on this
Sorry,
unofficial stream.
you already
Unofficial-
got clipped. You already
unofficial-
got clipped. I don't know what to say.
Unofficial. Unofficial.
Exclamation point unofficial. That was nuts.
Unofficial.
We're going for an absolutely crazy line here. +7 speed. This is a 14 high for 14 high for 7 is coming
Is this
in.
an unofficial stream if this is the official stream?
Unofficial stream. Sorry, if you want to go to the official stream, go to twitch.tv/universusccg.
No, this says UK versus on your Nightbot.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Funny. Everybody go to UK versus if you want to go watch the actual stream.
This looks like a very Titan deck coming from Zeke 3. Yeah. Sorry, I started thinking about food again. Chinese though?
Chinese great.
I know what you want from here, so I'll just pick it.
Sick.
Oh.
And a sippy? They might not have sippies, it's okay.
They do not have sippies. But we
No.
could just go somewhere else.
No. It's okay.
Okay.
I've got Dr. Peppers behind me. I will be okay on the sippy department. Man. I mean, this is a big deal. I cannot tell how many heads Ghidorah is at, so I'm going to ask to help with my own casting. Going to make you a little bit louder.
Me? I was like,
And
don't
so
make
sorry.
me louder.
How many heads is Ghidorah at?
I'm at 2 heads.
2 heads? Perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Rebby needs to go on timeout? No, I'll time you out. I could double dash, so I could like get something and then double dash, so that way they have to pick something else up for me.
That is crazy to do that.
I had a $5 coupon. Oh, we're in.
A coupon?
I had a $5 coupon. So this is like girl math. We just saved so much money.
That's $5 free dollars.
Speaking
Speaking of $5
of
free
girl
dollars,
math,
if you guys have any Twitch primes, 3 clicks, use your Bezos bucks, help out lonely streamers. Would be
I'm
very
not
cool.
lonely.
Mm,
Streamer.
Definitely talking about me.
No,
Definitely
you
talking
said
about me.
streamers. You put an S on there.
Whoa. How do we get counters for this? Or is it just a 6 to exist in our deck? That's interesting. For the number 23 Pro Hero?
Oh, yeah.
There is no Zeke 3. I love how much shit you stir, Zach. It's so sick.
Sorry, Zeke Jaeger Warrior. Is that his name? Or is his name Baseball? Zeke Jaeger War Chief. My bad. I truly thought his name was Zeke Jaeger Baseball.
Zeke Jaeger Baseball.
That's his name. Actually, technically, wouldn't it be Zeke too? Because technically, Beast Titan is just Beast Titan.
Correct. That is the point that they're making, is that there is no Zeke 3.
Oh, well, I don't care about their point. Anyway, Zeke Jaeger Baseball readying up their stage. Sorry. I like the little card holder there.
It's super cute.
You do not get a peek at my hand. Tell me about this Zeke deck. Is it just doing the Titan thing, or I'm just trying to see what we got going on.
I think that's just like the normal Zeke identity for Zeke Warchief is Falling Titans is just like such an easy tip of the iceberg. This is the kill condition that makes the most sense out of my deck. And so the fact that I'm allowed to go in and play it as many times as I want to is very cool. Followed by, I love this identity of knockdown blow. So not fully relying on the the loop to get the job done.
Yes.
7 high for 7. We saw a 9 Titans already be played and then utilized. On our first turn, but this card's saying that the next shift card that I play is like a little
easier, a little cheaper to play, and like it looks like a ton of our cards inside of our deck are 6 checks. I think that number 23 is there just to help us pass checks and make them nice and easy. Of how many times can I play and replay these cards? So the question is are we willing to pick this card up, losing 33% of the foundations that we have, and then play out this 5 high for 6, add it back to our hand, or build it back into it as a foundation later? There's certainly choices to be had.
Yeah, 100% agree. Sorry, I am ordering.
Order your
so
food.
I might be silent for a second.
You are a-okay.
My food, our food.
Our food. I'm gonna come over and take a munch. But it looks like we've got things. It's a little harder to see Ghidorah's stage. I'm gonna lean in for a second. So we've got a Nonagon on board, saying that things aren't very good. We used the Fulfilled with Doubt, saying that this card does not give the plus check to the next. But I believe we did use Zeke for +5 to our next check, which is very good for our next, I believe, ranged or Titan card.
Yeah.
From here, going for the block on the Gigantification swing, saying your rival's next check gets -2, so that's going to be +3 to our check. So yeah, from there, it looks like, yeah, we've got +4 then -2.
So +2.
Yeah, I was looking at the 5 next to the discard pile rather than the 4 and the 2 on top of the deck.
Wonder what the 5's there for.
Yeah, it might be number of backups in the discard pile or some other resource that he is counting. But from here, I can't imagine with +2 to our check that the attacks don't stop. This is on a 7-8 with +2 to our check. If we check a 6, I think we're in the money. Checks a 4, 5, 6. This is asking to commit 2 foundations, and I think that I absolutely go for it here. This is another 7 high for 7 knockdown blow. Saying the next one's going to get another -3 damage +3 to our check, and then +3 damage.
Yeah.
So the question is will more be coming without the +2 to our check on Zeke's side? I'm not 100% positive, but a 7 damage move is likely to cleave another head, depending on how much health Ghidorah is at. It is uncertain. We know that Zeke's at 26, but the little spin down rolly counter, a little difficult to tell.
Yep, we're giving it speed. Yeah,
we're giving it speed, +2 speed, -1 with the incubating, so now it's only a +1.
So it's an
speed
8
move, which means 8 high for 7, I believe.
No, 8 high for 7. He is counting backups in stage and discard combined, so he can transform.
You're totally right.
I read his character.
You're totally right. That makes sense. Love the clarity.
We understand. Yeah, I feel like Ghidorah's in a good position right now still, even with this presenting at that there could be another attack coming. I don't feel like entirely concerned as Ghidorah.
I will say that we are panic blocking here with a true 100. We have removed it on Ghidorah's side. I'm allowed to partially block. It does not matter how fast this maneuver is.
I did see that as well, yeah.
Yeah, so from here, it's a partial block, so we'll take the 4, dropping ourselves down. I think we might have been at the full 10, so dropping us down to 6. I saw us move both sides of this little counter here.
How many heads were we at?
We were at 2, so we are at effectively 16 health, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then we have a
Checking
beast
really
Titan
good
attacks coming in.
Checking a 9.
Exactly what we need. This 8 printed damage move, getting an extra +3 damage. I'm sure celebrating massively as the knockdown blow gives us the extra. If we decide to break a backup here to make this a throw, I believe it is going to guarantee get us ahead. The question is not to Nonagon or not to Nonagon. Oh, you know what? There's a moment of normalcy in that stage as well. So
yes,
maybe not.
Taking a look. Sorry, I'm looking at backups as we're talking about backups. Even though I should know what all these backups do because you use them against me constantly.
That's true.
I was just taking a look at the one in the stage, just for clarity. That is one that only gives -3 damage, just so everyone's aware. Because all those Titan set 2, set 1 backups all do look the same. So I just wanted to see for
this
clarification.
is Titans under orders. The homie. The squad.
The squad.
The squad.
Yeah, Tamron Cardwell runs this in his Beast Titan deck and then says, I'll burn you for 500 after I give it -3 damage and it destroys.
It's so sick. But from here, I mean, this is the last thing that we've got going on when it comes to Beast Titans.
Yes.
Sorry, Zeke War Chief's attacking turn. The goal here now is to rebuild and stabilize, and this is one of the good ones. Checking another. I think this is a 5. Are both of them 6s?
Yeah, that's a 6. That
Whoa.
4 difficulty is a 6 check.
Whoa, that's pretty
very,
crazy.
very good check.
Yeah, it looks like it is 6s all the way down as we build 2 more resources, getting to keep 1 in momentum, shifting 1 back down, and then now we have access to Beast-Sign attacks to go pick up any range card out of our discard pile, such as out of the Beast-Sign attacks, or probably even better, maybe not with the backups we have available to us in our stage, but a Falling Titans.
Yeah, you were entirely correct.
As well as, I mean, this is also just +2 damage on all of our moves, which says that
Feels
Ghidorah's idea. Oh! Animus shot coming in, preying on the pink cards. One of my favorite cards to play, one of my least favorite cards to sit across from. Removing the Beast Titan attacks from the game.
Making this a flash.
Bang! Making a flash. 4 high for 6.
5.
5, excuse me.
If it deals
drawing that
damage.
bonus card.
Yeah.
Looks like not, though. Looks like we are going to get that block to happen.
Yep. 1 card left in hand. Full hand with Ghidorah, along with selective removal at our ready. Checking a 5. Feels pretty good.
The Sword of Darkness Flame, one of the best flow pieces inside of the Ghidorah list. This card not really utilized outside of the Emperor of the Cosmos, as this card says lose a health, it gets a damage and stun 1, and then if you have 10 or less, with which Ghidorah always is, you redraw a card and gain that 2 health back. Pushes that goalpost just a little bit further, followed by the card draw is really nice.
Yeah.
So a decent poke 4 mid for 5 that redraws you 1.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to think of what happens.
Stun comes in, and we've got the defense card after the spiritual reprint of it can't be fixed after your move is committed due to Rappel's effect. Flip it and then rebuild 1 back in as well. Play ball committed, so making this board a little bit healthier on Zeke's side. But at the same time, 26 is an absolutely massive hill for this Ghidorah to climb. I think our goal here is just to play a couple pokes, get some advantage, set ourselves up for the onslaught that is coming. If we happen to get a little bit of health taken away, we feel great, but otherwise, that's okay too.
Yeah, we are sitting really healthy. We do have 26, so it's nothing that these printeds are gonna really devastate us quite yet.
But with that non-block down to 20, and if at first it succeeds, keep slinging them. Second Sword of Darkness Flame comes in. It's going to be another 4 mid for 6. Stun 1 yet again. Redraws us a card. Regains us netting positive 1 health. Great position to be in if you are Ghidorah.
Yes.
And the Zeke is looking very weak. If there is something like a true 100% coming in, or Archstage might be big enough for a Irwin's Final Charge to close out the game. It just really depends on what is in the discard pile. We weren't here at the beginning of the match, so I don't know. I have no idea.
No idea. We're gonna be just as shocked as the audience. Yeah, this is looking great for Ghidorah. I mean, we haven't even used our face, so and we have such a healthy stage that I think we keep going. I think Zeke is a little defenseless right now.
Yeah, especially because I believe that the -3 damage got canceled somehow on a card from inside of Ghidorah's stage. I'm unsure which card it was, truthfully. It might have been Zeke himself. Destroy a backup, gain a health, draw a card.
Oh.
But I'm unsure.
I don't know how we cancel that either.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have been Lookout. Let me go find that card and see what that card says. Because I thought I saw it in our stage.
I'm sorry, chat. We're bad casters.
No, it's okay. Keeping alert. Response flip after roughly a non-character card that draws a number of cards. Cancel it, but that was a character card, so
Yeah.
I'm unsure. I thought I saw a looking out inside of the or keeping alert inside the stage, but who knows?
Looking like we might block.
At least
It
that
is
what
only
we're
a 4
signaling.
mid. So if we have a one low,
For
checks a million.
yeah, because Zeke's bonus does apply to when you play a Ranger Titan card, not necessarily when you play a Ranger Titan attack, so that does count for block. But as a partial, we'll drop down to 17. 17, not a very hard number for Ghidorah to count if we have one of these massive checkmate moves. This is not the checkmate move that we were looking for, but it does certainly set us up if we want with a gigantification swing.
Yes.
One of my favorite secret rares out of the Girl Power set. 4 mid for 5. After you play it, Rob's next check gets -2. Really impactful against the Zeke, who's already used their once per turn. And then if we want to spend that momentum for plus 2 our checks to play attacks the rest of the turn, which it does look like we did. Ghidorah now no longer has the momentum. Sword of Darkness Flames coming in. Is there an 11 damage move to be played? And the answer is yes! This true 100% coming in, checking a 4 on a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Checks a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9, 8.
We missed it. It's 8. We failed it. We spent the momentum and it didn't work. We were 2 off. We were praying for a 5 there for the checkmate, but it looks like, hey, Zeke's gonna have a field day once again, keeping a ton of momentum over on Ghidorah's side. But I think that, like, although we look very weak inside of the on Ghidorah's position, right? We failed a check after a big heavy string. There's a ton of play defensively to be had over on Ghidorah's side.
Correct. Yeah, you are entirely right. We have reset on board. We can seal the good attack. So if he attempts to even try to play that foundation back into an attack, we're just gonna I think it's like Zeke's dream becoming real or something. The Falling Titans attack. Not that he has assets to pay for picking it up, but it is an extra attack in case he does draw dead and needs one more. We can at least seal it. It does nothing. Seal anything that's crazy, right?
Very funny to see the City Rampage flash as the last card in our hand as we attempt to
I wasn't
check
even
it
thinking that card's in this deck.
on the 5. I mean, hey, what an easy way to guarantee all of your Falling Skies to work. I will City Rampage Falling Skies, or sorry, not Falling Skies, Falling Titans,
I was
and
like,
say
wow.
that, yeah, Falling Titans.
Illegal.
Pretty good. If you are on the backside as Zeke, your moves get even an extra +2 to their check. Saying every one of your moves gets +2, +4 to its check. Not to mention now we've got the knockdown blow coming in, giving even more to our check. This is going to be a very, very scary turn.
Yeah, and taking a look, we do have 10 backups in our discard pile stage combined, but we do not have a backup on stage to break. So we are not going to be able to transform, but it might be better to just stay on our front side right now for the +2 to our check, even though we have constant +2.
Yeah, the question is how late in our string can we keep playing the game? And it looks like we're going to be continuing. Here is lifting the attack to our hand. Here is at least another 7 damage move with the bonuses that we get from the
Do you think that I could pick my character to be a backup and give it 10 health?
Yeah. Oh man, I wish.
Give your character 10 health would be nutty. We have a lot coming on already. Did this get... No, this did not get sealed. Okay.
Okay.
I am just...
From here,
watching.
looks like the partial block is coming in as we block with the Nonagon.
Yep.
And then I believe. I mean, the only reason that we have a partial block here is that it would keep a head alive. And so,
Well, we know he minimum has one more attack in hand.
yes.
But he has 5 cards, so there could be definitely way more than that. We have not committed 1 card to pass any checks. Titan card is going to be +3 on top of the +2. Feeling very healthy as Zeke.
And it looks like Beast Titan Attacks is the one to come in. It's going to get +5 to the check. Check an 11. Casually.
I guess that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I love the shape of this Zeke deck. It is solely for the idea of I wouldn't play this deck. I wouldn't play it. And so the fact that we've got Bill here who is playing a very Godzilla shaped idea, and it looks like we're scooping it up. That was enough. Very, very cool. Very, very cool to see this Zeke be played out this way instead of his Bill's classic idea of play Godzilla +2 across the rest of the turn. I'm gonna make 1 really high impact check. It's dope. It's so cool to see.
That was very dope. I really enjoyed that. And it more technology that's not front facing in this meta.
We got 4 minutes.
In time, yeah, we do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's jump in to maybe table 7? Question mark.
So play this on a 4. Checks a 3. We'll say 4. No response. How about you?
No response. Yeah,
Just gonna turn these nerds down a little bit. Looks like we're coming into a Rodan versus Pete game. We're not gonna interrupt them at all. We're just gonna let them keep rocking it. Honestly, I think the idea is maybe to put them on more in the background rather than the foreground, and just like let them and me and you can chat. Let's just hang out, you know?
I guess, yeah. Food's on its way. Chat,
Yippee!
just for an update. Chinese is on its way. I have sippies coming as well.
For me?
No. Good game so far today. Been very pleased with how the games have been.
Also, I am a big fan of my best friend in the whole wide world. Finally, trying to kill people. It's so sick. It's so sick. I'm so happy about it.
We say best friend in the whole world. Is he gonna be your maid of honor? Your best man at your wedding?
He is gonna be my maid of honor for sure.
For sure.
For sure. What do y'all's go to for Chinese?
Sesame chicken.
Chinese is tough for me because I don't like rice, so I gotta get like lo mein as my side.
Oh, accidentally get you rice.
That's okay. I'll get over it.
I'm a bad girlfriend.
No, you're great. You're great. It's awesome. Every time Tam repeats it, I believe it less. What, that I don't like rice, or that Andrew Port is my best friend? I cannot wait to get drunk with that guy at the next regional. It's gonna be sick. I think he is skipping the next one though.
He is. And
Coward.
you know what, David, you can
Won't
have
go for
a
the
sody
three-peat.
pop.
Insane that my best friend doesn't want to show up and hang out with me at the next one.
Well,
If I place well, I'll throw some gifties with the profits.
Oh, well, that's what you're calling him your best friend. I understand.
Apparently. Hey, I will say, hey, full disclosure, Drew, I appreciate the sentiment. If you win, you should keep your winnings, buddy. You should keep the winnings. Obviously, I will not look gifties in the mouth. It'd be very kind of you. But if you earned them, you should keep them. I'm just happy you're playing.
Does it look like part of their mat is censored? It just looks like
What?
there's like on the peaks board, it looks just like slightly blurred.
Oh,
one part
yeah,
of the
yeah,
mat.
yeah. On Endeavor's right shoulder.
I also would want that censored, to be fair.
Go on.
Oh, that's 2 Endeavors. Oh. I'm not doing well.
It's okay. Hey, you know what? Casting. I mean, we've been live for what, 4 hours?
That's
Casting
too long.
casting this long is difficult. It is tough to do, especially like David has gotten a sense of this. It is difficult to cast and like truly pay attention to the game and like not miss the things, because to a casual watcher, right, somebody who's just like watching and not like having to yap and think about the plays currently happening and potential plays and listening and use active listening skills with their co-caster, it's very easy to just like miss stuff. And so like you have to juggle a lot of plates, spin a lot of plates rather, when it comes to casting. How are you enjoying it? I mean, we're 3 rounds in. This is your first casting experience ever. You were incredibly nervous when you were here. You were like, we're not practicing this at all, and I'm like, nope, I'm just throwing you into the fire like every other caster. What's your experience with it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I am feeling way better the more I do it. Round 1, I was, and I bet I won't. I'm gonna watch it back because it's just something I do. I know I was completely nervous. It feels so hard in the moment when you first do it to really make edutainment, right? I want to be interesting about what's happening on the board, but I want to be entertaining while I do it. Because if I just go, here's matter of fact things happening, it's boring. You're not getting a lot of good energy. And I feel like you are a good person to start casting with, because you are really good at feeding energy back towards your co-caster. You're asking me questions, making me really look at the game and really keep myself involved. And I feel like I've done a great job making sure I'm watching the boards, making sure I'm seeing these plays while also engaging with you. And also, I believe more women should be casting, so I should, as I said on Chris Smith's interview with me on his Take 10, go to his channel, go watch that, a little plug. I think there should be more women in the space, and if I don't see something, I'm going to take the initiative and do it.
Enough about that. Don't you think it's weird that Chris Smith's birthday is Christmas, and it like matches his name so well?
Christmas, that's crazy.
Chris Smith was born on Christmas.
I was supposed to be born on Christmas, but I decided to be dramatic and late. So I was born at an undisclosed date later.
That does not sound like you being stubborn. It does not.
Since I've been born, baby. Yeah, what a funny topic change.
I will go back. I think you are doing an incredible job. I think you are doing a good job. There's some small things.
He downplayed it. He went, ah.
No. There's some things that I think you can work on, but there's also things that I think I should be working on. So, for your first time in the booth, you've done it for 3 rounds. I think you're genuinely crushing it. I think you're super crushing it. I'm excited for you to go back and rewatch and relearn, and see what you can do better. But genuinely, I'm happy. Most importantly, I don't care that you're doing good or bad. I'm happy you're having fun casting, and that's what matters to me.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not too bad. Chat still here, but they'd be here for you anyway, so that's okay. Overtime though. Yay. Talk more about Bearded Titan and I'll stay. Yeah, Mr. Round, let's talk about Bearded Titan. Who wants to see my Bearded Titan list on the no symbol? Coming soon.
That's all you, homie.
Me, Bearded Titan? I think Bearded Titan has a unique idea with... using no symbols. It's definitely very, very aggressive. I think the Bearded Titan list was really bad before Attack on Titan 3, and then Attack on Titan 3 said, here's a lot of good no symbol cards. So now he's a bit cleaner. I bet he's really good on other symbols, but I choose to not have a symbol, which is illegal in our game. So then I have to pick a symbol. So then I just trick my rival and I go, I'm on the death symbol. But actually, I have no symbols in my deck.
Yeah, Bearded Titan is whatever. They ruined that character.
Did they?
Yeah. That guy should have been able to play any attuned cards.
I think so too. I think he would have been a little powerful, a little too powerful, but I mean, I don't hate him. I think he's fine. He's like a C tier character, right? I wouldn't put him at D. I think he's C tier just because he has nothing going on, but everything going on. I guess you could say that about any character. I don't know where I'd put him. I don't know where I'd put him actually.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I know you didn't play Bearded Titan in Albuquerque. Well, okay. Well, did you play it for like a side event?
He played it for a
there's
side
some-
event.
Okay, I was gonna say no shot. I watched that stream and you were not playing that.
I'm pushing it back to us. I'll do that.
I'll hang up.
then... What? From their call. Yeah,
I
good call.
just hang up and end this.
Like, I'm done talking to you, Tam. As we are here, we have 2 undefeateds. My question for you, chat, is would you like to see the undefeateds? How many rounds is it? Question mark. Is it 4 rounds or 5?
It is 5 rounds with 30-minute lunch and then break the tokens.
Wowzers. Would you like to see the 2 undefeateds? So we would go back to Andrew, but we would get to see Elijah? Or would you like me to go a little bit further down inside of the event?
I want to watch these people battle it out to get into top coats.
Me and Drew are IDing. The undefeateds don't want to play because Drew says Elijah is his best friend.
Damn.
I'm sorry, what? I'm
slash ban.
I'm sorry. Excuse me? I'm sorry, Drew, you said I'm not going to take this as fact because this is David Toombs trying to hurt me. Drew, is it true that Elijah's your best friend and not
go into the room.
little old me? The guy that I didn't say don't worry. That's my man. That's my guy right there. It's not like I've crashed out. David's lying. How dare he? David, I expect 1 gift sub as an apology. I expect it right now. Get on your laptop. Yeah, me and Drew hate each other.
Versus Bert 1.
What is this tournament happen? Is it happening now?
What, round 4? Yeah.
Round 4? Oh, it's already up.
Yeah.
Sick,
So
let's go
we
take a look.
have Peak versus Bert 1. We have Ghidorah versus Porco. Annie versus Vash. Scanlan versus Hanji Zoe 1.
I think it's
2.
table 6.
Yeah.
I think it's
the crazy
table 6 only because I know Blamed is currently streaming herself.
So go watch her stream if you want to go see a Peak game.
100%. And then we've seen Peak.
Why are you in table 7?
Why am I on table 7?
Yeah.
Am I inside of table 7 currently?
Yeah, you're right in it.
Okay. I'm right in it. It's because I didn't
Correct.
click the button.
Yeah.
Let's go to table 6. I just didn't leave the call
I
previously.
bet the people were waiting for you to leave the table to chip they just did. Okay, that's very funny. Chat, our food's gonna get here right in the middle of the match, so I will walk away for a minute. And you'll be left with devastating Tamarin.
Yeah, and I will turn your screen off long enough for you to grab the food.
Don't look at her. She has Chinese food. Very excited. This is going to be, I think, a very long match, in my opinion. I do think this is going to take the whole hour, which is great for me, because whenever we play only one match in here, it just feels like the hour flies away. Even though I know in-game it feels like forever. Porco would be cool. You should have been here earlier, Heinz. We watch Porco.
Hello. Hello there.
Whew, my tummy rumbled. I'm really excited for this match.
Yeah? What things make you excited? What things are exciting about it?
I think the thing that I'm most excited about it is the fact that it is Hanj 1 versus Scanlan. And Tom is not on Scanlan.
That's the insane part.
That's
I
the
think.
insane part. It is Sam Tate on Scanlan, and then Tom is on Hanj 1, a character that I think got a huge glow up with the new Attack on Titan set, specifically 9 Titans.
Yes, tell me about that card. Let's talk about 9 Titans for those who are not familiar with it.
Yeah, it's 4 difficulty backup, so Hanj 1 gets to just start the game within their stage. And its entire identity is to either give a massive damage reduction to a move or double the speed or damage of your own Titan move. And so we have a teammate, Justin Birch, who is playing Hanj 1 right now, a 12 attack Hanj 1, doing the cool Falling Titans loop that we saw from the last game with Zeke Warchief, but instead on this character. And so, sometimes turn that into a 10 high or a 14 high sometimes for 6 closes out the game, but at the same time a 7 high for 12 also helps you close out the game. So it's just it's very cool, very exciting.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this Scanlan deck's gonna look like.
We might be bailing though because he's just not showing up, so I might just move to a new table.
He'll hop in when we leave. Let's see.
Your damage to 1.
I'll check something. Hold on.
I think it's just back to table 3. I think this is where we gotta go.
Yeah, you think table 3?
We're gonna rocket from blamed.
Okay.
Right.
Un momento.
Honestly, I'm here for it.
Yo, what up? You guys gonna be on stream? We are flies on the wall. Please start your match whenever you're legally allowed to start your match. If you have any judge calls, don't ask us. You'll have to officially ask the judge, as I will not be answering anything for you. Good luck, have fun, and kill each other.
Forget everything we said, guys. Let's talk about Burt 1 versus Peak once again. TC has been known to play this Burt 1-esque deck, and Attack on Titan 3 did have a lot of good chaos cards enter the scene.
Yeah, I am excited to see what he's got going on, specifically because there's a ton of ways to snap momentum inside of AOT 3. Like, it's very, very quick to have happen. I need to fix my scenes a bunch, so...
You're good. I think the ways are a little bit more expensive. One of them being the Annie 3-check 6 diff that lets you snap one in.
Finally Awake, I believe the name of that one.
Finally Awake, where she's melted out of her cocoon. Interesting to see what this Peak is going to represent. I think Peak is such an interesting character that she could be built so many different ways, but the game plan is always the same. Destroy my board, kill my opponent, make everything +3/+3. Looks like this one's very similar. Seeing a showdown already in the discard pile. Feeling traumatized from seeing it so many times. The last game. I thought this was 5 rounds, not 6. Oh, he's counting this and next round.
Counting this one.
I don't count like that. I count this one as occurring, so it doesn't count.
Horizontal, and now I can read things.
Burt 1 starting out with a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken We are attempting to seal it with Peak with Filled with Doubt. Very good move, making sure that Moment of Normalcy stays safe, along with Botans as well. Building in with Peak. We're going to let this damage through, which is the correct play. Let's not let him snap momentum this quickly. Another fast hybrid Chimera Kraken.
The special. The TC special. Obviously, we've got double Kraken on turn 2. Duh. I do think it's interesting to not have popped off the inspiring song there to lube up our check just a little bit, just to guarantee that we don't overcommit. But at the same time, there is the question of what am I allowed to do? And the answer is we must just have a high block, and we don't want to slam the momentum. And chat makes a good point. Doesn't that also seal the static? It does. So when this does get momentum, it will go face down. Let's hope our players remember that.
Feels like a successful turn, honestly. We did get a bunch of damage into Peak. Now the real question is, do we build and pass? I think that is the correct answer, but maybe there is something spicy up TC sleeve. And
if our hand is all gas, I mean, I guess we go for it. But even like a build 1 is the correct thing here. Peak only having the 5 foundations can present a lot of damage, right? We saw a lot of output, but there's that. Utilizing the form once per turn, discard a card, redraw a card.
Yes.
Proceeding
very
to
important.
Build in some stuff.
That is a.
Go ahead.
I don't remember what that card does. Let's just get a complaint. I can't remember anything.
Response after your non-threat attack deals damage, remove it from the game. So it is very similar to how Bert works himself.
Correct. This is advancing destruction for the players at home that want to go look at all these pretty cards. We remembered that it is face down because it was sealed. Good catch from the player.
Yeah, both these players very high caliber. TC, a ton of top cuts, and blamed not to shill for my own event. Plays in Webcam Wednesday literally every single Wednesday. So constantly improving their game over and over and over again. All at the world's #1 online local. If you guys are interested in playing Webcam Wednesday, it's happening this Wednesday. We'd love to hang out.
Sign up or else.
Sign up or else. From here, we've got Blamed tossing down a Battle or Release. Massive move, which is what we're going to need because we've got to chunk through 35 health over on Bert's side. I love the representation of the first Colossus Titan. Bert, obviously, he's got some of the highest health total in the entire game because he's just, when you stare up at him, he's a monster, a mountain to climb, really. So the fact that he's represented by this huge health total is very, very cool.
Yes, 100%. One moment. I'm so sorry.
From here, 4 high for 7 coming in, get a little extra of a redraw. We did destroy a foundation to flip over for some stats here. I believe this is going to push us up to... Well, now, hold on. My math is not math. And did we plus our damage
prior?
Before it? Oh, you know what? It's +2 from the cart, +1 from the...
Artillery. You are correct.
And now it'll probably be another 3, unless we just... opted not to do it. Okay, interesting. Okay. Goes for the full block, completely blocking everything out, asking us to keep playing cards. And it looks like
that is the right choice. The Ripper. I want to talk about this card.
Yeah, hit me.
Oh, you said it way too fast. This card says I'm going to discard a card, and now you are going to discard a card. Taking cards out of our rival's hand, especially when they are a 6-hander, they only have 1 card left. And when it resolves, if it gets that speed and damage bonus that Peak guarantees, we're going to get +2/+2 to our next, which feels really good in a deck where we're just trying to kill you on 2. Very nice piece of tech here from Siren.
I think it also does a little bit of extra work if I have cards that I don't necessarily care about, making you discard cards.
Put the gambling cards in your discard pile.
puts those in discard pile. It also hurts your sculpt. But looks like no need to do that as we have Tri-Gravity Bee coming in.
We're just gonna get rid of that card
this.
anyway.
Love it, love it, love it. Tri-Gravity Beam coming in saying if it's a third card, destroy one of my foundations to peek at your hand. Hilariously, name of the character, teehee, haha. Choose a card that they have and then get rid of it out of their hand. Remove from the game. It's gone forever.
Yeah, and because of that, oh my gosh, sorry. I always like remember what cards do, and then I have the tiniest hint of doubt, and I just stop talking. I'm like, I know this. Yep, it's one card's been removed this turn. This gets +2 damage. Feels really good. This is a 6 bid for 10 that we can't do anything about. We have to take it. Greater goal, really good build in.
I think the big thing. Oh, there's a separate pile. I thought that we as Peak went down to 2 foundations total, and the answer is we only had 2 readied foundations total. I was very nervous about what our next turn looked like if it was like a build to pass, but from here, staying at a nice healthy 6. This is the perfect range that Peak wants to play in. But at 17 all, it's all tied up, fun to fun. How much of an offense can Bert find without damage pump on his face, as well as how much blocking can this Peak do, specifically partial blocking, to stop the snap to momentum to utilize those abilities?
Looking into Bert's card pool, not his card pool, his stage, he does have, if his attack is blocked or deals no damage, you do get +1 to your next check. We are building instead. I'll continue my sentence. But there's a lot of good defense in Bert's stage. We have a Broken Psyche on board. We have the momentum to pay for it. We have Childlike. Is that what that is?
It is acrobatic style. I think.
Acrobatic. It's when stun happens. You get to ready it.
Correct. Yeah, or I guess it's if they commit a card for their
after
ability.
Rival's Foundation is committed due to your effect. Ready this card.
Yeah. Here is the big takeaway, though. We have our 9 foundations as Bert. The +3 damage stun 1 on all of our moves is now readily available, especially because of this build, and because Peak didn't aggress into us, we get to be the person to go on the offensive. And if I have cards in my hand, if I have stats, I'm going to be able to sling moves over and over and over again. It would be very, very scary, as well as they lose 1 health equal to your momentum. So currently it's a burn 2. So Peak has a guaranteed is at 15 health. They're just at 15.
Yes.
Right. If we can get them down at all or snap bonus momentum whenever we decide to transform, it's going to be very, 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 very solid. As well as we've got the extra added after Revival flips a foundation, they sacrifice it once per turn. With Peak already destroying foundations, hindering the stage even more, even faster, I think could be a big playmaker inside of this matchup.
It does turn off the greater goal. The greater goal can't happen the one time. You have to let one go away, and now you're gonna break your stage. You're getting punished for using your defense on your board. Coming in with the support from the female Titan.
Absolutely did not put together that Bert wants to play this card. 5 for 5. After it resolves, if you have momentum, you'll grab another one. If they full block it, it'll go to momentum itself. This card feels like an absolute winner here. So now, when we transform, it is now burn 3. And so Peak is not at 12, she's at 9. Very, very, the yellow light should be flashing if you're a Blamed Siren fan and not a TC fan of this is a scary spot for you to be in. At some point, your -3 damage is not going to be enough, especially if I decide to go kaboom and transform.
And we have a lot of good stuff in our board too as TC. Now that Childlike committed, it doesn't cost anything because now we're going to commit and freeze, and now we just get to ready that back up. We have History's Greatest Monster to re-ready. We have plus or minus to a check. It just feels like we're in a really good position offensive-wise as Bert.
And at some point, we're going to have to start blocking. And
We
that
have
is
to.
just potentially the end-all, be-all of where this Bert is going to blow up and then proceed to kill us. How do you feel about the committal of the not committing this rather than the desperate struggle?
I think it is the correct choice. I think TC is waiting it out to decide when he is going to flip. And I think that desperate struggle is going to come much more in handy if we want to pull off a block so we take no damage, or we rather just take printed damage. We can kind of play a little bit of back and forth with Bert versus now losing resources on our board and flipping them.
Looks like the full block is going to come in fighting this Kraken. One of the worst cards you can full block against this character, as we respond once per turn with Bert and put this in our momentum. Since it's in a public zone, it will go face up. That is +2 speed on my later moves, and now burn 4. We are at 8 health with every move getting +3 damage. 2 4 damage attacks, and the game is over, Rebby. I'm very, very afraid of this.
I'm not panicking.
No frightening calm here. It is frightening scary.
Man, I totally commented on the greater goal getting committed as I thought it was Siren's choice. Sorry. I didn't realize it was Kraken that.
Yes, it was Kraken.
Ignore everything I said then. Everything previously gone. Deception Dagger feels rough.
Massive move. I mean, the stun 2 print on this card is just going to absolutely tear apart Blame's board.
And our opponent's stage is looking really healthy. Do we start breaking our board with Peak to save ourselves from this?
Wait,
as much as we can.
There's a dagger card inside of Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan 3. Covert dagger.
Another dagger for Vex 1.
Yeah, for dagger, or
I don't think it matches the symbols. But
sweeping daggers. We get to remove a dagger. How neat!
Whoa!
How cool!
Anyway.
Sorry, I
No,
typed
that's
in dagger and I found it. That's cool.
That's actually pretty funny. Looking through the discard pile, seeing what we want to steal from the discard pile. Do we want to steal something that would be beneficial for Blaine? We took away the Colossus SWAT, or is it something that we know will give us speed? And this one did give us both, which is a win in both situations.
100%. Yeah, it's going to be a 5 mid for 1, but Bert's able to put another +3 damage and then stun 1, truly devastating this board. And if we want this move to hit, we got the Krakens to help us out here. As well as the ability with the 2 difficulty. I believe we built 2 of them. What the name of the card after your move hits, remove it from the game.
Yep, you're right. The one we talked about.
The one we talked about.
I will be right back.
We got food? Yes. I'm gonna turn your camera off. Oh, you turned your camera off. Sick. That's way easier. So from here, Double Trouble, one of my absolute favorite pieces in the technology inside of the Bert deck. It says it's got an incredible echo, great to be played afterwards. It has stun itself, and so this is going to end up being a 2 mid for 8 plus the extra stun, and then getting to replay this foundation. I mean, this is an 8 damage move coming in over and over and over again. I think the number one thing that's going to be happening here on Blame's side is this massive damage reduction, but the hits are going to keep on coming, and the bonus: in hands, discard a card, redraw a card. So scary. But it looks like a full block coming in checks the 5, exactly what we needed to help us try and stay alive. As the move comes in, and then there it is going for the scoop. Game 1 goes to TC on the OG Colossal Titan.
It certainly does.
There's
so much.
here if you want to code it.
I certainly will.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I have a drink.
What? A sippy for little old me? Incredible. And it looks like I've got crab rangoons. My girlfriend loves me so much. Popa? You're so kind.
You gotta sit in here. You have the dark purple water.
Oh, I forgot about it. So from here, the question that is on everybody's minds is Peak dead? Is it over? Did all the Peak players have their fun, and now the deck is absolutely washed? I've seen a singular game, and now I just think that's just the truth. That's just what it has to be. Did we get another prediction going? Not crazy. We didn't start a prediction for this one. Whoops. That's okay. Chat, you'll have to forgive me. I'm absolutely going to be eating during these rounds. So if you're here for the mukbang, drop a primer.
Hello.
Hello.
I ate one of my crab rangoons before getting back from camera. You should try them. They taste like they're amazing. They're the best crab rangoons ever.
I am just going to eat on camera. I don't care. I don't know how you feel about it, but
I'm gonna eat like this so no one can.
I think that's fair. 10 gifted, and I'll make Rebby move her hand.
50.
50.
Here's the added benefit. Chat, gift subs are 35% off for the next 7 days.
Are they?
Yes, I just got a notification.
No. Only if you, one, are feeling it, and two, have it inside of your budget. Please do not feel obligated.
Only if you want to watch Rebby eat.
Okay, huge build over on Peak side. Some incredible pieces, including a Marleyan Warriors, to make sure that if we have an attacking string, we will string out as much as we can.
Yeah.
And then secondly, Moment of Normalcy, I think, is going to be massive for if we ever get to the backside, as well as any amount of damage reduction that we have or speed reduction on Bert's side, followed by we had that greater goal to push our attacks and make them actually real.
Pretty good build for Bert as well. I think both players have really good builds first turn. I'm recovering from the crab rangoons. I like Bert's build as well. Coming in with the Colossus SWAT, I do think it is the correct play from Peak to start going aggro now. It's a free build too. How did we check a 6? We Marley Warriored, right?
We Warriored.
Where's the warrior at? Did we break it?
It is committed and flipped, and we
Where?
must have already broken it.
Okay, I was like, where? Oh, it's in our Discord pile, looking
Yeah,
right
there it
at
is.
me. Sorry, chat. Is a more aggressive approach from Peak the correct answer?
I think so. I think especially with a hand like this of we actively want to break things with Peak to get that asset out of our deck and then proceed to go for some more aggressive pieces. I will say, because of the fact that we wait, did we SWAT to build? Oh, they're over on the side. I missed them. Because of the fact that we didn't break an additional resource, we didn't flip back over to the other side to then get an extra rebuild of a real foundation, right?
Yeah.
Now Runaway coming in, stopping the initial 5 damage, but it looks like love this Hardened Fist, I believe.
Hardened Fist. I played this in Bowie. It's a very, very good card.
After you break one, you build one off the top. You're going to take these fictitious cards that we have and turn them into real cards. Combine that with Peak's ability to rebuild. We're going to be going positive +1 foundation when it comes to it. Although this is a little whatever statted, right? It's a 3 mid for a 5, even with the 3/3. By today's standards of attacking stats, it's a little in the past.
Okay, this hits, that touches, that's great. Building back out, getting another Marley Warriors on the board to successfully have another aggro turn does mean there's hope.
Love that. Combine that with a tarot reading of being able to confirm our next checks. Very, very cool. As well as draw additional attack cards depending on what we have. This is the position that our aggro peak player wants to be in. Look at how healthy our stage is. We just slammed the Colossus from doing 11 points of damage, but Colossus coming back, swinging and showing, hey, I'm the consistent character that I always am. I'm a 60 card deck. I'm gonna find these Krakens, slowing down your game plan over and over and over again.
And correct, yeah, I agree. Sorry, not to say yes, I agree, but I really do agree, and I think tarot reading is a really cool tech that I personally haven't got too much into. It gives the death symbol way more, as you said, it's order. Gives the order symbol way more scribe, just like Armin needed.
True.
Sorry, PTSD starting. PTSD. Coming in through a Kraken, hit, of course.
Yeah, it looks like a partial block though, so we will take the damage and then it will go to momentum, but it isn't snapped to momentum instantly as we continue to rebuild out.
Getting ready to transform.
Yes, getting ready to transform to make all these moves hit, because I think our window for winning the game is very quickly closing, much faster than in the game 1 of our window. Do you have the 9? Do we have 9? Am I crazy?
We have 9, but we did get that Marley Warriors committed and frozen, so it is not operative on this turn for peak. We are missing +1 to all our checks, which can feel bad later on in the string after we've destroyed a bunch of our foundations.
Yeah, so 6 foundations over on Peak's side versus the 9 on Bert's side. With that said, technically have 7 if we want to count destroying the Marleyan Warriors, and then an 8th if we want to rebuild back in with Peak. So I think opening SWAT would be the coolest thing to have happen, but it looks like a Warhammer Titan coming in.
Okay, I'm glad you knew what that was. I was like, what is that?
Yeah.
It looks like a Titan without a head.
6 mid for 7. It does say break a foundation to rebuild it, which is a thing that we're probably going to have to do, because checking a 3 on the 7, it feels really, really bad.
Yes, and I want to talk about the other side as well. This card does feel really good. You lose a stamina on it. It's a 7 stamina on its backside. Lose a stamina, give the attack +1 damage. But the most important part for Peak is if you've sacrificed 1 or more cards this turn, this attack gets +1 speed. So it is a free +1/+1 for Peak. And then we don't worry about the other one. It's a first form.
Yeah, not for this turn, but I do think that's
it's
my
good
favorite
for later
part of the
on.
card. Is first form, if I have less foundations than my rival, which, you know, I'm constantly breaking them with Peak, I could sacrifice this and then gain 2 face-down foundations off the top of my deck. They could be those bing bong cards that we care about, but honestly, it's just 2 extra foundations. It is SWAT from the stage that those cards technically don't go away. If I wanted to first form, build in my 2, then build more, those are foundations that stay in my stage to survive the onslaught of potentially what this Titan could have. But 9 mid for 9, stun 1 coming in. I have a feeling, Rebby, this one's just going to land on the chin. I think blocking this is going to be really
Spooky.
tough.
I think it's not in our best interest to block this unless we want to use all our defensive pieces now, which doesn't seem like in our best interest, considering this is only attack 1.
Yeah, or it's the call out of, hey, I just don't think you have any extra stuff, right? I don't think that you have more gas. I'm going to block this, turn my whole board sideways, and say you can't find the 21. But it looks like
we are going to take it on the chin.
dropping down to 11 and then building this one in. 3 readied foundations over on peak side, and now everything gets that extra stats. Bert's in the danger zone. Any of these moves are going to be really, really potent.
That's really pretty on its backside.
It's so,
Sorry.
so good.
That's really pretty.
You can actually even, like, whenever you... It's tough to see on camera, but you can see the eyes of the Warhammer Titan.
It's very nice. Building a stage, restabilizing is really important. I think this was a good poke from Peak. It tells Bert, figure it out now. You don't have time to sit here and build momentum, because I will come back next turn and I will kill you.
I think if our goal was to just build after this, I'm not positive I would have committed to destroying one of my foundations to snap build in the thing. Yeah, it's +1 progressive difficulty for the turn, but that does represent -2 speed or -3 speed or -2 damage.
To a contrary point, we checked really bad on that attack, and I think it was just resources we didn't want to spend. We'd rather just we'd rather break a committed one than have to commit extra.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair idea. I'm not sure I would have made the same judgment call, and I hope it worked out for Blamed, but with that break, I wanted more aggression out of the turn rather than not.
Definitely understood.
A very full, healthy character. We playing the support. We've got the momentum. We're gonna snap another one, redraw one, making this even more. Imagine if all of chat at home, all of your supported female titans also said burn an extra. They just burn one for free,
That's
and that's
okay.
what it does inside of this bird deck.
Ugh.
It's so cool.
Now the question becomes, what does TC do? Is it time to go all in? Do we break those face downs, or do we keep coasting? Are we allowed to pass back the turn?
I think at 11 I would be very nervous to pass back with, especially if we do decide to go for our transformation. It puts us as a Titan on the backside, which says that our anti-Titan artillery is way more live, right? The +1 damage and then the burn 1 in addition. And so if we are not going to try and finish our food, there's no shot that we transform here.
We are gonna, it looks like, build. Putting a military airship in. Getting really good pieces to keep our stage healthy on offense and defense. As well as our hand with a military airship.
Tough spot to be in here as we check a 3 on the Broken Psyche. Is this worth committing the 2 foundations? TC says yes.
When you're at 11, I think that's the right choice.
When does Robert transform? What's the condition?
Robert.
Bartholomew's transformation is form, discard a card, redraw a card. But it looks like we are opting to transform, which is breaking these foundations. I think this play is really neat, but I am nervous about it. We just said, hey, sacrifice some foundations, burn a little extra, but your board is going to be significantly weaker. I think with that Marleyan Warriors, if we draw any amount of gas from Peak, I think it's just going to be checkmate.
I'm very, very interested to see what's going to happen.
I mentioned Deadlock over on Berthold's side. What a huge opener.
Currently, that's what I'm checking for, is all of it. Checking a 3 feels really, really bad.
That stinks, especially.
Should we have
not
used our Marleyan?
I mean, they got committed now. It is too late. Hindsight and all that. But this is going to be a very fast move that we're going to have to interact with, or utilize these Broken Psyches to put them back down to 0. If we let any of these moves hit, we're going to commit a Broken Psyche with a
with an artillery. Even though we checked the 3 on peak side, we are not out of the woods yet. If you're a TC Berthold fan,
It's just in my head. I just thought it was funny. Man, I forgot to use this. I'm gonna break it. Break the warrior. I'm mad at you. Get out of my stage. I will not forget you again.
if I'm not going to use it, I don't deserve to have it.
I think TC has a lot of defense on board, though. I do think it might say 11 health, but there might be more to crack through. We get to pick up a block out of our hand, clearing our progressive. And we have -2 speed, 2 broken psyches. We have that 2 difficulty Yu Yu Hakusho Foundation that says, I think, add a momentum to your hand. Am I correct?
Commit flip, take a momentum out of your hand. So right now we know that there's Kraken and support from the female Titan and a random one off the top. So there's a surprise block zone that we could have. But it looks like going in for the full block here with self-doubt, committing a couple resources to pay for it. Looks like committing out pretty massively here.
Very, very big. It just makes me nervous. I'm just nervous. Ripper arrives, coming in, gonna get a card out of your hand if I so choose to do so. If you let this touch you, even if it deals 2, you're making my next one bigger. Are you gonna interact with me?
Yeah, it's that combined with the idea of if this connects, yes, they use 1 broken psyche, but I'm gonna commit the other one down with the Titan. The stage looks good right now, but it just isn't.
No.
And whoa! The interaction with Warhammer Titan and the Ripper arrives instantly turns on the +2/+2 to the next because of the speed and the damage. That's so smart. We did not have to spend another foundation on peak side to get this interaction to happen.
Very, very cool interaction.
That's so good. So good. If this
Saves
move
our
is
board.
If this move is unanswered, we're going to be dropping down to 4, which is so easy for Peak to play. And it says that our broken psyches just don't exist, right? I'm just allowed to wait. I'm allowed to chill. I've got Peak. I've got the
We are taking it.
Titan. Yeah, dropping all the way down to 3. I mean, this is any move is lethal. Any move. We're going to have to double broken psyche unless...
Our healths are not the same, and it's bothering me. One has 3, one has 6. We would have to have the block, though, wouldn't we?
We would have to have the block, and because of this Tri-Gravity Beam coming in, we're going to get to peek at the hand and selectively get rid of a card. I mean, if this isn't checkmate, I don't know what is.
Yeah, this is spelling danger. Man, I mean, even if you broken Psyche, I'll just put it back to normal. It's a low block, so... We have no cards in hand, no ways to draw besides picking back up with military airship. But that block modifier is too big to block.
Yeah, this is a tough spot if you're a TC fan here. I think it's just the ball is in TC's court of how many pieces do you want to try and interact with. Because this is 7, even on the partial, it is lethal. 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the there's just nothing that we can do as TC. This just isn't it. I think we pressed literally 0 buttons over on Peak side. We haven't given 1/1 with the.
We haven't given it 1/1. We haven't given it +2. We haven't given it +2, +1, +3 speed. There's a million more buttons to press.
Yeah, I will say, but since we have played enhances and we are on Peak's front side, we no longer get to have the +2. Unless you've already used that ability.
I don't think, no. This is just what it came in at stat because we got +2/+2.
You're so right. But so the rebuild is so interesting then.
We might have another in hand and we need to pass that check.
Yeah, the partial is just still going to kill us. We're at 3.
I'm confused because one person has 6, one person has 3. But that's not up to me to decide. One more! Give me one more!
Yeah, I just... 4, 5, 6, 7?
No. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think the answer there is We should have. Anti-Titan artillery stayed ready the whole time. We should have responded when we did get blocked and committed one, and that would have been game. He would not been able to partial it. That's a hard line to see, though, right? You weren't going to assume he's going to be able to pass that check, so I definitely understand not seeing that.
Yeah, that combined with the idea of, I think honestly, the real answer is that players didn't have life totals as the same.
I think that made it a lot harder as well. Yeah.
Yeah, a little tough. Jazzy for the resub to the Prime for 6 months. Thank you so much, buddy. I do greatly appreciate it. For that, I'm gonna take a bite out of this crab rangoon just for you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for feeding me.
That bite was for you, man. Thank you. Here for the mukbang. Hell yeah. No, I'm allergic. Stop. Are you... Fido, are you allergic to shellfish? Yeah? Huh. Didn't I realize?
It's probably imitation crab in here.
Huh. Well, this is...
They're calling a judge? Or...
Oh, we are resolving a deception
Oh.
dagger. We're
Okay,
resolving
sorry.
a
I was
deception
like...
dagger.
I didn't see deception dagger. I was like, why are we here? What is happening?
I think that we are inside the tank a little bit. I think we're going to have to find this lethal line, which I think that this Bertolt can do, right? +3 and stun on every single move is going to feel very, very solid. Combining that with the something fame. Let me go double check. It is... What are this card's symbols? I have no idea this card's symbols. It's gotta have chaos and water. We'll match this foundation. We'll find it. Ah! We're here, and this is hungry for fame. Hungry for fame.
There
Hungry
we
for
go,
fame
that's
in
the
the
word.
same way that I'm hungry for crab rangoons.
What a brave man.
You want me to get an imitation allergy, Rebby?
It's just like whitefish. So why are you allergic to all fish?
From here, we've got this card says add a momentum up to our hand. I think this is just lethal. I think we missed by 1 due to
Misunderstanding, yeah.
miscommunications inside of the game. I mean, that is the onus is on the players to make sure that the game state is correct. So from here, destroy, grab a little extra stats, and we are on the way. We are on the way. +2 bonus speed, guaranteeing that this is not going to be blocked. As we've got a 6 mid for 7 coming through. I believe we're at 14, maybe
We're
11.
at 11. We are at 11.
Ah!
1 more damage and it's lethal.
And there it is. 6 mid for 11 coming through, down to 0, and the handshake comes out. That is the game. That is the game. Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Congratulations to TC taking it down 2-0 against the Menace.
Taking down the peak. Sorry, I was thinking about my sesame chicken. I was like, this is really good, actually.
There it is.
No, great game. I think great showcase from both. Knowing blamed, she definitely would have played that differently if she knew that she needed to get 2 more damage in.
100%. 100%. PK have the dialogue done 100%. I mean, hey, it takes a different skill set to play on webcam. There are things
Yes,
that you
that's
can
why I don't do it.
easily there are things that you can easily miss because you are not playing in person. There is certainly a level of interaction that is separated between what is my board, what is your board, what is happening, so on and so forth. It's very easy to misunderstand or misrepresent, accidentally have the board state misrepresented. So, either way, congratulations to TC. We are going to move on to another table. I'm going to go grab this guy back.
Are we gonna go? Are we gonna go back to table 6?
We're gonna go back to table 6. Let's do it.
10.
Yo, what up? We are Flies on the Walls. Please continue to play your game. Enjoy yourselves. We're not judges. If you have judges, ask the actual judge, not me. Bye.
Sure.
Video participants. I need you to be nice and quiet. And then from here, here is, we've got webcam event, bottom character. What move had stun? Yeah, it was a tri-gravity beam. Bottom character is... are we shuffling?
I think this is game 3 or 2. Maybe it's 2.
Wait, did you guys just finish?
No, it was only game 1.
That was game 1? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay.
Woo, we're gonna get to watch 3 turns of universes at best.
Okay, our bottom is Hanj.
Hanj 1 to be specific. Yes, top's character is Scanlan.
Yeah, I gotta do some finagling to make the Scan Man look good. He absolutely...
Because he's so tiny.
He is tiny. And blamed because they're running it through a separate program. Has their camera all wonky, and so I have to like change and mess with their stuff. So from here, I want to right click.
I think the alts. Honestly, I think all the alts for Critical Role are really pretty. I think even though I don't like Scanlan as a person, character, whatever he is, I do think the art's very pretty.
He is a person. I know that's crazy and hard to.
A person is a living thing, so I don't know about that. He's fiction.
Okay, I will remind you about that whenever we talk about well, I guess I just don't remember this person's name. So.
Anyways, game 2 in this very fun match.
Who's the guy from Jujutsu Kaisen, the guy with the glasses and the tie?
Nanashi?
That one. I'll remind you of this with Nanashi.
Yeah, he's
not
fiction.
a person. Not a person.
Yeah, thank God. Or else he would have been for real trapped by the labor of capitalism.
And for that, I'm gonna take one more bite out of this crab rangoon because we
Shut up
earned
to
it.
capitalism. Joking. Shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. Tam, what's your favorite way to shuffle?
I rid shuffle. Yeah. TC says I'm pretty sure I didn't miss burn against that. If I did, it would have been tragic. I'm not your dad. I'm not telling you what to do. There is a live VOD over on YouTube that you can go back and rewind and watch your whole match. So you can put I'm pretty sure you can put that guy on 2x speed and then let it rip, and then you'll be able to see if you did or didn't. But at the same time, you guys marked the results as the results, so nobody would blame you if you don't go back and rewatch. Totally your call. But the power's in your hands. You have the chance to.
Huh? Oh, that's a tattered costume. Okay, I was like, what is that altar?
Yeah, I do have a tattered costume. Looks like we had Hanj build 3 backups, the tattered costume, 1 foundation, and because of playing a bunch of non-attack cards, inside of the stage, or inside of the card pool, we get to respond with Cremation, building one with Scanlan, and then grabbing a free momentum off the top, which is so cool. Raise Walls coming in, building one with Scanlan, redrawing a card. Very neat.
Very neat.
Moment of Normalcy coming down. Last one on the 4. Checks the 4, and we're good. Love this. Love this. Okay. Yeah, Scanlan, not well known for potent builds foundation-wise, but because of the amount of actions that this character wants to play, whenever you play an action, you build the top card of your deck, which are instantly going to start getting committed off the bat with this Attack Titans Haymaker, with Hanj being committed, and then our homies under orders after we checked a 2 here. 6 mid for 5 with stun 2. Very strong.
Yeah. Do you think Haymaker is as important as it was last meta?
I think the Haymaker is just super annoying, and I really like Haymaker inside of a deck like this, specifically because of the fact that Han can give it +2 speed, making it a 6 mid for 5, and then we started a game with a 9 Titans. Imagine Haymaker as a 6 mid for 10 you can't block with non-attack cards. Like, that is such an annoying set of hoops that you have to run through, and it looks like that is exactly what has happened. Oh, opted to make it a 12 mid for 5 to guarantee that we got some stats down. Yeah, hey, you know what? I'm not going to block this. But Moment of Normalcy is going to put us back to well within the blocking range to ask, hey, what are we looking at here? We could utilize the Dramatic Exit for +3 speed if we wanted to make this back difficult again, because we are posturing to block this, especially with the activation of Sean Gilmore. +2 to our check.
That is looking like what we're doing.
So from there back to oh, it's X+1.
It is
with
X. I
Dramatic.
was just checking to
It is X
back check
+1.
you.
Yeah, I forgot. Everybody gets to be Caduceus now. Yippee!
We do, yay! But we only get to do it once. And he gets to do it all the time. This is a very big move. I can't read the cards. Playing a getting more build down, right? Because Scanlan's once per turn. Or is it a commit cost to do it?
So it is a
Commit cost. No, it's
Yeah.
not. It says after you play an action, build the top card of your deck face down. Once
Correct.
per turn, Tenacious.
yes. Yeah. And so our answer here was we attempted to block this with a Raise Walls, which was a very cool idea to stop the shift on this card, but that pesky Haymaker says that we're just not allowed to. As we're gonna build out fully blocked though with the unexpected outcomes, but still gonna get the no damage resolved, but are still gonna get the build down. 5 foundations in this Hanja stage, not to mention all of the backups and the costume. Is a great position for Hanj 1.
Yes, I agree. Playing as Scanlan, is it more correct to play a more defensive, kind of keep building, build up a big enough stage, or is it right to start poking?
This is certainly, I mean, it is build to build. I mean, that's the fun part of Scanlan, is because he doesn't have a specific way that he wants to play. That's the puzzle of a character like this, is he wants to play action cards and he wants to play non-attacks to reveal it off the top of the deck, right? Like that's, or non-foundations, question mark? Non-foundation cards are revealed off the top of the deck. And so besides that, go wild. Go however you want to play the game is how you want to play. And I know specifically, Sam has checked a bunch of 4-check attacks. So we're building out a bunch of foundations, and then I'm going to start slamming some 4-check attacks, giving them a bunch of bonus speed, recurring them back up into my hand, and looping them over and over and over again, and really just decimating the ideas that my rival has.
Yeah.
I think that this deck specifically is I'm going to build up a big wall, and I'm going to come crashing down on top of you.
Very interested to see what Hanji does at this point. Going in, okay, with the Beast Titan attacks.
I think this is the right play because this is how you get access to your Falling Titans out of your discard pile, right?
Yes.
On the next turn, form commit, lose a couple stamina, grab your Falling Titans. This is 3 activations of Falling Titans that I'm going to have access to based on the number of this is the number of backups that I still have. And so I am a fan of this gameplay loop of going for that, and we've got the backup and Hanj to commit to pass it. The question is honestly, how much more do we have after this? The activation of the 9 Titans is just begging for that moment of normalcy to be triggered.
Yep.
And saying, hey, this 6 damage move, or this 6 speed, printed 6 speed move, now 16 is just the 6 that I want it to be. It's government mandated 6 speed.
Government mandated.
In addition to that, milling 1 with the Aaron's determination for some extra stats. Looks like we don't necessarily care about that one. We're gonna take that one on the chin, dropping us down to 22. And then, man, I think a build here from Hans just makes sense to me.
Right. I think we're going in. Yep. Playing Rock Barrage, is that correct?
Beast Alley Haymaker.
Beast Alley, the Beast Titans Rock Barrage. It lets you build a non-unique backup from your discard pile. It lets you, if you have 2 or more backups in your stage, your rival is going to commit 2 foundations. And if we're so lucky to have 4 or more backups in our stage, we get to selectively commit 1.
I love this play specifically because we had an injured 9 Titans, and so we utilized it, broke it, so that then now this Rock Barrage could build in a fresh one. Now, at full maximum stamina for the defensive turns afterwards. I mean, this is a great utilization of the resources that we had available to us.
No, I think this was the right play for sure.
From here, looks like Ray's Wall is going to come in, build a bonus foundation with Scanlan, and then it is a full block. So, you know what? This Rock Barrage won't be shifting down. I know it for sure. And then after
I don't think it'll shift anyway.
Yeah, after we block with this one, we get to draw a card.
Vast Strength getting built pretty good. Another backup in our stage. So we pass it back to Scanlan, asking Scanlan, what are you gonna do about this? I have 5 backups now. Setting up for a Falling Titans turn if we do have one in hand.
And even if we don't, right, we can use that Beast Titan.
Go pick it up. You're correct.
Go pick it up. I mean, we are currently representing 24 damage. Yeah, no, 30 damage on the
30
board.
damage.
Crazy. So from there, I Am Here coming in, looking like building down some extra foundations. 1 from the I Am Here, and then 1 from the I Am Here's ability. I'm pretty sure we would have been down to grab an attack card. I mean, our stage is healthy enough to sling even our 9 damage swings.
Yeah.
So that is the question here: is how much can the Scan Man push with only 2 cards in hand and a very pesky, correctly named this time, Vast Strength over on the board. But huge Magic Trap coming in. One of the main pieces of disruption that Scanlan has access to.
Yeah, Magic Trap, for players at home that don't know, response once per turn. After you play an action card, your rival's check to play a card gets -1. Scanlan doing what he loves best, playing some Magic, and making your opponent suffer for playing a different card game than Universes.
Yeah, that's very funny. That's very. It took me a second. That's very funny.
You're welcome. Starting off with what we knew was going to be coming, a Falling Titans. Tell me, since you are a lover of this card, tell us why this is such an iconic SR from the new Attack on Titan Apocalypse set.
Yeah, this one, 5 high for 6 difficulty moves, so very good stats on a 6 diff. And it says, response, after this resolves, I may destroy a backup to then add it back to my hand, and then I'm allowed to slam it back down to my card pool over and over and over again, constantly just raining Titans down from the heavens. Because of Hanji's ability of every time that I commit a backup to pass the check, it gets a little bit of extra speed. The fact that Aaron's Determination is going to give some damage, he's going to be coming in as 7 high for 7s over and over and over again. And it looks like we're down to commit the 9 Titans to make it a 14 high for soon to be 7.
Make him interact with it now, right?
Yeah.
Make him use that moment of normalcy. Make him use those inspiring songs. Make him use Sean. Make him attempt to interact with this one so the rest are free. We also have a moment of normalcy. Sorry.
Yeah, both players have moment of normalcy saying, hey, printed attacks for at least one of them is just going to matter. Big fan of that card, giving everybody access to some easy, on-demand defensive ideas. And one of my favorite things about the Falling Titans play is you see that Hanj has 6 cards in their hand because they got to pick up this move with the Beast Titan backup. If we decided to just play this move the 5 more times that we would be allowed to play it, I still have 6 cards in my hand. I could still, if I didn't commit too much, mount an offense, rebuild back my stage, and rebuild back all my backups to then do it again on the next turn. It really depends on what's the hand quality look like of how many times am I allowed to play this move over and over and over.
Yeah, are we negativing making Hanji's checks lower, or are we upping our checks? I believe we're making Hanji's lower, saying you are going to commit out if you want to continue to play.
Yeah,
and
I think that makes sense. We've got to die on top of Hanji's.
I'm not interacting with this card like you said. Instead, I'll clog your card pool.
Oh, clog your card pool, and then -1 of their check, -2 more with the magic trap. That's -3. I think that we clog. Clog the card pool, like you said. Like, it's so crazy.
If we use both inspiring songs to minus the check, that's -2. Use both magic traps, that's -4 total.
Oh, that's so much. I mean, that just says, hey, please stop the turn. Like, that combined with the +1 just says, hey, you're going to rebuild and then be done with it.
Checks a 1.
Checks a 1. You just commit the other moment of normalcy, no?
Why? Interesting to commit Aaron's Determination there.
Especially if we're going to be continuing to play attack cards, right?
Considering it is overtime, and we are down a game, it makes more sense, in my opinion. I am not the players in this situation, to just go ahead and keep swinging. And Aaron's Determination could give me the damage needed in order to finally finish off this beast named Scanlan. I don't like Scanlan, sorry.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be spelling disaster if you are a Hanj fan here. Checking the 3 at the end of this turn means that we're going to give Scanlan a chance to swing back, but I'm not positive that it's going to be given the chance, truthfully. Like, I don't know how, as Scanlan, we're going to find the stats, especially through, -4 damage on the 9 Titans, -5 damage on the Hitch. Like, there's just so much.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a world as well, and I feel like our opponent has too much life for us to be wiggling around like this.
We'll see.
I think Sam did a great play making -4 to the check, punishing him for even attempting a loop.
I will say Tom's given it his best shot. 5 mid for 15 currently, and we're able to use
block it?
that dramatic exit to give it an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speed.
Plus 20 speed.
So if
let's do to the check.
Yeah. I mean, that's the question, right?
No.
Let's commit, look at a random card in the hand, reveal the top card of my rival's deck. Hey, Falling Titans. Who could have thought that was there?
No, that's crazy.
Look at the top card of our deck. Luckily we got a peek that it was a 4-check. Are these the final two? This is not the final two. No, we are in round 4 of 5.
In Swiss, and then
In
we do
Swiss.
have top 8 as well.
Yeah.
This is close to lethal. Is it is he at 16 and he's at 15 damage?
I am unsure, but it looks like a game guy's guidance coming up to the hand. -4 speed. Let's go +2 to our check. We're gonna be checking a 6 now. Let's go for the full partial block, I guess. Saying, hey, I'm gonna now commit everything. You're not going to kill me. I'm dropping down to 8, and you got to give me 2 more. 1 isn't gonna cut it with a completely committed stage, and the answer is
No.
Keiko's aid to stop the bleeding, and I believe that is it as we scoop up. Time in the round is called a 1-0 victory for
Sam Tate.
one of these players. I don't remember.
Sam Tate. He ended the last game with like 34 damage, I think. That's why he is so open to scoop.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Also, for the audience at home, I like Sam Tate. I do not like Scamlin. Let me make that clear. Before anyone thinks that I hate Sam Tate, I do not hate Sam Tate.
Clip it, everybody.
No,
you can figure out how to modulate the voice, and I hate Sam Tate.
I'm gonna clip that with you.
I
saying it.
I hate Sam Shorthalt. But yeah, congratulations to Sam for winning that one. Lovely.
Who's undefeated?
Let's take and look. I actually don't think we have any undefeateds any longer.
We do. I thought.
Well, our 2 undefeateds decided to ID.
I thought Barlow was undefeated.
Barlow.
He is not. He has a draw.
Yeah, he has a draw.
Just kidding. Tee-hee-hee.
I hate how short Sam is. What a crazy lie. That guy is so tall. Holy cow.
That guy's not fucking 7 feet.
That guy's
bad, man.
crazy.
Chad, I'm gonna take a bite of my sesame chicken. I'm sorry.
Take a bite. So from here, our top tables, I will now show us Andrew Porat, Elijah Wakeman. So Peak into Jean, into Porco, into Bertolt. We've still got Annie up here at 3-1. Scott W. I don't remember who they are on. I will go check.
I'll check. Smiling Titan.
Smiling Titan. I know who I'm watching next round. That's dope. We got a 2-2 smiling. I'm so in. 2-0-2. Barlow guest we saw was on Armin. Followed by Blamed It, currently in 8th with another peak.
Dang. Pretty good.
Yeah. Love it. Speaking of pretty good, thank you everybody for hanging out with us as we watch these games over on Twitch and YouTube. We got 65 viewers across both platforms, so thank you all for hanging out. I do greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for spending our weekend with me.
With Rebby specifically.
My first time casting. They get to witness a monumental milestone in my content creation career.
Yippee!
UVS, hire me.
Let's make it happen.
We need women. Where?
Okay, looks like Barlow is also in this 301 category.
I knew he'd be up there.
We just got it done. So top 4 is looking as such.
I bet the top 2 tables are gonna draw.
Means that as we get Benjamin in here as our highest seeded 2-2.
Table 4 sound cool?
Who is it?
Reiner versus Smiling.
Let's do it. I'm absolutely down for Reiner versus Smiling. That's dope.
We're getting Rebby on cast for St. Louis. No, I am not St. Louis. Louisville. No, I am playing and I am cosplaying as well. If you are going to Louisville, please cosplay. So I'm not by myself cosplaying. Please and thank you. I will be. I'm really excited about my cosplay. I know Tamarin's really excited about my cosplay as well. He won't tell you though, but he is pretty excited.
Yeah, I am
What
excited.
What did I say?
uh,
What did I say?
that you like Ochako, and
That's definitely not what I said.
it's a good guess though. It's a good guess.
I said I'm not casting, but I have a really cool cosplay.
Can you get Tam to dress like CA again? No, I don't
Dress
know where
like
that cost. It's an old cosplay that I did for Worlds.
Mm.
Deku, I've
Chad.
been told.
What are the chances, huh, bud?
I've been told that I'm not allowed to
Howdy.
cast.
Cosplay.
Going good.
He's
The
allowed to
cosplay.
cast.
Sorry.
He's allowed to cast
Yeah.
today. Oh no. Have fun, Tam.
No,
we
you
fixed it.
ran pretty hot that night.
I did run hot that night.
There it is. Hell yeah.
He's a KOF guy. Coffee of
Go on.
fighting.
Coffee of fighting. Yes. Coffee spelled with a K.
You look forward to the pictures? Oh my gosh, Snuggie, I hope I remember to take pictures. Just like I took almost none of my Percy cosplay.
Okay. I think this looks okay.
Yeah, man.
Character bottom is
Oh, it's what's that?
smiling. And then character top is Rainer 1.
What's it doing this? I said hide all non-video participants.
Sick.
There it goes. Okay.
Both players are in. Yo, what up? You guys gonna be on stream. Me and Rebby are just gonna be flies on the walls watching. We will not be interfering with your game at all. As soon as you're legally allowed to play, you may start playing. If you have any judge questions, please ask the official judges. We will not be answering anything for you. Good luck, have fun, and kill each other.
When does the round start? Oh god. They won't give us a timer. I'll go first.
Why would I know when the round starts?
Alright, man. Good luck.
Oh my gosh, so many bings.
Okay, so we
Smiling versus Reiner.
Smiling versus Reiner. What are your thoughts here?
I think this is two really mean aggro decks fighting each other, doing very similar game patterns. Reiner, only difference is Reiner's trying to break your opponent's stage, while Smiling is just trying to make all their attacks non-interactive. Thoughts?
I can agree with that, except for the idea of Reiner being an aggro character. I think his character is way more shaped in control, but in a control in the same way, in the shape of I want to play attack cards to have that control, rather than I'm gonna sit back and take my time and wait a little bit. I think that Reiner does not care about his attack stealing damage even a little bit. The only reason we care about playing attack cards is to enter the enhanced step on our turn to then break your board, and eventually I'll kill you. So, aggro shaped in the idea of attack cards matter, but not aggro shaped as in I'm a rush down deck like you could describe Smiling.
Right. I mean, is Smiling not also a not rush down deck? We can play one attack a turn. That's not really rushing us down. It gives our opponent a couple turns to really do something against us before we punish them.
I think I don't hate that idea. I don't hate that idea. I will say that because of the because of the stats that Smiling is allowed to put down, especially in the early game, I would consider them at least rush down adjacent, if only in the idea of, if we want to, this armored Titan attacks is going to be an 8 mid for 12, which represents on average 3 attacks if they're all 4 mid for 4s, right?
Right. Oh, very funny. You should read the DMs in the chat because something might matter.
We are waiting.
Actually, no, I'll just try this. This is still good. I can drop you to 2. I was trying to think if I could play around stuff, but yeah, we'll just drop this. My enhance is going to be just to pass.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. This might not be. Yeah.
I think we run it until we don't, right? So from here, 8 mid for 4.
There has been note that says "Do not start" in the announcements.
I mean, I'm down for them to keep playing. Who cares?
Invisible body on a 5. Checks a 4/5. Easy commit. Smiling Titan.
Yeah, massive moves coming in, and again, how have the camera angles been getting more tilted every round? See, here's the thing, Cadium. I am, this is straight. I'm actively turning them every round. I'm picking one person and trying to see how janky I could make their setup. You know.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I don't have control enough to like turn it that way. I don't have that level of.
There'd be a lot of blank space for sure.
100%.
Building again as Reiner, getting a good stage. Is it good in Reiner's case to transform as soon as possible, or do we benefit enough on our front side to just sit on there for a while?
We absolutely want to transform as quick as we can because we want to commit or destroy a foundation to break these face downs. Look at the quality of Smiling's board, right? Double invincible body, and then the league interview. Being able to flip all 4 of those is so good.
Mm-hmm. And now we're breaking one of the invincible bodies, tearing down Smiling's stage once more. It's going to be really hard for Smiling to use its huge attacks when it can't pass a check.
Yeah, and we've got even 2 more on board. I trade my foundation for your trading of your foundation, with again the final fate, final moments, final last words, final words.
The final countdown.
Final countdown. The final. Oh, I typed in final, and it gave me all the characters that say finale. Final words. And then there's some Bakugo looking card that also says break their stuff. It's a 3 difficulty. We'll look at it. It is disrespectful banter is the other card that's like, in hands your attack, I'll destroy mine. Your rival destroys a face up, and then it gets damage equal to the block modifier. So it's just pure stage terrorism. I think the goal.
It's awesome stage terrorism because sorry, not awesome. Your rival gets to selectively choose which one they destroy. So if they do have like a syndicate target in their stage, they're obviously going to pick the one that gives you no damage. But if it's all things like invincible bodies, everything's +3 damage.
Speaking of terrorism, there is
no repair.
Crazy, no repair. 7 damage Titan move coming in. This one is called Too Big to Contain. 6 mid for 7. gets even bigger with Smiling's ability. 9 Titans giving us the added bonus of what old school Smiling Titan used to be, either doubling the speed or the damage. And then it looks like we're just adding on, we're just stacking on the damage. Do we have no cards in Reiner's hand?
No, we do not.
Whoa.
Who needs cards?
Who needs cards? As we flip over to the backside, fully flipping all the foundations. This was -2 damage, but I think that we're going to be taking so much here.
I agree. Does not feel good as Reiner.
And then on resolution, so after all the damage responses, we will too big to contain.
So from here, we get to destroy a rival's ready foundation. I would probably get rid of some of these foundations that say after I break, you break.
Cool. And then I guess we're just gonna go.
Makes sense here. I mean, this honestly, if we have more gas to be played, there is a world where we just like hit Reiner so hard. But it looks like we are giving up the ghost. Gonna stop the stem the bleeding here, but this Reiner, although has taken a massive lick, has been hit really hard, is now able to come back and start breaking foundations of our own.
Which is what we're going to start doing, as well as destroying our opponent's foundations.
Yeah. From here, I believe
We have
this
destructive
is...
fire. It says response after your attack resolves. If you sacrifice a foundation this attack, your rival is also going to sacrifice a foundation. Reiner's game plan is on get their stage empty. You can't pass a check, Smiling. This could be a scary situation for Smiling. Not in that not that we lose based on damage loss, but can we ever play an attack? Our attacks are really hard to hit on just normal check.
Yeah, 100%. I mean that is the power of Reiner 1. Funny enough, both these characters have been errated, actually, as they are too oppressive in their printed state of +X and ruin on every attack of the game. So the fact that we are seeing success with these characters now it brings a tear to my eye. Makes me so happy. Smiling here, dropping now down to 4 foundations, and we've got a hyper bomb coming in.
Earthbreaker.
I mean, by hyper bomb I mean Earthbreaker.
I was like, hyperbomb. What is hyperbomb?
Go look up hyper bomb and come back to me.
Okay, 1 second, chat.
Yeah.
Hyper. No, I don't understand it.
You don't see it? You don't see the 5-3, 3 low for 5, stun 2 that says if it hits, they break a foundation. You don't see, that's not the... It also draws you a card sometimes.
No, the guy looks a lot different.
He does look a lot different. He does.
Yeah. Sorry, I like to talk in standard terms. I'm not cool enough for retro terms.
Sorry.
I get this is a year retro, but damn, this is a standard ass tournament.
That's fair. You got me there.
Blocking with a too big to contain, is that the right one?
That is the name of that card, but because we dealt damage, we still get to break this foundation. So Smiling Titan going down to a measly 2 foundations. Tough spot to be in.
Tough. You can tell the Smiling player is tired of their foundations being broken. Because I would be too. I remember at Nationals how absolutely NPE it is for your foundation board to just be gone, and you're like, I don't know how I sit here and rebuild if it's just gonna go away next turn.
Yeah, down to a singular foundation. I mean, this just says that we're not allowed to play attack cards, right? Like we have fully stolen the tempo back from Smiling. Like it's just gone.
Yeah, thinking about it now, this is a really more fighting back. Fuck you.
Yeah, how's that feel, huh? Don't feel good, does it?
Frowning Titan entering the battlefield. Build to pass. If I was Smiling Titan, I'd be so frustrated. But it is the take of playing such high difficulty attacks. You don't get to play them when you have no stage. You can't pass a single one of them. And your opponent, Reiner, sure does love that you play 9 difficulty attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Coming in with another one of those attacks, destructive fire, saying, if I break another foundation, which Reiner does on face for free, you're going to break another foundation that you worked so hard to build. So, is it important to Smiling to use Always Cool's Enhance to build to win so we don't lose any?
I mean, man, it is a tough spot to be in, truthfully. Like, I at this point, I don't know what Smiling does.
I don't think it's the right move either in the same aspect, because if we do that, next attack Reiner can just ruin one and break the foundations.
Sorry, I'm doing a funny.
Oh, you're so good. Okay, another hyper beam or whatever Tamarin Cardwell said coming down onto the field.
It's a hyper
like
beam. We're playing Pokemon now.
Looking ass. Hyper bomb, my bad.
It's a hyper beam.
Hyper beam.
I totally forgot about that.
Reiner doing the thing where they put Always Cool into the card pool, building to win. Reiner taking advantage of that though, and ruining one, telling Smiling, will you just put that in to get a blank foundation? Congrats. Smiling Titan showing off those high difficulty attacks in hand by using them to block. We are building now, checking a 3 on our build. Checking another 3. This is not a successful build turn, Reiner. Passing it back to Smiling, who only has 2 foundations on board, as we try and struggle to build back a stage so we can bounce back at Reiner.
Okay, have a go look at stream now.
All of that for that.
All that for that, yeah. I decided to not pay attention to for almost 2 full turns.
I was commentating. I said we're building 4,
Love
which
it.
is the correct thing to do. We have to. Now that we understand, Reiner is just gonna take away. If we use those Always Cools as building techniques, he will just ruin everything that we, quite literally ruin everything that we sought out to get.
So from here, our hope, our goal is that Reiner...
Frowning Titan is pretending like they don't see 100 attacks in their cards.
Got the Nezu once per game.
And crying. Oh. I'm not reading that. Okay, so this card is still Destructive Fire. I thought it was Lethal Rending, and I was like, this is such a weird card to put in a deck where you want to make sure you have foundations to play.
I am just black compatible. I will send it 6 mid
What?
or 7. 6. We'll go for an 8.
Broberg, welcome in. Welcome to Frowning Titan Turn Sideways. Reiner telling Reiner ruining one, so the response on Destructive Fire does activate on resolution, making them destroy another foundation. But we are gonna block and Breaker 2.
That's huge. That could possibly stop the bleeding, right?
Yes.
Of, hey, you can't play more attack cards to ruin more of my stage. I've got 4 foundations. Smiling can play off of 4 foundations as much as she does not want to. We can, though, which is what's important. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. You're self-compensating. I'm kidding. Looks like we are doing the attack that I talked about anyways. Lethal rending. Sacrifice up to 3 foundations. Your deck gets +2 damage for each of them. I wish I knew their health totals so that way I could figure out how impactful this is.
It's more exciting the other way, you know? Just
To
to,
not
like
know?
to not know.
You know what? You're right.
We'll find out how impactful these cards are as cards get scooped up and are put back into the deck. But we'll never know because as cards are being played, things are constantly getting put in. But I love the desperation play of. Oh, please call a judge. I guess it doesn't matter. Sorry. I'm not the players. I'm not the players.
We're here to observe and watch and
Yeah.
have fun.
But I do like the idea of the always cool adding things up to the card pool to build some extras in. I am a fan of it.
Yeah, me too. It keeps our stage healthy because if Reiner cannot continue to keep attacking, we can do something next turn, which we have not been able to do in about 3 or 4 turns. Choosing to build seems like the right thing to do, especially checking a 3.
Yeah, the question is which one do we pick? And it looks like we are here. We haven't even we've talked about the destructive side of Reiner. We haven't even bothered to talk about the other side of Reiner, which is enhance, commit, turn this attack's damage to 1. A thing that Smiling Titan absolutely hates. If our goal here is to play 1 move a turn, Reiner taking and not only ruining our stage, but ruining the coolest part of our character, slamming the biggest, most craziest moves of all time, feels really, really bad.
Right.
The Smiling Titan has some crazy pin tricks. Yeah, that's the only thing he's allowed to do during this match. Reiner is absolutely shutting him out of the game, which is devastating. Devastating. We have to figure out how to play 2 moves, and the answer is Ravages of War coming down. A massive 8 for 8. Saying Blitz. On play, my rival discards the last card in their hand, spins a momentum, and then sacrifices a foundation. So from here, if we want to, we are allowed to Botons to draw a card right back up. But I think that the safer play is probably just put a thing back to 0. Or just put it to 1.
Yeah, I think that is the right choice as well.
Yeah, I think passing makes total sense here. If we put the thing to 1, we want to be able to utilize Smiling to give it the 4 damage back. At least try and, we did a lot of damage in our early game. Being able to push some damage back through, even if it's as low as 5. Very low inside of the inside of Smiling. But looks like an 8 high for 5 coming in. With that said, unless we've got a 7 diff and are willing to try and risk the 5 on it, this is the last attack that we will be playing on the turn. As we come down, looks like we're dropping to...
Hoping we have foundations in hand to build, and we don't have just 500 attacks in hand.
I think Reiner is at 7 health, which is very, very low. Looks like opting to keep the not keep the momentum, excuse me, as we build a couple back, pass it back to Reiner. How much destruction can the Armored Titan do?
Depends on what we draw, right? We didn't... Lethal rending! I think Smiling, waiting this out, having so much health, really benefited us in waiting for a moment to catch back up.
Sorry, what is this card?
Mikasa's Fatal Sleeve. Why are we showing this to the screen?
Oh, I've cycled this game. That's
Oh, they're reading it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this says if they cycled. Oh, the card has
Yes,
text.
the card has text.
Chat, you want to know what this card says? It says if your rival cycled this game, destroy one rival foundation, and your rival discards a card. That's the cool part of this card. The actually really cool part of this card.
yeah,
Let's see. I will commit a foundation to give it 2 damage and you ruin 1.
Yep, I'll pass.
I will. Photon switching will both discard and draw.
Turns it from an okay 4-4 to an insane 4-4. That is correct. First of all, you're asking your opponent to hold the low block, which no one does in this game anymore because all those Godzilla has retired respectfully to the 55+ community. And now we said you have 1 less foundation, 1 less card in hand.
And I'll destroy the 1 on your left.
Oh, it's a double target?
Yep.
Sorry, chatting with my TO.
Misplay returned again. Ah, well, welcome back. Fallen Heel Strike coming in. Ability to unflip one of my foundations.
Destroy foundation for 2 damage and ruin 1. I'm going to respond with pushing the limits to draw a card.
Yeah, he's definitely getting debuilt because all his foundations are face down. There's nothing he can quite do about that. The ruin on Reiner just punishes you for having a single face down.
Guy should be playing Porco the way he does kickflips with that pin is so funny. That's so funny. Man, another one. More foundations being destroyed. Who knows the name of this one? Not me.
This is Full Cowling.
Impact. I found it.
Yeah. This says, after this is completely blocked, your rival's going to destroy a foundation.
It's their
But
choice.
We're giving up the ghost. We're going to go to game 2.
Yeah, game 2. Smiley getting to go first here. Everything that Reiner wanted to go right in that game went right. Multiple attacks per turn meant multiple ruins, keeping Smiling Titan off of foundations, saying that the game is easy when they can't play cards. It's just an inevitable fact that eventually we will win the game. And then from here, I will hide the frown. We are back to being Smiling Titan as we are getting to go first.
Or we could
And
put
go crush
the
it.
smiley on Reiner because he's so happy he won game 1.
I'm not putting a smiley on Reiner.
Smiling Titan smile on Reiner. He'll just have a green smile. I feel like you're not trying to do anything for the bit.
I'm not doing. I literally did watch for 2 whole rounds for the bit.
For shame.
I'm gonna eat the last of my egg roll. I think that's what's important right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my rice a little off camera.
Ma'am, I have missed eating during a match. Okay,
Yeah.
so smiling. Our game plan here is to build. I think if we start attacking early, it is not going to work out for us. I need to build out a massive stage so that I can stay ahead of the Reiner debuild. If their debuild is happening, if I'm losing 4 foundations a turn, I need to be able to play 4 foundations a turn. And this is a massive. There it is. There is the 4 as we come down. 4 very easy ones. And I love the idea. You ready? We have final words and the banter card in our own stage this time to debuild Reiner.
I was gonna say ourselves.
Well,
no,
I mean, technically both. Technically both. But
technically both.
from here, another piece of debuild inside of Reiner's stage, but it looks like we might be a little clogged in foundations. Oh, just kidding. We are just slow rolling our foundations here a little bit. Choosing not to build the last one, holding it for a potential block as we redraw, rebuild some cards. So from here, starting off the game once again with an Armored Titan attack. Using his own attack against him.
This is how we started out the last one.
It is how we started the last one, right? 8 mid for 8, maybe an 8 mid for 12.
I was gonna say, why is stylish threads on the screen?
What?
Oh, you were trying to get to the card, and it had stylish threads on the attacks.
Yeah, it's because I have it how I have it set up. So from here, I think cracking Reiner's board does make sense. It says that he gets to enter the enhanced step way later, and I think what's important here is since we are the turn player, we have the tempo. It is stopping Reiner from trying to get to that magic 9 number to then transform and start ruining on every attack, right?
Yeah.
Like I do not hate this idea of like fighting on this axis. The issue that I have is as we are going 8 for what will now be 12, 13, 14, 15. I guess I missed what card we blew up, but as we are destroying for more, if I don't have the foundations to rebuild back and redevelop my stage, it's going to be a little rough.
Yes, 100% agreed. And this gives us the added benefit that on its backside, it says, lose 4 stamina, ruin 1. We just flipped Reiner's foundations. Now we're gonna break his board because
100%.
he broke mine.
Form, let's break that last face-up foundation. Say you're down to 2 foundations. I've got my backup, which is a little bit of extra stats, and then more ruining, which I think is huge. This is just saying, hey, Reiner, you're not allowed to play an attack card on my turn. On your turn, unless you want to go down an additional foundation. And even then, a lot of the Reiner attacks are trading 1-for-1s, right? This one excluded.
100%. Do you think, as a question, kind of relating to how this game is going, do you think total opponent board destruction is a really bad negative player experience?
There are 2 things inside of the game that, if not dialed correctly, I think create the most negative play experience in the entire game. And it is board destruction and hand destruction. If I make you discard too many cards to where you don't even have the attempt to block, like having too much speed is one thing, right? I can fight that axis with cards. Cards are made to fight that. But if you just discard my 4 cards out of my hand every turn and say that you just don't get the block, it is a negative play experience. As well as, one of the principles of the game is I scale up my foundations and I get to play multiple cards and I snowball throughout the game's the game itself's life cycle.
Yeah.
And so telling my rival that they get to play 1 attack a turn does feel bad and outside of the norm of the game. And so it is very, very easy to turn this knob too much. And I think that is the plan that Chad has is, hey, they have tuned it a little too high. And I'm gonna be telling this Mighty Titan they're not allowed to play the game very much.
No,
this is where, if you're ever in a situation where you're against a deck like Chad's that is going crazy with all this destruction and it gets frustrating, we do have cards that combat that. I mean, Gravity Well says either nothing else gets destroyed or you're going to commit to. And now I'm hurting you worse on your offense turn when I use this to block.
Yeah, there are a ton of cards that combat it, but the issue is having the know-it-all to make that decision, right?
Yes, 100% agree.
It is tough. It's very, very tough.
This game, in Standard, we're going to be a little bit kind of crazy here. This game in Standard has 2,183 cards. That's a lot of cards to learn, memorize, and know how to work together.
Yeah. From here, I think the Keiko's here is, I guess, technically correct.
But he can't play another attack anyway.
He can't play another attack, but the card is getting destroyed. So I actually think the right play here was supposed to be we just commit it and leave Reiner up to just keep our foundation base healthy. Because it's obvious that we are, as Smiling, we are fighting back on this front. I also think it's very interesting that we opted not... Oh, we did ruin. We did ruin the one as Reiner. We have 4 stamina left on that guy. On the attack, the Armor Titan in the stage. On the backup.
And then taking a look here, it looks like we have we're gonna have an extremely healthy board.
Yeah, I love
Smiling
this.
passing it back.
This
Asking Reiner, do it again. You can't handle it right now.
100%. Yeah, this is exactly where Smiling wants to be in the board state. Reiner down to 4 foundations, Smiling all the way up to, it looks like 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, excuse me. And then here is this trading 1-for-1 foundation that Reiner just doesn't have the resources to do this destructive fire. Although very fast, 6 mid for 5, sometimes 6 mid for 7. We're allowed to just say, I don't necessarily care about this one at all.
Yep. Yeah, I'll trade this in and ruin one.
Smiling's just in a really good spot right now.
Yeah. That's why I took the frown away.
Oh. Maybe he should make Reiner frown a little bit.
Oh, you want me to put the frown on Reiner?
It's gonna look crazy on him, but sure.
Pop whatever I want.
There we go.
Alrighty.
Alright. A modern day Mona Lisa, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, going ahead with the Beast Titan possessing Tamarin card. Which attack is this one?
I will type in the Beast Titan appears. 4
There
mid for
it
4 blitz. Each player sacrifices a foundation. It is again another we trade and we are just not in the position to make that trade happen. Going down to now 2 foundations. I think we did activate the blitz, but maybe not.
Yeah, I am unsure what we're doing. Yeah, you're right. We can't afford to do it anyway. So, I mean, just getting the possible block in, possible damage in is more important.
Yeah, is this the 3rd pin that we have had for Smiley? Hold on, can we actually take a second? For Scott, is this the 3rd type of pin?
He just has 50 pins.
He's got 50 pins. From here, good build 3 back from Reiner, but my issue is 1 Ravages says that none of that matters.
Yeah, just a depressed. Yeah.
Yeah, Ravages is the scariest thing that could be coming out of this Smiling's hand. The real question is did we draw any amount of gas, right?
Yep, I do see a bite in hand. Chomp. Is that the word?
Chomp. But it looks like no
Very...
other gas to be had. We have to play it safe. If we go to 9, we can transform as Reiner?
No shot. Shot! There is a shot.
We went to 9.
We went to 9. We told Reiner, flip around. We have no face down.
So interesting. I mean, I guess we wanted to get cards out of our hand, but I don't know if it was worth letting Reiner transform with 5 cards in their stage.
Thanks, game. UVS, not UVS. UVS Ultra. It's not going well. I'm punishing everyone that shouldn't be punished. He can't do anything to my board on the back side though.
Well, when he flips over, he makes you flip 4.
Oh, you're right.
So he makes you flip 4, and then that's
I don't
4
read
new
statics.
targets that I have to interact with.
I don't read statics.
But wait, our first enhance was
Not to transform?
No. Our first enhance was not transform. Whoa.
Oh.
Oh wow. Huh. Tough spot to be in.
Wow.
Well, the Starlight card says they break the foundation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then build in committed rather than ready. Yeah.
Feels rough. Insight. Rebby not reading statics makes me want to play Zeke 3 again. Sorry. I've been told by the fact checkers that there is only 2 Zekes.
Actually, Zeke Warchief is only the second Zeke. Beast Titan doesn't count because he doesn't have Zeke in its name.
Going to block with a chomp. Really, really good block, even if it's a half block. Now we're saying Breaker 2, you don't have enough foundations in your stage to pass another check.
Yeah, no more attacks coming from you. I'm down to take a little bit of damage. Love this. Love this play. Keeping Smiling Titan in the game.
Smiling Titan is definitely in a way better state than we saw last game. We have reduced down to 0. We have Frantic Rescue on board. We have 2 last-second rescues. Healing everything that we're going to take. And I think we're just in a much healthier board state than we were previously.
And most importantly, I have 1 more Crab Rangoon to eat.
Zeke AOT 3. Yeah, I know, Snucky. I said Zeke 3 earlier, and everyone was really mean to me about it. So
Right.
I pass on the abuse.
Rebby, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you want this Crab Rangoon before I eat
No,
it?
I split us in half.
So I'm allowed to have this one?
Yeah, but I'll remember it.
I offered. What do you mean?
Wah, wah. I hope you enjoy it.
I will.
They're really good. No, I'm
and
serious.
I'm gonna
They're
eat
really
it
good.
right in front of you. Right, I'm gonna crunch it right in the microphone.
Crunch. Wow, that picked up. That's
Did
great.
it? I tried not
Yeah.
to.
I heard the little. They're really good. I think I could just eat like 50 crab rangoons from there.
Yeah, so 9%.
See Giger War juice at 64. Attack on Titan Apocalypse 15 out at 189. I was talking about the Altart Zeke Jaeger Snuggie. Sorry, you have the correct card. You have the incorrect card number. It's like 211 or something. Smiling back to the game. Smiling Titan is playing Too Big to Contain. Continuing this onslaught of board destruction against Reiner. You chose not to flip at the opportune time. I'm gonna keep debuilding you, and I will never build a 9 ever again.
This is a mid.
Oh, is it a mid?
7 mid 7.
I'll have one. Already tweeted. I'll take half and I'll take 1.
14 and 7 down to 10.
Oh no! Oh no!
What happened? What?
I accidentally banned Snuggie. I did a Snuggie, not Tamron.
no.
I'm sorry.
Oh no! His head got clicked.
Okay,
Bop.
to be fair, I only time out on my phone, and the big button is where the timeout button is on my phone.
That's so funny.
No.
That's so funny. Holy
No.
cow!
Did you not, Snuggie, did you not hear the sad regret of the moment I realized I banned you? I love you, Snuggie. Please come back.
I'm a 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it looks right to me.
I will have you destroy a ready.
Sorry, I'm feeling emotional. Another one of these is on the board, breaking one of our opponent's foundations, saying plus blank, which I believe is +3 to our attack, using the block mod of the foundation destroyed. This guy is quite literally too big. Sitting at a 6 mid for 10 right now, without even smiling stats. So we'll add 3 more damage.
Chad, is that better? Is that a better orientation for you guys to see?
What did you do? Oh,
I
see what you did.
swapped it so it's facing down.
Smiling takes it. We're gonna go to game 3.
Game 3. How much time's left in the round? I'll go take a peek.
Time left in the round is 10 hours. We have 15 minutes left in the round.
15 plus the 10 for overtime. Love it.
Yeah, but I didn't say that part because that part's obvious. So, Ryder gets to go first, which means we get to debuild faster. Not letting our opponent have such a big board so early on is really important to Reiner, because we don't want Smiling playing attacks again. If Smiling can continue playing attacks, if we can't build enough, we are gonna die, just like we just did.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading messages.
What a bad commentator.
It's a game. Hey, say everything you just said again. I promise I'll focus.
Reiner gets to go first. All right, Tam, what do you think?
I think that it is certainly a harder matchup with Reiner getting to go first, but Smiley does get to cultivate their opening hand with our asymmetrical mulligans, right? So seeing a massive build 5, hopefully even build 6, could be huge here, especially with Reiner having D-build 2 instantly in their stage.
Yeah.
From
I'm
here-
going to open my fortune cookie while Smiling decides what they build.
Yo, I'm going to open mine too. That sounds cool.
And fortune says, learn Chinese, Sha Dong Noodle. It basically almost says Sha Dong Lamain.
Okay.
I feel like I learned a lot. Your financial abundance will allow you to live the life of your dreams.
Chad, any gifties?
I don't have money. I don't have money. I don't have my Twitch isn't affiliated. I can't accept money. I do have.
Your dreams will come true in November? What's happening in November?
We're getting married.
What? This is news to me. I do want my dreams to come true, so I'll eat my cookie.
Starting with another destructive fire. Starting off early, trying to debuild this. Trying to debuild this Smiling Titan as fast as we can. Thankfully, on destructive fire, it does not say if it dealt damage. It just says after this attack resolves, if a foundation was sacrificed, your rival is also going to sacrifice. Equal trade.
Misplay says, where's my invite? I have to moderate the wedding. Yeah, you have to do it from home in your seat. We're live streaming it. You know how many subs I'm gonna get if we live stream the wedding? At least 5. Just like that. 5 gifted subs from Raylu. Thank you so much. Abundance of riches. That's my man right there. Now that guy gets an invite to the wedding. For the low cost of 5 gifties. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's so kind of you.
I don't know if that's the right thing to say. Everyone's gonna get 5
Nope.
gifted.
If you gift 5 subs, I will 100% give you an invite to my wedding, and this isn't a joke. This
It is a
isn't
joke.
a goof.
It is a joke.
I will invite you. If my partner says you can't come, then that's the ruling. But I will invite you. I'll say that you can do it. Hell yeah, ship it, pay to win.
Pay to win.
Damn right. Just like card games themselves. Speaking of
Going
pay to
in,
win, Earthbreaker.
Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam coming in. Going. Thoughts?
Incredibly powerful attack, but after you play it, it does say that you're not allowed to play attack cards during the next turn. That you have to take it off.
We should have a card like that in our game.
I think
it'd be
only
cool.
5 Pokemon power available for Hyper Beam because it is such a good move.
I think that should be a Universe's card, but that's fine.
If you play this, you can't play attack as forms for during your next turn.
Yeah.
It sounds sick.
It's punishing. That'd be really cool.
So Tam's selling wedding invites for $25. Actually, misplay. It's less than that. I make less than $25. I only make about half. I make like 12. So take that. It costs you 25, but I get 12.
No, it doesn't cost them 25. If you get 5 or more gifted, if you have money, it is 35% off.
It is 35% off, but I still get the full $12, which is very cool. Anyways, Hyper Beam comes down, resolves. Smiling left though at a very healthy stage of 4 foundations. I think our game plan here is actually we play our 1 poke as we don't have. Just kidding. It is Reiner's turn again to play cards. We did rebuild down to none of them and then re-grabbed it. Eee. I'm gonna type in Beast, and I'm sure that we'll just find it instantly. Hey, there it is. Snuggy with the 5 gifties. Thank you so much, man. He got gifted a sub and then reciprocated with 5 of his own. That's so incredibly nice. I cannot wait to see what color your suit is at the wedding. It's gonna be so sick.
I just kept thinking about him getting banned, and I'm like, man, the guy got banned and still gifted.
That's the perfect chatter, actually. That's the perfect chatter.
You're the man we were looking for this whole time.
Snuggy gives. This is a toxic relationship. It's a Stockholm syndrome of maybe they'll love me if I give them more money. I appreciate the gifties. I do. Thank you so much, guys. It's very kind of you.
Thank you.
Ravages of Warblock coming in. Double checking if we do have less than 6 foundations to redraw a card and make our rival discard a card. The answer is, yep, certainly do.
Of course. I'm trying to find something. Sorry, one moment.
Oof. From here, Mikasa's Fatal Cleave coming in, begging for a low block, but it looks like... Oh, wait. After attack deals damage, destroy a rival foundation. Did we... Oh, we did not... Oh, it's got to deal damage. I mean, we can just Reiner for +1, right? Because all we care about is just the 1 damage.
Yeah.
Ugh, what a tough spot to be in.
Very, very hard. This really does show the dynamic of if the Devo gets to go first, how devastating it can be when you do not have 2 turns to really build up a board.
You get all the value to tempo.
Fatal Cleave coming in again, saying, if it deals damage, I'll break it. You have nothing left. You cannot play an attack next turn.
Yeah. Now we try to build on 5.
Tamer, I did send you a good picture to use for the Beast Titan arrives.
I appreciate that.
As Smiling, all we can do is build. We can't pass a check. We have to build. We have to restabilize as quick as we can. And I understand how frustrating it is that everything you worked so hard for being taken from you from a white man.
What?
I love that you only heard the end of that. Gift 1 sub for reward. Done. Gift sub. It's only 1945 to gift subs on my computer. I could gift 100 for only $400.
Seems cool to me.
I'd rather just give you $400.
Holy cow. Holy cow. We just had the first form destruction. That's
was that what I think it was?
Crazy.
Was that a decay like I thought it was?
Decay Awakened.
Wow.
Crazy. Destroy all of these. Build one. Reiner says after you destroy one, you build another. Insane. Insane. Rebby, why are you gifting me 5 subs? Rebby,
I get an emote for doing it.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was
And it was on sale.
That was very kind of you.
It was on sale.
You could have walked in the other room and handed me $10. I guess you don't get the emote out of it, which is what's important. Please spam the emote to make this worth it.
I don't get it until the hype train's over. So someone gift more. So we get a cooler.
I see. I see.
We get cool emotes for gifting subs that I use in chat. Attempting to block with syndicate target, which feels great because it's a 0.
And more importantly, it says that we don't break another foundation.
Yes, we lose only 1 health instead.
So this is an interesting proposition to be in. I'm gonna take off the Beast Titan Tam card.
Oh, okay.
We decided to use the Decay Awakened.
That was crazy. I have not seen.
To reset the board.
You are not on the card. There you go.
To reset the board. Essentially saying that we went first and built 2. Smiling then proceeds to build 4 and get back the tempo of the game. We're not going to block this, obviously, to have our cards be destroyed.
Right.
So, I mean, this is just, 5 damage, and we're fine with it?
We can only do this for so long, though.
I think we just put Smiling Titan back in the game. Smiling gets to resolve an entire attack and feel fine about it.
Yeah.
We got 4 foundations in Smiling. We can check a 4 on any move in our deck, and we're playing an attack card this turn, which feels great.
Only one of those flips.
Yeah, I think we might have actually. I think we might have actually given Smiling an opportunity to steal this game back.
Maybe. It would be very cool through the decay to fight through and come through.
Especially with, we have a 9 Titans on board. Like, if we make the move fast enough.
Unblockable damage.
Unblockable. This.
Rip that 1 card out of their hand?
Rip the 1 card out of hand. They cannot redraw. Or I guess they can redraw because of the.
Pushing?
Yeah, push the advantage.
Yeah, they do get 1 more card.
So then from here, Blitz, I'll have you break 1.
Check the okay.
Did we increase our check with the league to make it a 5?
Oh, that's okay. So we break 1. We have to respond right away. We have to draw back.
And then redraw.
Do we spent a momentum?
Correct. First enhance. I think that you commit and give this thing
50,000.
8 damage.
Yeah. Because then you can just give it speed with Smiling.
It's an 8 high. 8. If they have a 1 high block, they have to. Well, now they can't block it. It's impossible. I think this is 16. This is a 20 damage attack. The 20 damage attack that they can't block. It's runaway or nothing.
Right.
And did you rip the runaway off the top is the question.
That'd be crazy.
I'll
but we take it because we have so much
money. I think, is this the first damage of the game? Are we just like just get chunked down to 14? And we proceed to rebuild back to even. And then this one is going to be hyper important as we rebuild. And let's pop. I'll break the foundation that says I break a foundation. This makes total sense to me. 3 foundations to now.
Both sitting at
5
14
foundations. Both players at 14. Wow.
We're learning to read the little scoreboard. We're feeling good.
Yeah, we are learning to read the little scorecard. That's very funny.
Oh, damn. I'm going to share my emote, and you're going to be like, no shot, you got that.
That is a very cute emote.
The one I deserve.
Yeah. Man, another, it's not fatal cleave, but destructive something.
Destructive fire. This is the one. If you break one, you get to destroy a rival's foundation after the attack resolves.
So from here, this one was not blocked. It dealt damage, dropping us down to 4 foundations, it appears.
This one needs to be blocked. We only have 7 health left. And now we're saying if you block it.
Yeah. Well, does it need to be blocked?
It says if it's completely blocked.
We do want to hit the partial.
We do have +2 damage on this. If I am correct, it is for 6 currently. 7 now. Unless it's only plus. Oh, now it's only at 3 damage. I'm not quite sure how board state is being represented.
Well, it got -4 damage from the 9
Oh,
Titans.
okay. So
Yeah.
then we're probably at 3. But we would rather not block this.
Love this. Goes for the partial block. And then we'll take the half.
Dropping us down to 5.
From here, we did build in a shifting card saying, hey, I'm allowed to start ruining your board again, but 14 health, I believe? No, we took 20, yeah, down to...
We're at 5.
For Reiner, excuse me.
For Reiner, 14.
14.
Per whatever that scorecard says, which I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, hoping.
I think our goal has to be we just play one more move, slam the speed on it with, or maybe, I mean, at this point it's just damage as well, right?
Correct.
Damage with.
He almost can't block anything, but we don't get to use. We only get to use one of the 9 Titans because it will get canceled with Toguro's.
Well, Toguro's
says
one.
cancel.
It doesn't cancel. It destroys.
Well, now I'm gonna check because
an
I want to
ability.
correct myself. Destroy it. You're right.
Yeah,
But
and
it says on
only-
an asset or a foundation. So
not a
it does
backup.
not
Sorry,
matter.
that card's old as hell.
No, they should have known about backups back in the 1400s. No.
So the question is did Smiling find an attack? The game could be over literally this exact.
This
the next
ounce.
Sorry, in 2 forms, as we
What?
first form with League Interview.
We have to pass this check. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get pass.
What is the move?
Unsure.
There's the League Interview. How much gas do we have? Opts to break it. That makes sense to me. This is on an 8 with +1 to our check.
Checks a 4.
Checks a
5,
5.
6, 5,
6, 7,
7.
8.
Wow.
It's an 8 mid for 8. First enhance. Let's make it for 16. It is now for lethal.
He had a runaway in hand?
How ironic. The armored titan attacking Bertolt, or sorry, attacking Reiner to potentially end the game.
You know what? I think this is pretty iconic for Reiner in the sense that Reiner sure self-sabotaged himself a million times in the series.
100%.
This is his multiple personalities coming out, coming after him for all his wrongdoings.
Yes, 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 yes. Love this gameplay here. One readied foundation over on Chad's side. If you're a Reiner fan, you're praying here for a runaway in hand, or we're on the death symbol. We can't even do that. We're on, there is nothing we can do.
Yeah, I was like scared that if you had the -4, like if you had the thing that
And there it is. Kaboom. Smiling Titan takes it down, no longer allowed to wear the frown, smiling once more to clutch up this game. Insane. How cool.
Very cool game. I think this really showed us the back and forth and how to overcome this Death Foundation destruction deck and make it feel its own power. And just because the destruction goes first doesn't mean you can't overcome it.
True. True.
Oh my gosh, why am I beeping?
From here, we got about 5 minutes left in the round. Let's go take a peek at what is happening as we refresh. How are we looking? We have 401 as Barlow guess is currently in first place with
Armin.
With Armin, thank you so much. And then Gavin Kale on Porco 4-1, taking a loss at some point. Andrew Porat 3-1-1, dropping down, I believe, taking a loss in this round to Barlow? No, to Elijah, excuse me. Or no, Barlow won this round, and then Andrew lost to Gavin. Here it is. TC and Jet tied. Chad lost to Scott. That's the match that we just ended up watching. Henry versus Blamed as we then continue down for the rest of the matches. So here's your appropriately scored top. We can scroll out just enough for top 8. Barlow, Gavin, Scott, Andrew, Elijah, TC, Jet, and Henry. Who is Henry playing?
Henry is playing Ghidorah.
Whoa, how exciting.
Very, very exciting. Top 8 to be had. Any repeat characters?
Currently, we do still have one more round, so there is a chance for people to...
I thought it was only 5 rounds.
Oh, you're so right. It is only 5 rounds.
That's why
I said
only
5 rounds.
That's why I said it was weird that David said 2 more rounds.
Yeah, you're totally right. I got confused. David tripped me up. So it looks like Barlow with Armin, Gavin with Porco, Scott with Smiling that we just watched. We have
Porat with Peak, Elijah with Jean, TC with Bert, Jet with Annie, and to finish it off, Henry with Ghidorah. Not a single repeat character.
No repeats at all. Wowzers. Let me go do something real fast. As soon as the pairings get finalized, I will make a bracket for everybody at home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But I will need the TO to make sure that they give me the symbols as well. But yeah. with that said, did the Sam issue get fixed? He didn't miss out because a round was reported wrong, did he? I don't know. My job is to sit here and watch games rather than work on the TO side, so that is a TO question for sure.
Yeah, it looks like we are working on finalizing some stuff still. So in the meanwhile, Tam, would you have top cut this event?
No, there's no shot.
I would have, because I'm so good at this game.
Because you're nuts, you're correct. So here's what I'm thinking. I want to take 2 minutes and do a quick bio break. So I'm gonna put us on a be right back screen. We're gonna vibe for a second. Everybody chill. We will have your top 8. We will come back. We will announcement. We'll take our 30-minute break. We'll jump into our top cuts. So everybody, we'll be right back.
Chat, be chill.
Yo, and we're back. Okay, let's take and see if we have finalized pairings. We'll take a look.
Chad, I have a cat. Ah!
All right. Top 8, let's go. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Weird. Ah! Oh God! Oh God! Oh Jesus! I need to message you, Tamrin Cartwell.
Dope. Currently being messaged. Everybody, if you'd like to see my DMs with Rebby, I'm leaking them in 5, 4.
Okay.
Yo! Daniel, a.k.a. for the 24 months. Happy 2 years, my guy.
I have known you longer.
That's true. Not really a competition, but Daniel, thank you so much for the support for the channel. So kind. Here is some money for Kaiju. We are all just here for Kaiju, right? It's certainly why I'm here.
True. That's why we're here. That's why we work. Liberty as well. Just because she's not popular on stream doesn't mean that she doesn't exist in the background.
That's true.
She's just an old lady.
She's the one who makes the stream run, you know?
She's over there eating the wires. She does not eat the wires. There is a lunch break, chat, so it's just us for a little bit. Sorry.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was reading a thing.
Oh, I was just saying to chat that it's lunch break.
It is lunch break.
So it's just us giving you raw relationship entertainment.
Yeah, 30-minute break here. Let the players nosh for a second, as well as get some deck checks done, I believe.
Yes.
And my goal is to I want deck lists so we can pull them up on stream. In the meantime, chat, any questions? Any comments about anything that we saw today? As pairings get finalized and such. If we want to, we can also talk about why this ferret card is so cute.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Why is it
Truly
cute?
adorable.
Why is it cute?
So the real life animal ferrets are just kittens, and they stay kittens their entire life. They never like become cats. So if you like the playfulness of kittens,
With the more smell?
with more smell for sure, absolutely should be playing with ferrets.
I think in the background while we talk, we should have this playing. Give me a second.
Looking. Ferret compilations cutest moments.
When severe.
Shush.
I still had. Oh, you do have it going. Okay. I was like, well, I still had it going on my thing. So I was like, oh, we're watching it, but we actually are watching it.
I win. My scramble promo has 2 print lines. That sucks.
That's really tiny.
That sucks. You want it to be larger?
Yeah, take
I'm-
up the space in between, like where All Might is and your Jester is.
You mean like here?
I can't see because
I'm
it
just
hasn't loaded on stream.
nervous about it getting copyright striked.
Oh, there's no audio though.
Yeah, I turned off the audio so we could talk. What would you say is the
We're
sleeper
reacting.
character that didn't top today? Great question. Great question. Let me go and find the stuff. I click this.
It looks like we're both looking at the ferret.
So from here, I have to do this and scroll up. Sleeper character that didn't top today. Did Rodan top?
No.
That guy's a little unheard of.
The guy is a little unheard of, or that situation being unheard of?
Rodan.
He's unheard of?
Unheard of. Not really a... Have not seen it.
Okay. Do you want to announce the for real top 8?
Yeah, we can totally announce it. We have Barlow Guess on Armin 4. Armin Colossus Titan Unleashed or whatever. Gavin Kale on Porco. Got Scott W on Smiling Titan. Andrew Porat, my best friend in the whole wide world, on Peak. We've got Elijah Wakeman on Jean. We've got Ace Maneuvers on Scanlan Short Halt. We've got TC on Bertolt 1. And we've got Jet K cleaning up 8th place with Annie. Very,
Still no
very happy.
repeats.
Still no repeats. Very, very cool. Very awesome.
You know what's surprising? No giant monsters.
Yeah, no giant monsters. No Ghidorah, no Godzilla, no Rodan. Very, very, very interesting ideas. My plan is, chat, as soon as I have access to them, we will... Tam, you have some brown on your nose.
He's calling you a brown noser.
For the Andrew Porat thing? It would be brown nosing if it wasn't so true. the plan is we're going to go through each and every deck list live here on stream, talk about the ideas, strategies, tactics inside of each deck while the players take their 30-minute lunch break. As soon as I have access to those, we will pause our cute ferret compilation.
Goodbye, ferrets.
And then continue. Look at how cute this little guy is. Oh my goodness. He wants to take his toy up into the shelf and he fell. Oh my goodness. So funny.
It's very funny. I can only watch it on stream. So I'm like, you're like reacting in my ear. And
Ferrets
it'll
joining the
happen.
cats? No. No ferrets, sadly. I do not have the time to give a ferret the love that it deserves.
Rebby does not have the time. I already have 2 cats.
I bet that the ferrets would absolutely love to play with Kaiju. I'm positive that Liberty would lose her mind, though.
Liberty is already struggling.
Yes. Yo, that guy loves eating on game controllers. You can tell.
That's crazy. Tam used to have ferrets.
Look at him dancing around. They go tick 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 tick.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. They use the app.
What? Holy cow. Man, what an abysmal way to do this. Okay, I will open in browser. You ready to start talking cards?
I'd love to. Why is smiling so big on this one?
That's a great question.
They're all like just the list, and then there's just smiling. Are we starting top bottom, or are we starting wherever?
We're gonna start top bottom.
Cool.
And then I will do this, and then I will do this. And then we're here.
I understand why the pictures all look different, because David did not go and take these snapshots. I thought he took the snapshots.
He did not.
Oh, that looks... okay.
It looks bad.
Looks bad.
Alright, we're gonna go back to the ferret compilation. Okay, 2-person talking screen. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Aw, ferret!
Announcements. Go at tournament players. I can't at everyone.
Because you're in David's Discord.
Cringe.
And he finally fixed it, so now I can at everyone.
Cringe. I'm trying to add everyone.
He did not do that. Josh Massey helped judge the cosplay contest?
Yes. Look at this guy freaking out.
What?
Sorry. Look at him run!
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Ferrets are so cute, dude. They're so curious and sniffy everywhere. This guy's passed out. Holy. That guy's passed out. Boy. Oh, ferrets love digging.
Okay, I'm back. I was looking at a video. Oh my god, he's digging into the forest. I'm way behind because I'm watching your stream. It's crazy. You don't just share your screen with me so that I can live react. But now I'm like gonna say, "Oh, they're fighting. That's so cute," and the video's gonna be over. So.
I have bad news. That was fun. Good compilation, Ruby.
Good compilation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In the meantime, I guess we should just watch my interview with Chris Smith.
Is that the plan?
No, I'm not gonna make people watch me talk.
If you are here and you were inside of Top Cuts at all, would you please send me or drop your UVS Ultra link for me?
Chris Smith made a thumbnail, and it's Ochako throwing my logo.
Yeah,
It's very funny.
it's very funny. All right, first person to get their deck list into me is Sam.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like you were gonna compliment them, and then I didn't realize you actually had someone who already did it.
So we are here. We are this, and then I do this, and then I do. Nope, I do this, and here is the list.
Oh, that's so tiny.
It is bigger now, but we don't have everything. So, when we take and look at this, this is, how do you want us to send Discord? Discord would be wonderful. Discord would be wonderful. So, when we take and we look at this, while we are waiting, what are your thoughts on 4-check Scanlan short haul?
I guess
12
I've never
attacks.
Guess I've never thought of him being that. Never thought of him being a 4-check deck. Very interesting attacks. I think Colossal Confrontation's really cool. And it looks like there's so much. What does Combadge do? I haven't seen Combadge in ever.
Combadge is the top 2 cards of your deck, put them back in any order. Very good for Scanlan's ability to reveal the top card of your deck and to do something cool with it. Yeah, I think this list is very, very neat because of how Colossal Confrontation works, of just like go search your deck for a card, add it to your hand. With how much we saw Scanlan building, I think being able to chain out these like Colossals is very, very cool.
Yeah.
Same thing with things like Colossal Titan attacks and knockdown blow to make your Colossals cheaper and so on and so forth. I think there's a lot of cool ideas here. When with things like Chaos in the Streets, spin a momentum, mill a card, it gets -6 damage because of the difficulty of the milled card. Sometimes it's -10 damage, which is cool, or +10 damage, right?
Yeah.
Very, very neat stuff.
You could definitely not tell this deck only had 16 foundations when we watched it play. I definitely thought it had way more, but it does look like, of course, as Scanlan wants, the majority of his deck is actions.
Yeah. Let's actually take a look at these actions because there are a ton of them, right? Scanlan's hand filled with doubt. Very cool to seal your rival's foundation or seal your rival's attack and then just build a foundation. Connecting the dots is huge. After Enhance is played, add a foundation from each stage to your hand. Very good for rebuilding things off Scanlan. Queen Historia to selectively commit down things. Obviously, we saw the cremation in game of like play the cremation, snap momentum, build one.
Yeah.
A lot of cool ideas here, and I really like the 9 Titans, letting you get a ton of value off of it. This is dope. This is really, really cool. Again, another character that I'm not too familiar with. Is like I've never played as this character. I've just only ever played against or watched played. Too many cool moving pieces for me personally.
This is definitely a deck that I wish I could play, but I definitely do not have the mental capacity to do anything but play turn 2 decks. So this is very cool. I think it presents some really cool ideas. A lot of like rearranging the top of your deck and just hitting them for a million.
Yeah, love that. From here, we're gonna move on to This is DeQuavius's list. This is Jean, AOT3 Jean. Again, VME on the character. Love the chaos symbol being utilized here. Look at all the powerful dunks. Armor of the Wolf, Walk the Dog, Deception Dagger being able to be tossed into the deck or into the momentum. I Am Here says that after you reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, reveal in random order, clear all of them, and so being able to clear and put whatever the 3 that you want into your momentum is like so sick. And then I think the real power card here is just Thunder Spear demo.
Yes,
of clear whatever 100%. You want.
And I honestly, just looking at this is a really solid list. Really has a really good mix of both defense and offense. Getting to see Young Warrior candidates in the deck feels really cool. Timely Counterattack is not one that I personally expected in a Jean deck, but I think it is a really neat addition. If I am correct, it is the Breaker 3, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I wonder if I can. I don't think I can share.
I'm
my
watching.
Screen.
I'm just watching your share a screen with others is a button on this.
Yeah, but I think that it will mess with the thing.
If it breaks, it breaks.
Yeah.
Fight me, chat. Oh, I see what you're saying. Where mess up?
If I.
But what if you just make me the biggest? Don't zoom in on me. I did by accident.
There it is. That's what we wanted. It'll just be a weird scene for now.
Okay. No one needs to look at me anyway.
Timely Counterattack is so cool, and I do love the one of Bedazzled Helm Blast.
Yeah.
Not getting a ton of speed from the assets.
Who cares about that when you have Powerful 5?
Powerful 5, and Jean gives it +3 speed by himself. Really neat stuff, and it wouldn't be an Eli deck without Runaway. So
yeah, that guy only knows that card.
I will say, I am so not a fan of Undercover Infiltration.
Why so? I think that's a cool card in Toga 3.
It is a cool card in Toga 3. Does Toga 3 stuff of if it's your first stack, you play this turn +1/+1. I don't know. It just feels like a little extra stats. It's just 1/1. There's probably just like a better 1/5/3 low block. With that said, I've got no whatever. Then read that Deadlock.
That does punish him for a long game.
Yeah, I guess it's selectively committing 2 foundations is pretty okay, but I don't know. It's probably just something that I would rather have a little bit earlier. But all in all, I mean, you're sitting in the chair and I'm not, so there it is. From here, let's look at Apprentices list. Here is Barlow's Armin Arlet, Power of the Colossus. We saw a lot of this on stream, utilizing a lot of cool ideas. Hanji's Last Stand, Thunder Spear Barrage, and Besiege being able to be picked up with Fierce Swings. Love the 4x Fierce Swings.
Tavern Landing! You were talking about
sick.
that one.
Yeah. Tavern Landing is cool. The one of Vile Seizing for the Deadlock Pressure and the 1 high block is neat.
Very new, very neat.
Yeah, I like this at the 1 of spot. And then this is this a slim 60? Yeah, 63 cards.
Very tight.
Focused. Yeah, love the idea of accumulating a massive stage and then flipping and doing this bleak commentary, empty your hand and then murder you for it idea. I think it's dope.
I think
it's
so
really
too.
Cool.
And I do really think that this deck truly showcased the power it had.
Yeah.
When we watched it. It really, I feel like I got to see all these pieces work. So this feels really cool to get to look at and go, wow. Yeah, I've got to watch the entire like amalgamation of this deck.
Yeah, outside of, I mean, this is kind of like, I don't want to say exactly what I expected from an Armin deck, but like the power cards are for sure like Bleak and Yelena's. And then it's interesting to see Airship only at the 1 of. I would really expect this card to be at a more of, just to go pick up more Thunder Spears.
I mean, I guess I understand, right? I mean, you don't want to clog your hand, but I think it's also cool in Armin to be able to, like, if it's flipped, you could unflip it.
Yeah.
And when you use your military airship you already have on board, you just unflip the other one and break it, and you have a fresh one.
Yeah. There's definitely some neat ideas here, and I this tactic is just like so good.
So good.
Yeah, scarily good. From here,
I'll get
let's-
caught by it. I already know it.
Me too for sure. Here is TC's Burt deck.
Yeah.
This looks very, very similar to the Burt list that he was playing before he picked up Ymir, of, you know, playing Vast Hybrids and Deception Daggers to be snuck into momentum, and then echoing them back out with Unfazed and Double Trouble. I can't remember if originally he was playing Ambush Thrust in these lists and ideas for, like, if you block my Vast Hybrid, I will Ambush Thrust and pick it back up and then sling it again. But with the addition of support and military airship, I like what the offensive slant of this deck really looks like.
I do too. This deck is super self-explanatory, super normal chaos deck with a few neat additions, especially with support from Female Titan. Really benefits Burt 1. And I think it was really cool that we got to see it in action, that you almost always are going to get momentum off of that.
Yeah. That combined with the fact that, like, Advancing Destruction is just a 4x in this deck. I like the fact that he's down to keep his card pool clean, especially because he knows his rival doesn't want to interact and block with his moves. Like, the way that you survive against Burt is to truly survive the onslaught of the attacks, all of these 5 and 6 damage printed moves coming at you on the front side. And so Advancing Destruction just cleans his card pool and makes them all for whatever they need to be. And it's also really cool against, if your non-throw attack deals damage, remove it. When Double Trouble goes to flip on the Echo, Unfazed goes to flip on the Echo, you just clear it at the damage step, or after the damage step. That's very neat. That's cool.
I think so too. And we should talk about the prevalence of military airship and how it's become like the new VME staple in every deck.
Yeah.
Do you think this card is just powerful enough, or do you think it creates unfair play advantages?
I think this card is totally fair. Assets have always been super good, and the fact that this one just says enhance commit, get +1 hand size every other turn cycle, I think is acceptable. Where it gets a little silly is where you're allowed to have more than one of it exist, and so, like, you do this silly looping
This crazy
or flipping
loop that I've
unflipping.
never heard of.
Yeah, that's where I think it's a little silly, but I think that as a very powerful 3 difficulty asset ultra rare, I think this card is totally within the realm of possibility of being a truly fair card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig it.
Yes, we do know my camera is messed up. We're just trying to show deck lists so I can also see them, because I was struggling.
Yeah. From here, we've got Scott's Smiling Titan list, the list that we just saw in the last match. Big attacks, right? 17 attacks, and they were all massive. 9 diff, 8 diff, 8 diff, 7 diff, 8 diff, just coming in and slinging nice and wide as nice and big as possible. Very tall attacks, utilizing the 9 Titans through the ages. I'm gonna skip this song. It's going a little crazy for me. Utilizing the 9 Titans through the ages to double the speed of the damage, and then have Smiling take over the other half. I will say the big thing about this is all of the 4x attacks are all on this Foundation Destruction package, right? Ruin 2, Flip 2, Destroy 1. This says Ruin 2 on the back. This says Destroy already. Technically, this says Deadlock Blitz Ruin 1. And then with things like Final Words, Disrespectful Banter, The Big Fall, Togoro's Dominance, 4x Chomp, just actively shutting down your rival's stage and saying, I get to play the big moves, you don't, is really, really good.
Yeah, and it looks like in the sideboard, very interestingly, there is the Rumbling, which I believe is an 11 difficulty attack. Yeah, that's a 6 med for 10. Your rival discards 3 cards, or they're going to break everything.
I wonder how often Scott brought this card in.
Right. What situations does it matter? Just say you either have no cards, or you just don't get a board.
Yeah. Also, like, a really solid 0 low block, although, like, such a big risk of 11-3, but a 6 mid for
3
10
is scary.
that you double it to 20 and then give it 7 speed, just crazy. It's like, this card is just crazy.
Yes, and we really get to see the defense along with the offense in this in the foundation set. Getting to see the always cools, the last second rescues, moment of normalcies, and that they're not in like an insane amount. They're not all 4X's. Gets to show that these pieces matter, but they're not going to make up the majority of my deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dope. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
We'll move on to look at Drew's peak list.
His peak list?
His peak list, a very clean cut. 20 attacks in
60. That's a 60 card clean
60
list.
card list. Looks good.
One Koema's task.
Yeah, just the one on the board, I guess. It's very funny.
I don't need that.
Yeah, I mean this is just a hyper aggressive deck. It knows exactly what it wants to do. Of play all of these as 4-ofs, except for our neat niche cards. One Syndicate, one Moment of Normalcy, one Ambition, but every other foundation is a 4-of. Love this line. And then the 5 non-attack cards.
Yeah.
Or non-staples. This is great.
They
Love
think
the Luna Ring.
This keeps it really clean, as well as one thing that can happen with Peak is there's a lot of cards that do exactly what you want, and you end up getting clogged. So being really clean cut like this really is showing that it is enhancing the deck.
Yeah. Part of the issue with the death symbol is just like there are just too many cool ones, right? There's just too many cool cards to be played.
That's what I'm feeling with Mikasa 4 is I made the
Yes.
deck and I'm like, it's 80 cards. What do I cut? Because everything feels so impactful.
Yo, only 80? That's tough. That's tough. But yeah, big fan of this. Jet, will you send me this to me in a Ultra Link? That would be wonderful. And then I would love to look at it. And then from here we've got Gavin Kale as Porco.
Yay!
Yeah, all of this all makes sense. Love the
Yep.
2x armbar, and again, the Blue Flame Torment I think is really
Very
neat.
cool tech. Very cool tech.
I do like that one a lot. And even then, again, another military airship to make sure that you can pick up the cool pieces that you are missing.
No, chat. He has a Sand Tiger in the sideboard.
He does have a Sand Tiger on the sideboard. I mean, while it's your card pool, checks to play attacks cannot be modified due to rival effects. This just stops Breaker in its tracks, right?
Yeah, but it's Sand Tiger.
It's Sand Tiger that you can add in with Mighty Blitz.
That's
I
right.
think this is really smart, actually. This is dope.
That's very cool. Sorry,
Paul Butler approved.
Paul Butler has a Sand Tiger jacket. Due to me, I made him a beautiful jean jacket Sand Tiger jacket. So I was just like, whoa, when I saw it. No, I think this deck is really cool. I think we really get to see how well it goes through, and Seething Anger in there definitely lets you go ahead and get another card in hand because it doesn't count towards progressive for attacks. So if you're just trying to find one more, all right, I'll play this on a 4. Mill my 2, draw a card.
Well, I think the other thing that it gets to do is with Porco, when you lift an attack, like a team of the Attack Titan,
Now
you
you're
just
clearing
add
your
this.
progressive.
Yeah, you add this in, and it's -1 to the progressive. It's so good. It's so
Very
good.
neat.
Both of these pieces being able to just like, oh, I'll lift an attack and then just take it out of progressive is so solid.
Feels very nice.
Yeah, it's dope. It's dope. From here, I believe that our last deck, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, this would be number 8, is Annie Lionheart Awakened. Man, I think this deck is so cool. 22 attacks, 22 foundations, 16 backups. Again, a nice clean 60 here. Love the aggressive leaning of this deck. 4 Unyielding Destruction is very cool, and a character that's allowed to commit backups to pass their check.
Yep.
Same thing with Harness Undeath, popping off and making use of all of these backups in the discard pile.
Correct. Yeah, and yeah, this really does present neat gameplay experience because in a Godzilla-esque character, you get to do more than what Godzilla can. And finding the 1x final slash feels really good, as well as as well as committing it to pass checks. As you said, these backups are so important and worthy that I think it really creates a new situation that you wouldn't expect in this type of deck.
Yeah, and I actually really like inside of this list how aggressive we're trying to be. As 4x Marley's Warriors, I think is technology. Like I would only play this at like a 2 of, but obviously,
I'll find all 4 turn 1 and build all 4 plus 4 to my checks.
Jet is just trying to kill you, right? It is a first form, right? Which is why I would like normally put it as like a 2 of, right? But I mean that's for the next 4 turns they all get +1, and man, scary
Very
stuff.
scary.
I will say, I mean, here's the one outlier. I wonder how much value Female Titan's Roundhouse Kick got. 6 low for 6, EX3. After you spend a momentum, it gets a damage for each momentum spent this way.
What does the foundation side do?
The foundation is response after you sacrifice one or more foundations at the top card of your deck to your momentum.
Okay, that's cool with unyielding as well.
I guess that is pretty cool with unyielding, and it's a foundation to be built down whenever I'm playing an attack card. I don't know. I feel like this card is a little underwhelming in comparison to like the other things that could be happening. Like there's almost a world where this is our chaos list. This could just be like a Armor of the Wolf, and I probably just feel better, right? 5 mid 5, EX3, powerful 3. I can play it at the end of a string and just like pop off. Imagine I've got a bunch of Jaegerists to then commit for look at the top card of my deck. I may mill 1 +1 damage when they pass back. Like there's probably something here, but probably don't want to add in more high attacks, you know, or high blocks. Excuse me.
Right.
Yeah. This is a cool list. I like how aggressive this analyst is trying to be. I dig it. I really dig it.
I dig it as well. I think it's very, very good.
From there, I believe that is every list that we have available to us. Jet said he's probably cutting it after this, so your intuition is correct. Yeah, I think it's not very good.
It seems cool, but I understand where in practice it's not showing off.
If he's looking for low blocks, he should play Seafood Slugger, Goaded in Annie. Nah, I don't disagree. I think that's a very cool piece of technology. With that said, though, guys, we're going to just vibe for a bit as we figure out. Are there any ideas of which match you guys want to watch as I make the bracket?
I'm very interested in seeing Jean finally. I feel like we have not got to see Jean and see what Elijah can do. The other opportunities that we have are, of course, Scanlan versus Smiling, Porco versus Bert, the one I said, and then Armin versus Annie. Lovers quarrel.
A lovers quarrel.
Oh no.
This is a fire list. 1, 2. This would be third is Scott. So it will be these characters down here.
Thank goodness I'm dodging the peak matchup all day. Blame said, I'm biased. I want to see Porco because he's my local. Blamed, your Ripper Arrives was so cool. I thought that was the coolest piece of tech that you put in there. It was so neat. I loved seeing it. Every time I was like, oh. Let's see. Saw it and think, why aren't people playing this? I think it's just like overlooked 100%. I think people wonder, oh, well, what does this benefit me? But I mean, who cares when you're peak? You just are going to kill them anyway. And now they can't block it. That's how you beat Tam. Tam loves and is traumatized by that card. All in the same instance, actually. That's why he has chosen not to continue the conversation. Besides building the bracket,
I'm focused. Sorry.
before it's building the bracket, he's terrified of Jaw Titan's bite.
I think that's one of the good ones.
It is. Is there? Okay, so we have a vote, obviously, for Porco. Is there anything? Is there a match people want to see? I need the people to vote. I will make a poll because I'm a mod. And if you don't vote in my poll, I'll cry. So, let's see. Build a poll. I don't know how to make a poll anymore. Yeah, haha, I figured it out.
Yeah. Double check.
Chat, you're gonna bet points on this, and whoever has the most points, we're gonna go in. Or I guess Tam could put up a poll, or we could do a prediction.
Put up a poll.
Are you sure? That's how you steal points for your chat numbers. Make them. Did we ever do your coin flip? No. I think we were so back to back earlier today that we just didn't.
I didn't see it,
and I just forgot. I definitely just saw mod actions, and I'm just staring at Band Smuggy. Now I'm gonna read all the things that happened in here. We just want to see Porat take another event. We'll see. We'll see. If I was there, chat, I wouldn't be in this top 8. I'd be going home.
We put this here. We take the poll. We do this. And then, chat, who you guys want to watch?
Please vote, chat.
My computer's about to bing. My apologies.
I didn't hear it bing.
Oh, it bings on stream.
No.
But chat, you gotta let us know who you thinking.
I'm gonna vote because I care. Chat, that's not 42 votes. I want to see 42 votes in here. If you've never chat in this chat before, if you're a bot, you still vote.
I do believe that YouTube can't vote.
Okay, YouTube, you just say the number and I'll think about it.
And I'll think about it. I like all these
depending
matches, to
on
be
the-
honest. Yeah, I do like the top 8 that we have available to us.
Yes.
I can actually do this. And then important image. I will change it out for this. And then I will take you, close you off, you put you on, and then poll. Let's make you a wee bit smaller. I'll put you over top of us. Whoop. And then here is
Zero Ghidorah's Humanity is 1. I'm pinning this. I'm so sorry.
attaboy. Me and Ross, we're homies.
Not best friends?
No, I'm best friends with Andrew Porret because he stopped playing Ghidorah.
Ah, that's right. I'm really excited about this top cut. It's very diverse.
Yeah.
Finally. Thank you. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to get my cat's attention.
So let's be biased casters, right?
Okay.
If you had to call it right now, Armin versus Annie, who takes it 51-49?
That's hard because it's very aggro for Armin. Biasedly though, I'd say Armin.
It's interesting because I'm in the opposite boat.
Oh.
I think that Armin can defend himself appropriately. I think that Annie is not drawing cards nearly as much as the other decks. And so
Yeah, but I'll just Botons and make us both draw, and then I'll make you discard your hand.
that means they have to find both pieces, right? They have to find the commentary as well as the Botons, rather than just the commentary, which is what I care about. Where Annie is just, I'm just here to sling moves and slam them over and over and over again, and I really want to see like a Harness Undeath be really utilized as a big power move of like, I'll play this, I'll echo it, I'll burn you for 7, I'll burn you for 7 again, and just kneecap what Armin's got going on. Not saying Armin can't do it, but it is something that I would be nervous about. Is I think if there's a character to rush down what Armin's got, this Annie deck in particular can do it for sure.
Yeah, right. Next one. What about Porco versus Bert? Thoughts?
I think it's just Porco. We watched Porco chew through 38 health pretty like it was nobody's business, and that was through double if not triple referee jury. And so the fact that we have only 35 to get through and so much less defense over on Bert's side, I think that Porco is just favored in the matchup. But with that said, 60 card Bert list, if you just slam a couple moves and interact with the wrong ones, I think Bert easily could punish Porco enough to find the 24.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I love Porco though, so I have to assign my 51 to Porco. I opened him as an alt art for my creator box, and so I have to always favor him, even if it's against me. Chat, what color should I change my lights to? Smiling versus Scanlan? Scary situation.
I think that it is a Smiling favored matchup. I think it's a Smiling favorite matchup, but only because we are on the D-build version of it. And I think that by the time that Scanlan gets built up enough to start throwing a couple bonus moves, Smiling will also be that same build up and play a ton of moves as well. Like there's gonna be a ton of attacks played over and over and over again to that Scanlan's gonna have to deal with. And I think he deals with one move really well. Dealing with the second and the third move afterwards might be a little tough.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think there could be a way possibly Scanlan can fight through it, so I will put my 51 to Scanlan.
Okay, I dig it. I dig
think
it.
he has a lot of defense that he could probably run away with it a little bit, but I do understand why you're hedging more on Smiling.
Yeah, also like Smiling gets to go first in this matchup, which is a big deal. Like Smiling got third, and so like having that go first advantage, I think, is very real into the deck.
Yeah. Also, I changed the color of my lights, and the room got like 5 degrees colder, and I don't understand.
Interesting.
I think it's because the orange was so bright and all
hot.
that. Now it's pink because I'm a girl. A girly girl. Pink versus Jean. I'm gonna go Jean.
I think for the exact same reason that Smiling had the advantage against Scanlan. I'm gonna give it to Peak as well, just because we're going first. I think Unyielding Destruction is gonna be a big deal to push to re-shrink that stage and say that you have to spend your momentum on defense. And my character as Peak, I rebuild faster than you steal momentum, because yours is only once per turn, and I'm going to be building just a ton.
And it's not because Andrew Port's your best friend.
Oh well, that is half of it.
Okay.
But
there is a important question that I think we should bring up here in the chat. How come this is the final webcam circuit?
This is a final webcam circuit because honestly, the community is not interested in playing. They'd much rather watch, which is very cool. Here, I'm gonna pause my music just to make it
serious.
Serious. I greatly appreciate everybody being here and hanging out today. But we have 3 times the players watching right now, and I have had 3 times the players watching all day than played inside the tournament. And so not only is it that David isn't like in love with running these circuits anymore, but it is also that people just aren't interested in playing webcam events. And so it's a tough ask to run this on a full Saturday on a like this. I've been live for 8 hours now, like 8 hours straight, and I still have 4 more rounds to go of playing. Like there's easily 4.5 hours more of Universe to be played today, and so it's like it is a little tough. It's a little tough, truthfully.
I think there's such a handicap too that comes with webcam that it can make it unfun to play this lovely game of Universes when I'm not memorized enough in the game to know what every single card does. And because of that, I get punished because I cannot clearly see what the card is on my opponent's table. No fault to the player. We can't all have 4K crystal clear cameras with perfect 1 gig upload speed. There's just no way for that to happen. And I think one thing that could benefit this game that could turn it back into being more webcam centric is if we had something like Magic has. Spell table.
Sure.
Where you could hover and it shows you the card. I think having something like that would 100% benefit this game, but someone has to put the time into it. UVS is not going to put the time into it, so it would have to be a fan project, and then you would sell it to UVS and make a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Or UVS could just ask Spell Table to help them with their game too. So
Could be the case. Could be. Yeah, and here's a leak. I'm not done with webcams on Wednesdays, right? I think that webcams, people are interested in playing in webcams for locals. So if you're interested in playing in more webcam games, there are webcam Wednesdays happening literally every week. There's a Tuesday UK event that happens at my time at noon every Tuesday. There are other people playing weekly webcam events, but if people don't play, then there's no reason to host them. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is these events used to cap out really quick, and now we're struggling to get 20 people in the door.
Yeah,
because there's such negative connotations with webcam. There's too much unfair advantage in webcam. No fault to any player, but there's just a lot of unfair. So,
anywho, it looks like Peak versus Jean won, so we will toss in and look at that match up next. How easy? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And then from here, I'll take a peek. I'll start the round at 15 if that's okay. Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna jump into their table and run it.
Yeah. Let me be so brave and find Discord on my computer.
All right, good luck, Gavin.
Starts in a minute. Good luck, fellas.
Good luck.
There's too many people on this table.
Okay.
Yo,
I'm
what
guessing
up?
You want to go second, right?
We are live on stream. We are going to be casting your guys' games. We are flies on the walls. Please start whenever you are legally allowed to start. Me and Rebby are not judges. We are passive bystanders. If you have a judge question, please at the judge. We will not be answering anything. Lastly, kill each other.
No.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I think we can just start, to be honest, unless you care. Pink.
Everyone said pink today.
Did he ask him which one he wanted to play with?
Yeah, he's got both.
He has the Gen Con exclusive. We have the Gen Con exclusive.
We do.
We just don't have a Sasha. So.
Yeah, that one was worth too much money. Webcam event here. I need to get rid of this. This is. I need this to be small, and then from there. Oh, I don't need to. I will take out the showcase. My computer's gonna ping twice. There's that. And if I can get a gamble up for this match, that would be super dope. If I have a mod to do that for me, that would be wonderful.
I don't know what a mod is.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm actually on the thing right now, so I should just do it.
That's so kind.
Who wins? Wow. This was almost exactly what I needed.
We're just getting back into the game, so once my cards come in the mail, I'll be just participating in the old Webcam Wednesdays. Attaboy! That's my man! Appreciate that, Chris. We had 14 players last week. It was so sick.
Game starting off. Peak going first, as they were the higher seed. Building in a weapons clash, always cool. I know the name of that card, I promise. It's not
Arrogant Fighter.
Arrogant Fighter. I almost said whatever. Almost said frightening calm.
Frightening calm. Yeah,
frightening anxiety. Yeah, Porax Matt is really cool. I've been wanting to talk about it for a while.
29k points on Andrew is a crazy bit. This is a massive build turn over here for Eli on Jean. A build 5, hold 2. Very, very solid. Basically twice the number of foundations that is on Peak's board. Probably the #1 turn. I mean, we could easily play an unyielding here and feel very solid about it. But it looks like SWAT is coming in, a very risky SWAT, 6 difficulty move. But checking the 5, obviously. So we are all good in this end.
What should John be worried about in this game?
I think the worry here is that we just have no momentum, right? It is just such a quick ability of how much damage we're allowed to sling. I would be very, very nervous about the correct block zones and all of that. It's tough. It's really, really tough to defend yourselves if we have plenty more gas over here on Andrew's side.
Yeah, and I see that we broke the fighter sealing the inspiring song, which I think is the correct choice in this moment.
Yeah, it's this does make sense. I mean, look at how healthy our stage is now. We haven't even gotten the free rebuild on Peak's side. Looks like destroying, rebuilding in with Peak, and I will say destroying a readied ethereal foundation, one that would be going away at the end of the turn because of Colossus SWAT anyways. Kind of signaling to Eli, hey, maybe I'm done attacking after this. You're allowed to block this one, but it could just end up being a trap.
100%, and that's one of the greatest things about Peak is who knows what she's gonna do. She has so many buttons to press, right? And we have to learn how is he gonna press them in this situation as well.
Yeah, massive hit though, 8 damage, dropping us down to 25, getting us a momentum.
Are we happy and run?
I think there's easily one more attack that we're allowed to play here. We've got one more foundation that is allowed to be broken, but Andrew disagrees with me and opts to build out. Looks like we're going to be holding potentially 3. We're going to go for it. Replay that arrogant to get that committed foundation and then blow it up at the end of the turn. Skipping a step there, but the viewers at home know what's up.
Yeah, and I think this is a successful turn for Porat. Getting an Aaron's trial on board is really cool. We get to then decide when we make them commit.
That is very true. I will say we've got a tall hill ahead of us if we cannot figure out how to get some momentum generation, and this is the way to do it. I forget the name of this one, but I will find it. I promise.
Of what? This is high speed velocity.
Yes.
Velocity slash.
Yes. High velocity slice. 4 high for 5 is the only attack in your card pool at the top card of your deck to your momentum, instantly turning on Jean. So now his VME status of spend momentum plus 3 speed, minus 3 speed, change the zone of the attack is live. But Porat, not caring about this, I'm going to activate the ability of Always Cool. Your moves are not going to be big or threatening right now, and so I'm going to get as many foundations as I possibly can. Would not be surprised to see a second Always Cool activation happening. It looks like there it is.
And I guess here's another thing, right? It could also go against Andrew to let him generate so much momentum. You're gonna now every attack is gonna have minus 3 speed. My backside of peak no longer works.
Correct. Yeah, it's certainly fighting it, as well as taking and going for the full block over and over again. It can be really devastating. Zone checking these lows like these swats, it's just not going to happen anymore because of Jean getting to remove them. As well as, I don't know if we saw this or not, but there's a 3 difficulty foundation in the stage that says response commit after we get a momentum, we get a second momentum. So if this connects, we're going to be leaving Jean with 3 ready momentum, and it looks like it does 3 momentum at our fingertips for the next turn, defensive or offensive if we so wish.
Going in with a deception dagger. God, I can't talk. Checking a 4 because we did get +1 to our check. Now getting to take something out of Porat's discard pile.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the right choice.
I love this. It is the showdown, saying, hey, on block stuff is going to matter. Let's get the +3 speed, and if there was ever a way for you to recur this action, it's not going to happen any longer. Let's pretend we get to the cycle. I think you forcibly committing my resources are going to matter, and now I don't have to rezone everything to low, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Very good if we can get this Deception Dagger to hit. This gives one of our attacks later on in this game done to, which could make or break a game.
Yeah, it's the number one way to crack the board, right? +3 speed, in addition to the extra stun. It's a beautiful momentum that we want to go in face up. It says that your walk the dogs become a little bit easier. Very, very cool when it comes to the idea of playing universes. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, and kind of thinking about Peak's transformation, I think there's a really cool tech deck that isn't really talked about much unless I'm just not in those circles. When you transform Peak over to Cart Titan, you can search your deck for a copy of Anti-Titan Artillery. Even if you don't have one, search for it. Check your deck, see what you have left, shuffle your deck if you got your deck stacked.
Yeah, it's definitely gives you a ton of information every single time that you decide to destroy and then flip back over. I think that's a point that a lot of players are not really thinking or being impactful. Hey, what attacks are left? It does not have you do that mental checklist that every other player in the game has to go through. So totally agree with that. From here, Sweeping Dagger's coming through. One of the premier death attacks, 5 mid for 4, stealing an attack out of my rival's discard pile. I wonder what we could possibly want to steal here.
Thinking of everything that he's checked so far, it could be cool to Kraken is a great answer. Kraken's a great answer.
I love Kraken. Let's go ahead and commit and freeze that incredible display, not have to deal with it. We saw the power of daggers stealing Krakens in the previous Porat game. And so the fact that we get to do it here against Jean is probably going to feel very good.
Yes, 100%.
Sadly, though, can't commit the VME ability on in Jean's board because it's not on an asset anymore. It is on his face. So nothing we can do about that.
No, and we have to learn how we're going to overcome this because Jean's going to have a block to everything now. We let him have 3 momentum. So now he has 3 ways he can change the zone of this attack and make it blockable because now our pump speed doesn't matter. We're
Totally.
back to printed.
100%. So from here, we are a little bit in the tank. Am I supposed to spend momentum over on John's side? Because I will say, because we opted to use our first enhance as the commit and freeze on our swooping daggers, we no longer get to destroy and transform with peak, which I think having this fight the zone, the mix-up is not where it's at, but reconsider coming in as our block after you play this card. Clear it. If it is your rival's turn, draw a card. If it's your turn, discard a card. Neat stuff.
And we get to activate Jean's once per turn. After you clear one or more cards from your card pool during the combat phase, add one of them to momentum. Okay, I'll go ahead and block with this. It's going to clear. Well, I'll put it back in my momentum, and I didn't spend a momentum to block this attack.
Yeah, love it. Clears the card pool, grabs your momentum back. It's all around incredible card from inside of Jean's kit. But battle early's coming in 4 high for now 6 because we've activated peak, shifted over to the other side. This is going to be an absolutely massive attack that I'm sure Jean is going to want to deal with, not wanting to go down much lower than 25 here.
Yeah, and all Jean can do at this point is check well. We can minus the speed all day, but if we do not check enough to block, we're going to take this damage, and this is presenting a lot.
Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage on top of this. Love how aggressive we are being with in Andrew's side, flipping over this really powerful disruptive piece of that arrogant fighter to just grab more utility cards off of it. The question is do we want to blow up this committed foundation, fight on this speed angle, and then rebuild off of peak to get a readied foundation again? How much am I willing to fight this maneuver?
Yeah. And if I'm correct, I think Porras might have an Aaron's trial face down. Unless he already blew it up.
That is the question. It looks like the answer is we are going to be blowing up a readied foundation for plus speed. I wonder what that committed foundation might be.
I wonder if it's worth it to keep it for his own turn.
Not choosing to rebuild off of peak, I think, is really interesting. Are we losing some ability on this rotation this turn? Let's go ahead and commit that there face down and say, just in case it's an outwit ability, that somehow you snuck into your stage when we weren't looking. Maybe add it up your sleeve somehow. We'll go ahead and
up his very short sleeves.
Whoa!
Looking at
massive
Lunar Ray. Have we been counting how many foundations? Yep, up top. There's a little die.
Yeah, there is a little die up top. 4 high for 5.
Breaking to make this way more dangerous. There was an I'm with you that was the one committed.
This move is absolutely going to be getting to 14 damage very, very easily with how much we have broken on every single turn. Constantly playing moves over and over and over again.
This is a great time for peak to build down now. Oh, we were not tracking it with the die. The die was just there.
The die was just there. So
good time, chat, to remind yourself if you're destroying foundations and you got a lunar ring, make sure you have a die to count them.
And you count it every time, and we don't care.
Run away!
Run away. Going to be stopping this lunar ring in its tracks. You paid the 5 health, restuff the card pool, and hey, man, you got to find 9 more, please. I need 9 more from you. We know how aggressive this peak deck can be, but that kind of felt like an all-in Hail Mary. If we have a 4 difficulty, it can be played, but we are choosing to end the turn there, building out some foundations. Man, if there was ever a time where this peak was at its lowest, it's defenseless. Now is it. Incredible, incredible patience over on Eli's side, holding that runaway until the very, very last second, bailing him out. Love it. Absolutely love it.
This made me think of Blaine's Irons deck, and if one of those had been a Ripper Arrives, that would have been -1 card.
True. 100%. Yeah. The deck building choices are
really
are
changed
certainly coming.
things as well. Yeah. Now we get to see how Jean comes back from this. I am here.
The answer is we are starting with an I am here on the 3. This card takes and puts itself into the card pool on the 3. We take the top 3 cards of our deck and put them into the card pool. We reveal it. If it's a foundation, we may build it. If it's an attack, we may play it with +3 difficulty. And then from there, because these 3 cards clear, we get to Jean once per turn and add it to our momentum. So now this is a 5 mid for 5 that we're going to be playing here and is stealing a free momentum, but checking a 3. And because we cleared and added a card to momentum with Jean first, we do not get to re-ready with this Master's Pride.
Correct. This comes in +3 speed, so it is already a 5 for 5.
5 for 5, yes, and is only going to get faster with Jean if we so choose, as well as removing clutch pieces from my rival's discard pile. So from here, stun 2 comes down. Sadly, no bonus stun 2 to be had inside of
Ooh,
Jean's
thank goodness we
momentum.
blocked that last one.
Yeah. It would be absolutely devastating, but it looks like
Getting rid of the SWAT, good
another
choice.
SWAT gone. Love it. +3 high block, looking like this is an 8 mid for 5. Now 9 mid for 10 due to that foundation that I decided to hate on during the during the lunch break. And we're going to fully take this, dropping ourselves down to 17. I believe that this is Armor of the Wolf range if we get a little connected.
Yeah. Does Peak have to start being defensive and start breaking her board to protect herself?
I think that is the number one question, but we do get to get away with it by just forcing the commit out. And at the moment, I mean, this is only 5 damage with no real way that I see to pump up the damage anymore. This card's annoying. It's going to get us a bunch of momentum to defend ourselves on the next turn, but I don't see this as a lethal line, so maybe we keep our board to be more aggressive on the later turns.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to let you know, I did see a foundation in there that I haven't seen in many decks before. Reflecting on Choices is ready in Elijah's board. It says response commit. After you add 1 or more cards to your momentum, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. So he's already adding X in. If Porat can live through this turn.
Yeah, and Walk the Dog is one of the ways that we can certainly make it very scary. Walk the Dog, printed 8 difficulty move. It gets -1 difficulty for each committed foundation in my rival's board. Maybe it was smart. Maybe you're right, Rebby. It was smart to start popping this board to make this Walk the Dog a little bit more expensive. 6 low for 6. We've got 3 momentum. We could pump 9 damage into this, making it absolutely lethal.
Yes. And the only thing that we're going to be able to do as Peak is try and block this. It's already a 6 low, but we can -3 speed. And at least, but we're going to get it pumped right back up with Jean. No, we spent all our momentum.
We had to spend it all because I think the damage reduction was going to stop us. Because this is a
12,
now
13.
15 damage move.
Yep,
So I guess we could have.
We had to spend the last one, or else he could have just -2'd, and we would have lived at 2.
You're
But
totally
we
right.
do
You're
need
totally
the
right.
we need the -3 speed because we have to be able to block this.
Yeah, this makes sense.
And we have to be able to check well.
Here, and it looks like we do have the mid block to come in for the partial,
And
it ends up failing. Whoa, we needed a 5 there as we take the speed from 6 down to 3 with a 2 mid block, checking a Lunar Ring, the card that got run away to the disaster. Wowzers.
Game 1 going to Jean. How do you feel about that game 1?
Breaking serve. I mean, Andrew just got hit with the Porat special. Or sorry, Andrew just got hit with the Eli special of sorry, my best friend. I can't help it.
Andrew got hit by Andrew.
He got hit with the Eli special of the latest runaway you could possibly ask for. Stopping the turn in its tracks, saying that building out is going to be way harder. The spider into the web type of maneuver of, hey, I believe in my deck to find the 22-23 damage that I had put you to on turn 2. I just have to figure out what the rest of what the rest of my defensive turn looks like. And man, it was down to the wire. It was very, very clutch. Very, very clutch. And I want to say that turn happened all off the back of a random I'm with you off the top. If we had picked different cards up off the top of our deck, if we had rolled a number that wasn't a 4, that turn is not lethal. And Andrew is right now playing out his turn and killing Eli.
Yes, 100%. And I think that's what makes Jean so cool and unique is he's one of the characters besides Scanlan that truly utilizes I am here while it's still here. And really gets... Honestly, there's almost no negative to it besides it being canceled. Because he gets a free momentum off of it because he's clearing his card pool.
Yeah, that card was +3 damage and find
+3 speed.
+3 damage, +3 speed, find an attack, stun 2, remove one of the best attacks in your discard pile. Like that was just the power of Chaos Jean with the ability of I am here.
Yes.
If you've not picked those up from the Redemption store, when they come back on, you have to absolutely get a play set of those if you're looking to play Chaos Jean.
Yeah, and now it becomes we have to be careful about that action. I can't remember if Aura is citing that peak action card to cancel.
Well, when you said it in the in-between, he's got the one of Coinmas. The
He's a
one of
Coinmas.
Coinmas.
That's going to be what clutches it.
Yeah. Love the build here from Porat, though. A quality 4 build, including the weapon card that says flip, build the top card of your deck, face down, committed. That feels great. Did we I am here again?
No.
How did we have so many cards?
Yes, we did.
Well, that should have built into our stage face up or face down. Am I crazy?
I don't know.
I am here.
I am. Get to play it as your next form.
The revealed attack plays your next form. Otherwise, build the revealed card face up or face down. I think you're just supposed to build it.
Oh, well, I'm not the judge.
It might have been reconsider. According to chat. I was looking elsewhere when the cards
I
got
was
flipped
looking
and
at TCG Player to see how expensive I am here. It is 51 cents.
Dope. The reason I thought that it wasn't reconsider was because of how many pieces were inside of the discard pile.
Chat, be careful. I might accidentally ban you.
It looked like a lot, but it was very quick. It was probably reconsidered. Now that we're looking at it,
I can warn. Ooh, I can. Oh, I can.
Oh. Luna Ring. Coming in.
Very interesting starting off attack.
I mean, hey, sometimes you just gotta open the 5 diff because it's the 5 diff. Let's use peak, build in an extra resource. Let's attack on this front. I do think there's a second reconsider in hand, based on the fact that we did go ahead and Jean -3 speed, and I'm assuming change the zone to low. We'll find out whenever the block gets attempted.
Yep.
And
another
here it
one,
is.
you were right.
Yeah, reconsider popping in, spending the momentum, redrawing a card, just a free foundation here. And man, if you're an Andrew fan, this is a pretty poor position for him to be in because of the amount of advantage that we have Eli already. The best foundation in his deck, possibly the best card in his entire deck, that Thunder Spear demo sitting in his stage saying form once per turn, clear a card, saying that no matter what happens with his Kraken, it will be going to momentum as a 4-high for 6, and it'll go face up. Very, very good stuff.
Yep. Getting one of the weapon clashes down, we are not allowed to build more. Weapon Clash is such an interesting card that I always find as a staple in some of my decks, mainly because I am on the water or earth symbol, but it lets you either build more into your stage, or if you have too many face downs and you need to reduce damage, it's going to give you -2 on face.
100%, but it looks like they patented Showdown coming in saying, hey, that Thunder Spear demo that you were looking to clear and make your game plan nice and good, I am going to absolutely rip that away from you. If you want to clear, you got to figure out some other way to do it.
Yep.
And I think the answer is this is not going to happen as we are going to continue to build.
Correct. Build out.
Man. Tough spot if you're an Eli fan, as we fail the third foundation going into with an incredibly weak board against this peak. Tough stuff.
Yeah, only having one momentum as well is scary. We only get to negate speed once.
And then Andrew's board, incredibly healthy. 3 copies of Push the Limit.
We're gonna draw so many cards.
Gonna draw so many cards, and that Kraken that we failed to connect is
Bring
going
it to me
be
right now.
sweeping daggers away with the extra added bonus of the burn, removing his sweeping daggers for a little extra. Take that 33 health, John. Knock him down to a reasonable 32.
Yeah.
No reason a defensive character should have this much health.
It was AOT 1. It was a different time, actually.
But it
Removing
looks like
the
yeah,
Deception Dagger.
Stun 2 is significantly more important. Apparently, we want both of these pieces gone. We want you to draw no bonus foundations. But it's interesting to have it this way because of the fact that, you know, we have to first enhance, utilize Cart Titan to get the damage bonus. What could be coming that is so important that the Stun 2 wasn't our first ability, you know?
Sorry, I'm just coughing. I think Porat is very concerned about how much damage he's getting through. Making these the ones that Jean wants to interact with. So that way, if he does have a Luna Ring in hand, we already used every resource available to us. And I want him to use the Runaways in his hand.
I think that's super fair. And the Runaways are now incredibly failable, right? I check a 4 here, and it's it could possibly be over, but it looks like removing a 3 block modifier, so now this is going to go up to 8 speed. And from here, if we don't want to transform onto our other side, we do not have to, although we do leave a little bit of damage on the table to do so.
If we do so, correct.
That is the big question, the big takeaway that we have. Do I save it for the next one where I can potentially commit, fail a check, commit a couple of foundations, and then continue from there? What is the game plan? We'll just have to wait and see. What does Andrew think? What does he pick? What are the choices to be made?
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time. But it looks like we're just going to
Damage
pass
comes
it
through.
Yeah. Down to 25. Not a very hard number for Peak to find, especially with cards like Luna Ring coming in right afterwards. And
Pecking
here,
a 3 is very rough here.
yeah, it does stink, but luckily we can utilize these cards to make them to give us the most stats possible.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that is the plan here. Destroy this for 3 bonus speed, and then proceed to unflip our character. This is going to let us rebuild, and the question is we have a potential draw 3 if we want to keep pushing on the pedal.
Looks like we're going to take one of those.
Question is do we want the other ones? Is it relevant right now, or would we rather save it for a little bit later for a more aggressive hand, find some more gas and keep pushing? Or the other idea could be these are very cool Nationals promos. Would I rather just keep them face up because they look nicer than
Guys,
the other
I
ones?
went to Nationals.
Guys, I went to Nationals.
We don't care that we went to Nationals. Give me more cards. Cards feel good.
Cards do feel good.
I think even pushing the limits is really good on defense as well. Peak gets to use her face on offense as well as defense. Pushing the limits lets me draw blocks.
That's true. And with -3 speed, being able to clear more. Why did we remove one?
I think that was the one that he used for the daggers.
You're so right. It was the one he used for the daggers and then removed a second one. That makes sense. I was like, where does that come from?
Get in the game.
What's up?
I said get in the game.
To me?
Yeah.
What do you mean? It was in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
From
okay.
here,
What do we do now?
Down to 17. I think because we didn't utilize the other one. Unyielding Destruction. But he checks so bad on it. Quit checking attacks, Andrew.
He should have drawn that last card.
Should have drawn it. Should have drawn it. He says, "Hey, let's break them down to 4. This is what I want. Let's get rid of that stage. Make it tougher for you to play a ton of 5 diffs."
Yeah. Now, is there ever a world where we did that in reverse?
Unyielding.
Unless we drew the unyielding off of it.
Yeah, that might have been the real question here.
That could be the real question because unyielding destroys so many foundations for Luna Ring to really pop.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But it looks like full block coming out, unyielding, doing its job to destroy the foundations. Not necessarily a move that is there to, facilitate damage per se.
Needing to stabilize building. Good decision. We're gonna check another unyielding.
Yeah, but got the rebuild in with Peak, built in one more foundation, got momentum to match, and now our stage looks healthy at 6, and my rival stage looks unhealthy at 4. Tough spot to be in.
While it may be 4, they are 4 really impactful cards.
Yeah,
1 has
super good.
draw, 2 have check balances, 1 lets you clear. I wouldn't say that Elijah's in a bad spot at all, especially getting an I am here off the top, potentially getting to play an attack.
Here is the hope. Looks
It is
like
a foundation getting to build in.
Choosing to grab one of momentum, and then this card is also going to momentum. Into the stage.
The fearsome transformation will go into the stage face up or face down, and then he gets, because he's clearing, he does get to put one of those in.
And just like that, a singular card out of hand has now making this foundation count very, very similar. It's now 5 foundations to 6 foundations, and if Peak decides to destroy any to keep themselves safe, we are now even back up. So there is a world where, at this point, Jean could just build and probably feel fine, but checking a 4 on the velocity slice?
High velocity slice, yeah. I think right now, as Jean, we are at half health. This isn't something that we can just go, I'll build past. Because we want more momentum, of course. High velocity slice guaranteeing us a momentum off of its blitz. And along with having that stun 1 on face allows us to commit that last ready foundation. Well, there was 2 ready. I guess he committed another one, but I looked down too late.
Yeah, that is okay. -2 damage coming in here. So now a 4 high for 3. Love the instant snap flip of the fearsome transformations here. But it looks like Peak down to play the game. Let's go ahead and commit some foundations, or destroy some foundations to give some minus speed. If I'm Jean, I think I actually spend the momentum to make this hit. Is 3 damage better than none?
Yeah, and also I think Porat is adapting to, I didn't destroy any foundations last game, and I lost because of it. So having to take those risky moves of how much board can I destroy and still have another turn.
I think it's that combined with the fact of, I bet Andrew has a showdown in hand.
Yes.
And so we just dodged the very high impact showdown by turning this into a low, giving it too much speed to deal with. And then now from there, continuing on. Wait, we're going to form and clear the card that got momentum? There's no way there's more attacks. He said yes attacks!
But
Kraken coming through. Oh. 4 high for 6, selectively committing and freezing that last foundation. Peak's going to go into their next turn with 3 ready active foundations. Tough spot to be in.
This is feeling very, very bad. If I was Andrew, but Andrew's way more persevere than I am. I think that not having a big healthy stage tells Peak that you don't get to do much. Your Luna Rings aren't worth much, but if Elijah decides to build and we have another unyielding in hand, we get to say, come meet me at the bottom. And we do get to punish.
Yeah. That is fair. -3 speed. And then the question is does the showdown block come in? Once again, it looks like the answer is yes. No showdown, but we do have the high block that ends
Get that
up
foundation
failing
out of hand.
anyways. Taking the 6 and gaining us another momentum. Truly the best of both worlds over here on for Elijah.
Military airship coming down.
And then a classy build 2 with the airship, stealing ourselves a bonus momentum. Now up to 3. We got -3 speed, and the 1 face up, represented with the die of here is the 1 face up foundation, and then so on. I'm gonna have them move their foundations just a little bit. Hey Eli, would you do me a favor and move your committed foundations slightly apart? It looks like it's almost in your momentum face up. Yeah, that's so much better. Thanks, buddy. Just for clarity's sake for me at home, I'm going to be like, how do you get so much face up momentum, you know? As I was told by my co-caster, I'm, quote, not in the game.
Can we talk about how Elijah has a military airship on board? What benefit does that bring him right now?
The fact that he's allowed to block and then reblock, I think, is a really big deal. It also says
Are we
Go ahead.
blocking? Are we not just gonna run away per the usual Elijah way?
Oh, runaway lifts runaway is so disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful.
That's so gross, Rebby. How dare you bring that up? That's so yucky. Oh,
It is a possibility. And Elijah might be disrespectful enough to pull that out on Porat. Porat playing Colossal Swap, building in 2 foundations, checking a 3 on it, does not feel good.
I think he has checked back to back to back to back to back.
I don't
to back
think he's
threes.
checked well at all.
It's been so rough. If you were an Andrew
Very
fan,
rough. As Tamarin Cardwell is.
yes, my best friend in the whole wide world.
Really trying to figure out, what do we do now? How do I come back from this? These 2 ready foundations I have are going away at the end of the turn. I have nothing ready, nothing available. Can I get through this wall? He has potential to go ahead and just kill me. Sorry, I lost my train.
It's okay. -9 speed, I think, is a really, really big deal here. And
Yeah, it is. And thinking of it as well, if we block it, Titan artillery doesn't even we get to respond commit, and then we just cancel it with incredible display if we try committing their asset.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of game actions to be played back and forth here, depending on what is going on. But it looks like we're just gonna go for the raw block instead.
The runaway.
Now this is a very scary spot
Committing
to
Jean,
be in.
we are definitely not letting that asset get committed.
Yeah, I think that is a big deal here, and I think picking back up the runaway is maybe our saving grace. But another 3, and it might be curtains, strictly based on the fact of how runaway works. You pay X health, and then you attempt to play the card. If that card fails, you paid the health, and it's past the block step. You don't get to take and go back and retry.
Correct. And that's one thing that people really do forget about runaway, is if you can't pass that check, you're gonna die. And I've watched multiple games where my opponent goes, well, I failed the check, I guess I just take what the printed was. And I go, oh buddy, that was cost.
Bad news.
That was cost to play the card. Porat probably trying to dig out of this hole.
So here's my question: what's the line to success? How do you win here? What is the next attack form that Andrew has to play?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure what he could play. The only thing I can think that would be beneficial to do is go into Unyielding and then go into a Lunar Ring, but we can't pass the check for the Lunar Ring.
Yeah, it would have to be 6 off the top, right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, even then, no, we can't pass it. There is no chance for us to play this move. I was missing the -1 or the +1 difficulty due to the runaway.
Correct, and it feels devastating, a little devastating to have our progressive clogged. Now Lunar Ring looking like it is just a pretty hand piece. If it's in his hand, I guess. I mean, he could just have like something else, but.
So from here, 2 mid for 7 could potentially be dropping Eli down a little bit further.
Eli has to decide, when do I pick up this runaway?
If I pick up this runaway, because if I pick up this runaway, there's no chance for me to play an attack, play a second attack, pick it up, and then play another one.
Unless we play, I don't even know if we play that. I'll say sweeping daggers, try gravity. I don't know.
I mean, sweeping daggers, check a 4, 5, 6, 7, checks a 6, commit 1. I mean, it would not have worked out. But
yeah.
There's a world where burn 1, steal their thing. They can't possibly pay for the runaway anymore.
Yeah, correct.
But 20 health.
Very hard position.
Very tough position, especially
good.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Nope, go ahead.
We built an I'm with you over in Andrew's board. So deceptive life total with -2 damage and the -2 from the I'm with you, and the stun not necessarily mattering. I'm not sure we were going to be blocking much this turn, anyways, with +3 speed from Jean.
I don't think we are intending to block. I do think we are intending to negate as much damage as possible. Very beneficial to put in an I'm with you, saying -2 damage with peak. Actually, it's -4.
Totally right.
We have 20 health that Jean has to get through, which is doable for Jean. He has +2 to his check. We can cancel the response on I'm with you with Incredible Display. We can clear a card with Thunder Spear Demo.
Which would then put another card into our momentum. For we saw how potent that Walk the Dog was in game 1, and if there was a way for us to accidentally find 20 damage, Walk the Dog would be the way to do it. It might even be the right idea, if you are Andrew, to start destroying things to make these Walk the Dogs expensive and to keep yourself alive that way, rather than the idea of how am I supposed to, I need to survive this turn to even have a chance to come back on the later ones.
Correct. This is looking good. This is looking very good for Elijah right now. Peak is having to struggle to figure out how am I going to get through this. We have to hope Jean did not draw enough attacks.
Yeah. From here, 2 mid for 3. And I think that you are supposed to block this move. Here comes the block.
We did have a Lunar Ring in hand.
With the Lunar Ring, yeah. So from there is my 1 mid block. Stopping
clearing it.
3 damage from happening. But from here, the clear from Elijah, like you said, 4
Arbor
momentum.
the Wolf can kill here.
Arbor the Wolf absolutely can kill here. We cannot press enough buttons, I think. And if we do, even then, that's still going to be 20. We have so many buttons that we are allowed to press.
Yes, because we have add to stun 2. We have +1/+1. We have add to hand. We're not going to use add to hand. That'd be crazy. Actually, I'll negate this whole card.
Good call. Armor the Wolf coming down. Everybody give me a big howl in chat. Ow! Armor the Wolf, 5 mid for 5, EX3, powerful 3 technique. Every time that my rival passes, I get to give my move +1 damage. I'm seeing 5 free enhances to be played over on Elijah's side, meaning that this is a 10 damage move. We're going to be doing everything that we can to absolutely massacre our board on Peak side, and it's all in desperation to stay alive.
Yes, because we have to make sure this doesn't have enough damage to hit. We cannot block this. This is already too fast for us, but there is powerful 3 on this, and currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have +12 damage in our momentum, and as long as every time that he's passing, we're getting another damage.
Yeah, and we even allowed to, we are legally allowed to flip this to give our move stun 2. It is not a weapon attack, so it does not actually receive the stun.
But we're paying the cost.
But we're paying the cost, which is asking our rival to play another enhance.
Yes. This is looking very dicey. He's using the enhance to give it +1 damage, so that way Elijah does not get another damage.
Double checking to make sure it doesn't say this attack. Enhance. This attack gets +1 damage if it deals damage to a Titan backup. So I think we're just not allowed to press that button, or else it is actually +1 then another +1.
Yeah.
So, whoops.
But if we can keep it minus, right? That's minus 1 more damage. So we're kind of like break even. Minus 1.
Well, you'd have to pass eventually, but because of the +1 damage that the thing gives it, and the Cart Titan is a Titan move, so it's actually just like, it's just burn 1 if I activate this.
Do you think we were supposed to flip Deception Dagger there? We
Um,
did not. We did spend the momentum.
I am unsure. Sounds like a 7 mid 16 coming in.
Not lethal.
Not lethal. We were asking for one more move, and it's got to be big enough to matter.
And it can't be Walk the Dog. We don't have enough foundations committed.
That's true. It certainly cannot be Walk the Dog. I mean, it maybe could be Walk the Dog, right? We've got 2 foundations, so it's got I believe it actually went up to 17 because of a pass. As we drop down to 3 on a
Kraken,
5-6.
checks a 5.
Checks a 7 actually with +2 to our check.
Correct.
So here is the real crux.
We do not have the block.
We don't have the block, and we were allowed to pick up with the airship, and we guaranteed had the check unless a breaker or something came through. There was another Arm of the Wolf coming down. Congratulations to Eli taking down your back-to-back regional champ, Andrew Porat, and moving on from top 8 up to top 4. Very, very, very cool.
Very good match. Very good back and forth between both players. Really getting to see what happens when you don't have a board to interact with your opponent. Loud sigh.
From me?
Yeah, you went.
Apologies.
Yeah, it looks like they another game has finished. Looks like between Gavin Kale and TC. Looks like Gavin Kale took that 2-0. Porco moving on to top 4.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Are you moving on to Armin?
This was my sideboard. I don't know if you guessed correctly or not, but I can't imagine.
I
it's
did
that
guess
hard.
correctly. I brought in
There's
both
one
Radiant
table
Visages, and I
left.
brought in.
Are we still playing or no? Lovely. All right, have fun, fellas.
They are.
Okay.
Are they playing or no?
They are not playing.
Okay,
They are not
you. If you shook your head, I cannot hear you do that.
So we are now popping into the last match of top 8.
Hey, if you want to target.
Colossal confrontation on the board. Trying to see where we're at. Sorry.
Here's all of this. Scanlan versus Smiling. No idea what game we're in. I will
And
wait
we're
until,
not gonna try.
Yeah, I will wait until we are doing turn cycle to ask. But it looks like Colossal confrontation coming in on the attack. What do I
Smiling
want?
has 2 foundations.
Smiling has 2 foundations. What happened?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Scanlan has actually 1 million.
What happened?
Things looking dire for Smiling.
Yeah, 100%.
Both have taken licks. I think if I'm right, I'm seeing that's a 17 to
It's almost like 19?
19 Smiling, 17 Scanlan.
Ruin 3 is a
Ruin-
viable drug? You're totally right. This card does have Ruin 3. No, you're right. Took all of our cool cards and picked them up and put them in the discard pile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Seven
I took a fresh drink out of my bevy.
7 high for 9, I believe, is this one. And go pick up whatever
looking like a 7
card-
high 6 currently with whatever's happened.
You're so right. You're so right.
I'm gonna read Sam Tate's life tracker. Looking like we are attempting to block. It fails. Get a card out of our hand. We need to build.
Whoa, and the cape comes down. Very, very solid.
Spooky.
Question for you guys, another in between turns. What game is this?
Game 2.
Game 2. Who's up? We'll never know.
Backside of Colossal Confrontation. Called Seeking Relief. It is unique. First form, flip a foundation, commit one rival foundation. Very good to be able to selectively commit my opponent's board. Whatever they have left.
Yeah. Is it a first form or just a form?
It is a first form.
Mm.
Crazy if it's a form. We did build back 4? 5. We built 5.
I think it's a
4. We built 4.
Yeah.
Sorry. It was just all at once.
Yeah.
Not spread out for me. Not catering to my needs. How rude. I'm kidding.
Yeah, from here we get to re-ready and see.
We have a very healthy board looking at Scanlan right now. Smiling built up back a decent enough board. We have some tricks on board, some destruction, but we do have 2 league interviews. One of them allowing us to plus our next check. League has another ability on it.
Yeah, response after you block this, after you make a check to block a move, you may flip it to +1 of that check. So it counts essentially as a second foundation when attempting to block.
Feels good. Playing Genkais.
Scanlan will discard 1, and then we will build the top card of our deck, and then Smiling has to get rid of 50% of their hand. I smell another absolutely massive turn coming.
Yeah. You only get to deal with one of these. How should Smiling be feeling in this situation? 13 to 17.
I would be really nervous. I believe that Kawinma's removes. Am I crazy? Or Genkai's Guidance.
Genkai's Guidance? Nope. It does not remove.
For the
Yes, it does. No, it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't.
but we got there eventually. Using Female Titan to go pick up our massive blow.
Yeah, clear my progressive, man.
7 high for 7. That says the next check to play a backup or shift attack is +3, and then you may shift an attack this way to give an extra +3 damage. Very potent ability, but with the invincible body sitting in the stage, that +3 damage is not necessarily going to matter at this exact second. So I think there might be a world where we double this damage with, or we just use the Queen Historia to selectively commit that invincible body. Everything working out for Sam. I've got
Everything
a very
coming up Millhouse.
yeah. I've got a very messed up Queen Historia on my desk. It's flexible. I've been sitting here just fidgeting with it for like the past week.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Whoa.
gross.
On my desk I have Mikasa.
Can I do that same thing with it? Can I do this with your Mikasa?
I also have my top 32 prizing on my book chat.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm supposed to build a Universes shelf on my thing so far, but Tamarin won't build it for me, and I'm too scared of making holes in the wall. Sorry, I have to stream for the people, he says. I have to do my job, he says.
This is my fault, for sure. This is my fault. I deserve this. It's very funny. We got the classic Jiro look. It's this one. Yeah, 797 dropping all the way down to 6. Looks like a female Titan attacks comes through. This is about to be an absolutely massive move. And there it is, scooping them up. Dang, what an incredible game.
Yeah. Going to a game 3. Rebby just dropping a bunch of crazy slabs. Chat. I haven't even shown you the coolest part.
It seems so rare.
Hold on,
that I
chat.
look
I'm
back
gonna
at
turn
a
off my
game and
camera so I
go,
can turn
"Oh
it
man, I could have lived." Like it's
I
so
don't want everyone
rare.
to know what I'm wearing.
Most of the
I'm
time,
wearing
there's like
very mismatched clothes.
at best, it's like I might have had a chance if my opponent also checked poorly and only had one more attack or something, you know?
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Nah, dude, I had 5 attacks." Like,
Are we going to game 3 then?
we are, yeah.
Okay, lovely. All right, enjoy yourselves. Sorry.
Okay. I have this Arcanine.
trying my best.
It's in the light. I have this Arcanine, which is very pretty. I bought this Arcanine, which I really like. It is the break one. And then this is the one Tam crashed his car to get me. He loved me so much. A month after he met me, he crashed his car to get me a Pokemon card.
Because I'm sick with it.
And now this card's worth a lot more money than it was. So
Not quite worth
Winning.
a car, but
grade it, baby.
Tam sounds like a simp. Okay. Hurtful.
Oh, I have to fix the setup. Oh no.
Yeah, so smiling got kind of waxed in those last 2 turns that we got to see. Very cool showcase over on Scanlan's side. But I wonder how game 1 went, and if we're going to see something a little more like that now that Smiling gets to go first. We'll have to see. Looks like build 3 into a build 4, easy. 1-9 Titans and 3 Foundations. Because of Smiling Titan's ability to be playable while committed, I think that this is a very, very applicable hand to be played and a big move happening.
I'm sorry, I was feeding my cat. I am back.
You're all good. It is a battle of the 9 Titans throughout histories. Both first forms of these players were the 9 Titans. Very, very cool as we proceed, but only one of them got a blimp.
Yeah. Let's see.
1 card left in hand over on Scanlan's side. Very, very susceptible to a Ravages of War. 8 high for 8, possibly more. But it looks like the Armored Titan is coming in to play.
Checking a 4, committing out our board. Oh, do we form on League?
We must have formed on League. That does
I was
make
like,
sense.
what?
What?
Yeah, Armor Titan coming in again. This seems like to be the opening staple of this Smiling Titan deck.
Yeah, 8 mid for 8. Probably going to be more like an 8 mid for 12 here. Absolutely thudding Scanlan for half of their health. Maybe even more if we have it. But the big question is do we have Runaway? The answer is no. We're just going to take the 8 and drop ourselves down to 25. I love this answer here.
Yeah, getting another Titan of the 9 Ages in, getting some more destructive power, as well as a display of might, display of power or whatever. letting us draw because we played a big difficulty card.
And from here, we've got the Armored Titan attacks now flipped over into the Armored Titan just to bring up its ability. Lose 4 stamina, ruin 1. We've got that combined with the final words to absolutely clear out the rest of these foundations that we had built on Scanlan's board. If we played an attack due to some of the foundations on Smiling's board as well as the Armored Titan, we would have ended that attack phase with 0 foundations. A bad spot to be if you're a Scanlan fan.
Are you a Scanlan fan?
I think Scanlan in this game is very, very cool.
I meant the person, Scanlan.
I think
the
Scanlan.
fictitious person.
So I will say yes because our IP is based off of the podcast, the D&D live play show, and I think that Scanlan is very cool. I think the Scanlan inside of the Amazon show is really annoying.
Makes it hard for me to like watch the show.
Yeah, he is rough. He's really rough.
Looks like we are first enhancing or responding with we are responding with 9 Titans, giving this -4 damage.
Yes. From here, ruin 2, and then my rival, and then selectively flip one of my rival's foundations. This card is really strong.
Very, very strong.
Yeah, 7 mid for 8. That gets cheaper if my rival has a lot of foundations. They have 10 or more foundations. It gets -2 difficulty. But our goal is to keep them on foundations as low as they can. And I'm just down to break all of their cool stuff. Down to 3 face-up ready foundations over on Scanlan's board. And as we continue, it's just more attacks, more foundation destruction over and over and over again.
Yeah. Sam using combat though, making sure that if he needs to block this, he can. But we did just put 5 speed on it, making that a little bit harder to do. But this could also set up the next turn. We know Smiling doesn't play more than 1 attack per turn unless we have a very healthy board. So Sam could just be setting up for next turn.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. There's also, I mean, the other ability on Scanlan is when you reveal this card, if it's a non-foundation card, you get to take any card out of your discard pile and put it back, or non-attack card out of your discard pile, put it back in your hand. But being able to add actions up like runaways and such is like really potent.
Very good.
And it looks like
showing a Genkai's.
There's that Genkai's -4 speed, making it's now only 10 speed, as its speed got doubled off of that 9 Titans. And it looks like Moment of Normalcy is going to be the answer here that we absolutely have to play.
Yeah, I think with how massive Smiling's attacks are, you have to put it back.
Yeah, 10 mid for 8 because of the damage pump off of Smiling. Could even have a little bit more if we wanted to sell out into the Armor Titan, but I think having that card ruin some is going to be worth it as we
Go
ahead.
Sorry, was there a benefit in failing that check? We lost Genkai's, we lost an attack.
So I think this was Genkai's is not going to be relevant on the next turn. We won't have the foundation base to pay for it. Right, I'm not able to go down to 0 foundations, and because of the final words that exist inside of this Smiling Titans stage, it's very possible that I'm going to walk out of this turn with a singular ready foundation. Genkai's isn't going to be available.
Right.
That's
fair.
7 difficulty attack. I can't play it to begin with because I just don't have the foundation.
You don't have the foundation base. You're right. You're entirely right.
I need to have some foundations back in order to play the game.
Yes, that is a very good point. Thank you. Looking like we are building our stage again, keeping it very healthy, really making this Scanlan live off of nothing. We have 1 ready foundation, 2 assets, and a backup. Backup is very close to being worth nothing because we have already spent so much stamina on it that now the more and more it's there, the less it's going to benefit us.
Yeah, this is absolutely looking like a blowout here over for Smiling Titan. And I think this is all on the power of Smiling got to go first. Establish a board and then play some moves to constantly keep this 5-hand size character with a weird, eclectic deck building style with weird numbers the goal is to play actions to build our foundations face down, and this smiling is absolutely preying on them with the ruin keyword. The ruin ability. I guess it's not a keyword.
This is the light destruction that smiling has the opportunity to show when Reiner is not eating his board.
Yeah. And then here,
building 2 is scary.
Build 2 is not enough. I just don't think that.
I don't think we could do anything else.
I mean, that's just the hand that was given to us, but
I think I see an SR in hand. There's no way you could pass that.
Yeah.
That's the
here,
negatives. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're a-okay. Unsure what this pearl is. I'll never know.
Ravages?
It must be. I mean, we'll figure
It's
out
an
what
8.
happens.
It's an 8.
It
is a Ravages of
War. Looks like -4 damage coming off of the 9 Titans in the other stage. But man, let's just make it 16 damage or 16 speed and then give it 4 damage. It's for 8 again.
Yeah, you say
Go
that,
down.
but we have Moment of Normalcy on board. We can make this non-lethal.
True. Yeah. Better to get the cart out of there now, I guess.
Make him interact with this. We have enough of a board. I think we can swing again with a 7 difficulty.
That's fair, especially if this does connect, right? Well,
Yes.
let's make this very fast, because there's just no way it can be blocked, right? I think it's just run away or pass.
Bust, yeah. Runaway being one of the cards on top of the deck. Spooky.
So from here,
We have any
know
way
that
to draw?
there's- not that I'm seeing on board. It'd have to be something interesting in hand, but it looks
Yeah.
like popping a foundation all the way down to 1 foundation back on Scanlan's board. If we got out of this turn with no foundation on Scanlan's board, I would not be surprised at all.
Man.
Yeah,
It's
rough spot to be in. I mean,
Sorry,
there's
it's just rough.
It is very hard to cast games like this, Rebby, because of how one-sided they tend to be whenever you have such a character with such dominating board control as this. I mean, you asked previously in the Reiner Smiling matchup of, hey, do you think Foundation Destruction is too good for the game? And the answer is sometimes it is just a silver bullet of what how do you answer this weird 5-hand size bard or entertainer gnome? The answer is to blow up his whole stage and don't let him play the game.
Yeah, man.
Take his loot and break it over your knee. Take his flute, break it over his knee.
Run out of the room.
He's got a jug. He doesn't get to whistle on that either. Slam it on the ground. No music to be had.
We need the frowning, but for Scanlan this time.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I just think this is a hard situation to be in. If I was Sam, being across the table from a destruction deck definitely is really hard to do, and to keep like a level head.
Yeah, from here 4 high, and the question is would we be able to block? If I know I've got a 5 on top and a 1 high block, it does say that I am allowed to block this move unless we smiling and give it the +4 speed back. So even though this is only a, I believe, 4 damage attack, it ended up being an 8 high for 4.
One more makes game.
One more does make the game. The question is that did not deal 8, I don't think. I don't think we're allowed to ready our character. I'm
Thought it
unsure.
dealt 7? I don't know how much it dealt. I thought we were 17, but
I just don't know how we got the extra stats if we decided to pump them on speed and not damage. Right, because he got -4. Was it a 4 damage move?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Flies on the wall. And here it
Anyways,
is,
too
big to contain.
we would have passed it regardless.
Certainly would have. But, I mean, it does leave 9 Titans. 9 Titans did give it bonus speed. That's how we got to so much speed.
Filled with doubt, sealing this, saying You can't break my guy. Please, don't break my guy.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I really like this play a lot because not only does it say that you don't get to resolve the ability on your card, but also I'm going to build in the top card of my deck, give myself a bonus resource. But I think it is just a little bit too late here, as
yeah.
9 Titans makes this really fast, or it was going to hit really hard, followed by
You're right. Runaway does save here if we could pass the check. If we check a 3, it's it.
yeah. We did get to look at the top
We
two
do
cards of the
not,
deck.
yep.
He says I don't have it. And there it is. Smiling Titan takes it down over Scanlan Short Halt. Whatever, Troubadour. Traveling Troubadour?
Scanlan. Blah, 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 blah.
Trickster Troubadour.
Good games from both of